Is like on a personal level very, like, exciting or special. The gameplay always might not be the best at times, but it's very fun to watch. And I mean, personally, like, making a top 8 at a tournament would be a huge achievement because it's been such a long time. Well, EWC helps a lot, really, because there's not really much exposure to many international tournaments for OCE. Like, this is like my only chance. All the practice we can get is very valuable.
I think he brings up a good point there about the mental, because you saw it yesterday too, where
my mic's been muted.
They just fall
what
off
up, chat?
sometimes.
Yeah, I think we've seen that from many teams in the past. Pioneers, the Banana Head, Scrub, super lucky roster. They were a really good example of that because they had so much potential, so much mechanical ability, especially for an OCE team, and then they would just show up occasionally and just completely bomb out.
Just
like
shit
they
the
don't even wanna
bed.
be there, and that really contrasts for me to the CJ era, where CJ was on the top team in OCE, CJ and Kami and Fever. That personality, that kind of carefree attitude is something OCE needs to, I think, get back to. We saw it yesterday. Hunter, Kaka. Not a care in the world. Hey, we only scrimmed one day. It doesn't matter if we lose. That, freedom to just go in, play their game with no pressure, brought out the best in them.
It suits them as well. I mean, the self-deprecating OCE teams, it's always classic. They always used to, mock their own rotations. They, we score loads of own goals and all that. But it worked perfectly for them. That seems to have gone down, and now they're taking it all a bit too seriously at times.
We took a look at the schedule before and talked about one of our matches of the day, is what we might think be the one to watch, but CJ has the actual one.
Still a few days left until we crown our Esports World Cup champion for Rocket League. And hasn't this segment turned out to be something pretty special? Yesterday, we talked about the Chiefs with Jorius being the matchup of the day against Gentlemates. Well, I might just be a prophet, but today it's a new day, and we're going to talk about our new Jamil.
They just might qualify,
chat. And that's going to be hometown favorites Falcons taking on Gen G. These two dynamite teams of the world will be an absolute doozy.
Like, really, they might
Falcons,
qualify.
they're looking hot. They had a sweep yesterday. Gen G, well, I know apparently Jack's going to be cooking something special. Cannot wait. Tune in.
Johnny, I heard a bit about. We were all expecting the Chiefs.
No, I was
Furia of Vitality.
I was thinking Furia of Vitality.
Yeah,
I thought CJ was going to go for Furia of Vitality. I mean, but hey, Falcons, Gen G, not bad. Match of the day pick. And
shows how many good ones we've got, that we all fought different games as well. That's
true.
True, though. True.
It's not Chiefs because CJ.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a prophet yesterday. Got it right. So maybe that's a sign. Don't miss Falcons, Gen G. CJ's like 1 for 1 so far. Right. Match of the day.
Well, Cole, what do you think about that matchup then? Gen G Falcons. I mean, Falcons are the hometown heroes right now. They're
Falcons. I mean, I don't see them losing here. I just don't. Gen G looked decent though. Gen G did look good in their series.
Yesterday was looking back to his best. He scored some stunners. He was getting beautiful assists. He looks like he's owning the pitch, and I think it's been a while since First Killer has been doing that. So maybe this is where Gen G begin their resurgence ahead of Worlds, and here as well, want to take that top prize. But I think that Falcons have too much, especially on home
You
side.
hook me up with some viewers for free ski?
After the
hell yeah,
major,
brother.
Gen G went on record saying the Falcons have been beating them pretty badly in scrims, and then they did beat them pretty badly on stage. So it all really depends on how practice has been going. If they've had another round of practice and Falcons are still crushing them, then yeah, they're probably just going to keep on that same trend, especially like Cole said, on home soil. But I've not heard it. I don't have any behind the scenes info on that. Not sure how the scrims have been going. But Gen G did look good yesterday. So I'm hoping for a more not a more one-sided, more
Johnny wants to smash
a less one-sided series.
10-0 every game.
And last time he's played was 4-1 in favor of Falcons. So hopefully this time it'll be a close one.
Well, that matchup will come in a little bit. We first have to get to our first matchup. That's how firsts work. It's G2 and BDS. What a doozy to start off our day. I said front heavy and I wasn't joking. This matchup is going to be really fun to watch. Reminder though, G2 is coming in with that sub player, right? They have Naz.
They are. It's the Battle of the Moroccans as well. Drali versus Naz. Both rookies relatively in the RLCS. I think that Naz played a few games last season, a few series last season, but didn't quite make it into this sort of upper echelon of top tier talent. And land debut as well. Yeah, exactly. So huge performance, huge opportunity for him. And to be honest, I mean, it was against Limitless, which is something of a free hit there for G2. They're going to be expecting.
Hey, yo, Limitless looked good yesterday, man.
Flair-wise, but I would say that Naz seems to fit in quite well. But it's big shoes to fill, Johnny, when you have to replace Beast Mode.
Yeah, it is in Beast Mode. Most people would say is the best player on G2. So the biggest shoes to fill. A lot of people even say beast mode.
Why are we watching BDS highlights?
Between any team, he's certainly in the conversation. I think everybody would agree he's top 3, minimum top 5. So I don't think that should be the focus really. For
I guess because it's who they're
Nas.
playing.
He shouldn't try to be beast mode. He should just try and play his game as best he can. Because he has got unbelievable potential. Nas is a player with a ton of potential. Hopefully he can unlock.
Well, we can talking about it in just a moment here, but we do want to get you guys involved as well. stcplay.gg is the place you want to be if you want to get your voice heard. Go cast your votes for this first matchup where you think G2 or BDS is going to win it. Now we can keep talking about it while we watch the players arrive to the stage. It's time for the Jamil Motorsport team arrival. And here they roll on in. Johnny, again, I feel like for Nas, this is a really good environment to feel comfortable in, especially with that first Limitless match. But now they're going to have to amp it up.
Yeah, you know, even though it's a matchup they're expected to win, there's Daniel's
Today we're going to have four banging matchups, like at the top of things.
Against Limitless. It's still good to get that stage practice in. That'll be valuable to them.
Right? Like we get to see 4 teams qualify, and then we're going to have 4 teams getting eliminated after that.
Through the match they're supposed to win, and now this is the coin flip match. I think most people would put G2 as the favorites if they had their full roster. Surely, with the full roster being absent, Beast Mode not being here, that swings the pendulum a little bit in BDS's favor. But will it be one of those situations where the fact that they've got a substitute player playing just takes the pressure off? We saw it. Well, is it a sub with Chiefs Jarius? We saw it yesterday.
That's true.
These guys have some history against each other as well. This is the World Championship 2021, I think it was. I'm trying to. Was it 2022?
Yeah,
in my mind, they've also
21.
All those years
exactly. The 1/2 is what confused me. Right. In 2022, World Championship there, and of course G2 knocked Team BDS out in Copenhagen as well. And we were all expecting BDS to take G2 down again. So these guys have had some heavyweight battles. You know, Atomic and Monkey Moon being at the forefront of those for each respective team.
Let's talk about G2 just a little bit more, and what better person to do it than one of the players.
BDS had the ability to bounce back after drop, because they dropped them in LAN, right? At Landon?
And I play for G2 Esports. It feels really good to be back in Riyadh. This tournament's like one of the biggest in the world, if not the biggest, and we're excited to be able to play in it. The differences in our approach this year compared to last year is right now we're way more confident, we're playing better as a team, and it's a different team, so we're definitely way more excited, and it's a new opportunity, and that's how we're looking at it. Even though we're here without our full team, we kind of are keeping the same kind of play style. We haven't had that much practice with our new player, but I think mainly it's trying to show him how to play how we play and have him fit into how we play. It would be huge for us to lift the trophy in Riyadh. Daniel, my teammate, he won it last year, and he's been talking about wanting to do it again, and that's what our goal is here. Something we have as a team that makes us different than everybody else is our ability to play fast.
Right now, the prediction over on Twitch for the EWC channel is like 50-50. It's kind of crazy.
To G2 fans, even though it's not our full team, I hope you still support us because we feel like we can still go far in this tournament, and we hope to make you proud.
Oh, rickety.
Some changes or things.
Rickety, right.
What do you think they are?
Yeah, well, Atomic mentioned there is trying to they're trying to bring Nas in, play like they do, which makes sense. He's the new addition to the team. And, luckily for Nas, even though Beast Mode is one of the absolute best players in the world, I do think that what he does on G2 is something that Nas will be quite good at. He just, insta-challenges everything. Beast Mode is the guy who just goes. He just puts the pressure on. Can Nas do that? Yes. Can he be an effective ball chaser, if you will? And I don't say that in a bad way. I think yes, he can. So as long as he can do that while finding space on the pitch, because that's the other thing G2 like to do. They like to spread out. They like to really prioritize boost a lot. Then I think he's going to be just fine. And that's an easier style to slot into than teams like Falcons, really close and hard reading each other. Gentlemates, trying to really play close and tight and pressure the other team. G2 are a little bit more spread out and just let Beast Mode go. So if they just unleash Nas, they just go. You want to go? Go. We'll back you up. I think he can do that.
Nas, despite being Moroccan as well, has been playing in North America throughout this season in the RLCS, so he would have had plenty of experience playing against G2. He knows the North American style of play and the culture over there, so these are all steps that will help Nas assimilate into the G2 roster. It's still going to be tricky, especially when you're up against a team like Team BDS, but there are some positives and some advantages there that it's Nas that's joining them.
Right. We've done a lot of talking about G2 right now. What if we flipped to BDS for a moment, right? Because I feel like BDS is one of those names that when you think about those 3 letters, they strike you with terror. But lately, it's kind of changed a bit, right? Like, they aren't the ones in talks for those grand finals, maybe.
They've always been quite a swingy team, though, Team BDS. They can be in the worst form you will ever see. Going into a major, somehow they scrape their way through, and suddenly they win it. Equally, they go into a major, winning the previous 2 open qualifiers, and they underperform, and they get, frankly embarrassed by a fellow European team. So, which version of Team BDS you're going to see is probably the least consistent team, top quality team out there. It's a BDS thing. It's a Monkey Moon thing, I think, as well. You know, he has huge peaks, and then he does have big valleys where suddenly it looks like he can't hit a ball. So I think a lot of it depends upon which version of Team BDS we're going to see. I've got a feeling it's going to be a very good version of Team BDS. I think they'll like it here, but could be completely the opposite.
I got my pillow with me, Chad.
Like, I mean, after the yesterday too, you know, it does feel like a more relaxed environment overall, like a fun environment. So maybe this is
that'll suit
BDS.
them. I do think they get over competitive at times.
Well, they're not facing elimination. You know, facing elimination in RLCS, both lands, BDS looked pretty awful. You know, Monkey, like you said, couldn't hit an open net, and we had the most recent example where they were outshot. What was it, 18 goals to 3 in a best of 7?
Yeah. Oh, that game against Gentlemates was fucking great. They looked awful.
When the elimination arrives, that's when BDS have struggled. They're not facing elimination today, so I think they're going to be okay. It's all about G2 for me. Will they be comfortable with this sub?
Okay,
will that help them or not?
Give me a quick prediction here. The game's coming up in a second.
BDS in 5.
I'm going to say BDS in 4.
BDS in 5, BDS in both BDS.
Both BDS, how about you?
I might feel odd about having the G2 pick then.
You going G2?
Oh, I may have made a mistake. Only way to find out is to play the match. G2 versus BDS. Day 2.
Let's get it. All right, chat, so I'm going to have to leave it up and running here, depending on when the games get done. Potentially after Game 3 or after this series, depending on how quickly we get through stuff.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. I am Veracity, joined alongside Fancy. And Fancy, we're on day 2, and it's only just started kicking off. Day 1 was absolutely explosive. Give me and the folks at home a little bit of a TLDR.
Well, I mean, there's so much that happened yesterday. A lot of upsets as well. A lot of teams that we thought that they're going to win the whole tournament that did not win yet. But yesterday's matches were all upper bracket matches, but tonight we have a lot of lower bracket matches. It means 4 teams will be eliminated from
4
the
teams
4
done. 4
keys
keys crushed today,
Hopes
baby.
and dreams will be crushed. And speaking of that crushing, Gentlemates. Oh my god, that upset was absolutely astounding. Chiefs pulling out all of the
Then
stops.
depending on how long games go, it's going to be the same way at pickup.
The most amount of scrims in the world to perform on the big stage. Speaking more about the big stage.
Yesterday we got it done in time, but we had shorter
joining
series.
us
Something
for
tells me today
game
we're going to have a lot of
number
longer
1.
series.
Give me your thoughts and feelings about this.
Honestly, G2 versus BDS, it could go either way. We know that G2 is still the favorite team to win this matchup, but we just heard the panelists talk about it. It's either BDS doing really well in the big stage, or they're not just performing at all. So which version of BDS that we're going to see in this match, I'm still not sure. But either way, it's going to be an exciting one.
I'm certainly excited for this, but BDS struggled just a little bit against Power yesterday. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check in with our fantastic commentators to tell us a little bit more. Who do you think is going to win?
Give me G2 and 4, chat. Even with the sub. Because honestly, if it weren't for beast mode, you look at this roster and you think it's still a really good roster. It's just the mere fact that he's replacing Beast Mode. You're like, ah, it's kind of a step back. You know what I mean?
Who we think's gonna win? CJ?
I don't know here. I mean, the first round matchups is hard to go. It's hard to go by much. I mean, we had the Limitless G2. That was a nice little sweep. And BDS Power was an interesting series there. Power starting really well. BDS getting the win 3-1. But it's great to be here. I thought I'd just take over the casting booth. You know, I was doing some interviews backstage and stuff. And I thought, you know what? Let's get back to what I know and love.
Yeah, we wanted to sneak you in. We could not sneak you into here. We had to bring you back. It's what everybody wanted. So we had to put you on a really exciting
They should have put his ass on the Cheese Cast, for real.
Going to qualify into the rest of the weekend, so you get to hold on to your key a little bit longer. Because yeah, today's first time we are going to be seeing keys crush. Of course, this matchup, this is the one that puts you on the line for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's win 2 and you're in, lose 2 and you're out pretty much in this groups of 4 double elim. So, and I think we know how important seeding is. So this matchup is massive. I know that both teams have a second chance, but just how stacked the top 8 is, we've seen it at Majors and at Worlds before. You just want to get the best seed possible to give yourself the best chance.
Oh yeah, and speaking of giving yourself the best chance, obviously, if you guys missed it, surprise, Beast Mode is not here.
I gotta wash my hands real quick.
I don't know, he's sitting at home watching, probably.
What is he doing?
They brought in
a quick
Nas
ad
to
on
give
Twitch
themselves
so we don't
the
get
best
one during
chance
the
here
game.
at
Love
the
you guys.
Esports World Cup yesterday. Obviously, that worked out. It looked great for them. A little bit slower than the G2 we're used to, but still the same successful one.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Mode, I don't know what he's doing. He's missing out on all the fun, but yeah, no, I mean, they look good yesterday, as I said. Limitless, obviously, it's not the most, it's a pretty one-sided matchup, so it's hard to gauge, but we're going to be jumping straight into this one again all day. We've got cracking series, elimination matches coming up in the second half of Friday, but for now, this is a banger. NA versus EU, a classic.
This matchup, honestly, is very interesting just because I think, honestly, having Nas might, in some people's brains,
let's get into it.
Bit more. You have to, you know, consider that BDS hasn't quite been playing at their peak. They dropped a match yesterday.
Let's get it.
Power. It was a little interesting. Even game 2 had gone all the way to OT between the two of them. So BDS, it's really on the eyes for them to kind of get into the swing of things, and of course, all eyes are going to be on Nas here and the beginning stage of this game 1.
Yeah, G2 starting off pretty nicely here. As you said, BDS, there are a few question marks on that win over Team Power. I was looking at a few social media posts that said, well, Monkey Moon wasn't looking too crash hot, so I'm going to have my eyeballs right on him here in game 1 to see if he can step up. Obviously, G2 not playing with their full roster, but I mean, so much quality.
I think Nas looked decent though with this roster.
They haven't had
like they seem to be like
amount of time to be able to scrim together and learn and understand. I'm sure Safu
working alongside him well.
To speed, and as far as attacks are going, G2 has had quite a number so far, at least at the beginning stages of this right now. Atomic's going to drive that one upfield to the backboard. Great coverage there from Drala to clear out mid, but I don't know, G2 is still looking pretty similar to the original game plan, holding down the fort in the midfield, letting Daniel have a little bit of space. Those cleanups, though, a little slower. I think that's, I don't know, maybe just trying to play the safe game here, especially against BDS.
Yeah, great start. A lot of pressure early, and they're just so relaxed, even off pitch as well. Talking to Sathu, they're pretty chill, obviously coming off that major victory as well, and a fantastic warm-up for the World Championships, albeit without Beast Mode. But here we go again, almost the infield pass. Nas quite able to get that one, but for the first 2 minutes, this has just been a G2 onslaught. Another double coming through. Atomic tries to drop it across. Double commit coming through from BDS as well. So much pressure for G2.
Oh yeah, and it's not stopping there. It's been 2 or 3 infields at this point already, and finally a little bit of a breather for BDS, but it's going to be short-lived. Here comes Atomic. This one taken away, but this was very reminiscent of the game plan we saw yesterday from G2 against Power. It was Daniel and Nas really working together and allowing Atomic to just be that very solid third. And that really was in turn to the fact that Nas sometimes can get made uncomfortable very quickly, and that's kind of where G2 starts to fall apart a little bit. So BDS, eyes on you to try and make them uncomfortable. It's a little bit of a wide shot, slow follow here from Monkey Moon, but still scoreless in game 1.
Done well here, BDS, just to stave off this early pressure, and they're getting something around. It's a big
well, they play Power in...
Can he get the bump as well? He was trying.
Land? Or at London? I don't know.
Still able to
I don't think they have.
Time for his teammates to get back. Great start here
As far
on
as for
G2,
in
not just showing up
Riyadh,
on offense,
only
but
BDS has played them,
again,
though.
still not able to break through just yet. Here's Dan, cut across for Exotic again. BDS.
It's double elimination. This
looking a
isn't
bit better than
Swiss.
their game 1 yesterday.
Definitely looking better than yesterday.
Or not
I
double
would
elim,
hope
but this
so
is
too,
group play right now.
especially after the performance they gave.
Either
It was
win
a
2 or
slow
lose 2.
start. Lots of ramping up to the end. You want to start on a strong foot here if you're BDS again, especially if it's against G2. These guys have never lost.
There's
They're
only
confident
16
enough
teams
to
invited.
even play without beast mode in general. They're like, okay, you want time off? Sure, have it. We can still give ourselves potentially that top 2 finish like we normally have. But less than 90 seconds here in a game number 1. G2 for the most part have had all the pressure, and it's going to continue on as this one gets passed down. Atomic over to Nas.
Nice, Nas pass, middle. Oh, it's the shot.
On in G2,
Nice.
first to score.
And it's Nas, it's the sub, the super sub coming in. You see Atomic with a pass back. It's just a double commit coming through. Monkey Moon and Rally there, leaving Exotic last man. And he said, well, if you guys are gone, I'm going to join the party. Gets beat as well. 1 on 3 there for Nas. G2 finally open it up.
Now the next question is, how quickly can BDS respond? It's been so long for them to find any sort of a decent play at this point, and G2 really, they've done an incredible job of knowing that balance between when to attack or not. Redirect back towards that net though, less than a minute on the clock here. BDS, it really is not their game to control right now, though. Couple demos, an air dribble from Drawley, he's gonna go for the demo, and it works!
And he just faked out the last man as well. You could see Atomic, he was getting back in time. Danny, huge trouble as soon as this air dribble went up. He lands the bump, the demo, but the fake came through and it was the smoke screen off the demo. BDS, perhaps their first attack of the game, and they've managed to tie it up.
They look good. That was a great sign of life. That's more reminiscent of the BDS. A lot of people have been missing for a little bit now, but this one off the backboard. 2 touches to keep it out.
My bad, Jenny, to make sure
comfort off this one.
getting ready and was about ready for school.
On target, sent off by Nas.
Like I said earlier, I'm going to take him to the bus stop. We'll leave this running.
Nas on defense,
Here in about
shaky. And again,
10
you guys
minutes,
have to
8
remember,
minutes.
this is Nas's very first tournament on LAN.
I mean, the best thing you can do as well when you have these subs, these imports, and you don't have the chemistry, just let them get to work. Don't try and rely on them to be third man. And that's what they've done here. They've just put Nas up first man, and he's doing just that. Another shot, perhaps a late chance. Rally able to control this one. 3 seconds. They're looking at OT in game number 1. BDS might be able to find something. There's the demo. Dan with the clear though. Monkey Moon wants to get
all right,
the ball
overtime,
down.
game number
Well
1.
done from BDS. I thought this was going to be G2's game.
I really did too. First few minutes were 100% G2's game, but BDS looking like they did against Power, getting back into the swing of things as quickly as possible, trying to find those golden goals again here in OT. Atomic tries to go under. No, bumped off the play. Nas can't finish it. And the attack, it's done.
Yeah, they were just too correct, but they're still on the attack. Atomic ceiling double. Drally with the pre-jump locked out. They both missed their BDS. Look at the pressure. Nas third man sitting so high. So much confidence.
Chat, are we good on volume? Like, it looks like y'all can probably hear the stream all right, but I'm not like drowning, or I'm not like drowned into it when I talk.
That's a great 50 there. Keeps this one up. Nas gonna try and finish this one.
Nice shot from Nas.
Slots it in, 42 on
All right,
the
so
clock.
G2 take game number 1.
G2 call ends here, and it's a calm victory.
The one guy that isn't a major champ on the side of G2, stepping up the super sub, gets a brace in game 1. The OT winner as well. What a start. I mean, I feel like they deserved that, G2. They had the pressure. They were the attacking side for the majority of the game. BDS did well to find a little counter-attack at the end, but Nas, it's all about that man.
Low-key kind of hoping this is a burner of a series, though, so I can get back and watch the end of it.
I was talking about this yesterday. G2, I mean, when you're bringing somebody in so last second for something, the safe plan is, okay, what are you best at? Okay, this kid is a demon offensively.
Yep.
Let's just send him upfield. We'll play a little bit safer on the back end of things, and that's really what it has been. It's been Nas and Daniel just finding each other, Atomic, just letting them do their thing, not playing too much risk. And the few times we have seen Nas back on defense, he hasn't looked too bad. He's definitely improved from yesterday.
I mean, he's looking like the best player on the pitch, and as you said, it's almost reverse psychology. Sometimes if you do sub in, you're thinking, oh, well, you guys have it worked out. You do your thing, and I'll try and fit in, but it's
no, it's let the duos do, like, it's like let the duo blend in with the solo is 1000% the way to do it.
Pretty good when he has been down back, but that first man play, the 1v3s, he's been clinical up front, and well, it's up to BDS now to respond.
Yep, and BDS, we are waiting for that response. I do still have faith in them. I feel like I'm one of like the few
When I put this phone up, where's it go?
Oh, the BDS era isn't over yet. I think Drawley is incredible. I don't think Monkey Moon is washed by any means. It's just about finding your footing again. And we've seen this with some teams over the years where like you're at like a high and then it just kind of dissipates a little bit. It's not impossible to get back into, but right now BDS, mentally, that has been their biggest struggle.
Yeah, they certainly have had some series in majors and worlds as well where you're sort of questioning what's going on with the team, but at the same time their peak is so incredible. As we said, there's a reason why most world champion in Monkey Moon, and well, they need to show it here because this G2 lineup, I mean, beast mode, you can stay at home if your sub's gonna play like this. They don't need him right now.
Oh man, I was really excited too when they announced Nas was going to be coming into this one.
I thought Nas was a really good pickup for him. Like it's a pretty solid. Like again, I think like Nas is one of those players that if he was not replacing beast mode,
you saw him on M80. He was very consistent in where they were placing it, but
you'd
think, like,
say that
most
this is a
people
solid
have
3
always
for
wanted to
G2.
see
You know what I mean?
He would look like on a top team.
I mean, you talk about M80, and we got Joris.
And this is huge for Nas because now he has the opportunity to earn himself
Maybe they just needed to all separate.
either some tryouts or just a simple contract.
Certainly worked out for the Chiefs and G2 so far, but you get into game 2.
Heading into next season.
A nice chance here. He's going to go the reset. He might get the fake as well. It's a nice pass. It almost Nas shot up again. This third man from G2, well, he's barely a third man at all. Second man coming in, another shot, another save from Exotic. 0 boost on his side. Drali, the only one on BDS, can get 100 as finally they just gather themselves down back.
Oh man, and you can see Nas lurking too. He was up there for that demo if he wanted to try and get it, but BDS were able to take it away. Monkey Moon's challenge drops down to Exotic, pass over to Drawley. And enough boost in the tank to try and work with this here.
Hold on, Drawley?
Gonna try and sneak it through, but
he tried it. I like the confidence.
G2 with the clear downfield now. 2 minutes gone, a very similar story to game number 1. It's just been a low-scoring game so far, low-scoring series. Dan up top.
Like to do that in a tie game when you're down in the series says you're not feeling too bad about that last game, which I don't think I would be either if I was Team BDS.
But look at Nas, look at the read, and they're straight back on the attack. He gets the pop, Exotic no boost, Atomic fakes, then he goes, then he fires. G2 once
bang! G2 scores first right before halftime.
That dictates
I'm gonna be right back.
So many times you can physically see the
y'all
ramp
to
up
behave
too,
yourselves,
and
all right?
That's slightly where it starts to catch BDS off guard because they're like, oh, okay, it's gonna be the same level of pace all the way back. I might have enough time to try and catch them, but no. It's so quick on rotation. As soon as Nas didn't get the touch, follow came through. It's too quick right now. Half the game left to go here in number 2. G2 up by 1 still. Like you said, low scoring game. Pretty safe all the way around from everyone.
It's been a game of boost control, and we saw it in that last play. BDS, Exotic just not having the boost to create a solo. It just means you're going to have space. What a pass, and what a shot from Atomic. How on earth did Dan find this? You could see they pre-jumped. They blocked the shot, BDS. They thought they had it covered. But Dan just flicks it out. It's a deft pass, and Nas is happy with it on the play again.
Oh, man. I mean, you cannot be happy with that one. That's so clean. And honestly, it's so nice to see Atomic get in on it. He's been sitting a little bit further back, so it's nice to see him get involved here. 2-0 lead. Exotic going to try and cut that in half off the backboard. No connect there from Drawley means it's now transition for G2. Atomic to the backboard. This one read by Monkey Moon, and I like this from BDS. Trying to utilize that coverage, slowing G2 down as much as they can.
Well, pre-jump fake play as well. Atomic's up with Dan, but has to back off. Dan still finds the bump. He had no boost at all. I thought the play was over. Atomic pre-jumped. They double committed, but in the end, Dan just gets the instant reset over the top and gets the flip into the bump on Monkey Moon with 0 boost, if you don't mind.
That's actually so disgusting. And this is what I was talking about too. G2 all the way around, but Daniel in particular right now. Him and Nas are so hyper aware of when BDS is extremely low on boost. There was no more than 30 collectively between BDS in that moment, which meant he had all the room in the world to work with. 1:34 on the clock here. 3-goal lead. 3 goals unanswered by BDS right now, and Nas looking to turn it into 4.
Oh, Nas can. Look at the confidence. He's going to get a bump at Exotic. It's going to be another one. Dan walks it in. Nas as first man has been phenomenal. We've got to give credit to Sathu as well. His coaching performance, they've found a play style with no chemistry coming into this event to be looking like a team that's been together for ages.
Oh my God, it looks incredible. I mean, I think you and I, we've talked about it a number of times at this point, but to have, you know, the sense of awareness that it is just best to place Nas in a position where he is going to thrive, and that's a level of confidence that you have to walk into, and you got to give him credit to that. Most people would be terrified to be placed in this position on your first land, but no, he's walking into it like he has been here the entire time.
Look at Atomic as well, just so much control, low boost, but still finds a 50 on 2 of BDS. And I mean, 50 seconds left, even if they do get a last-minute attack, it's a Wifty coming through. Dan's going to lock it downfield, 4-0 to G2. This has been phenomenal. I mean, game 1, they looked good, but BDS still forced an OT. This has just been destruction in the second.
And this is, honestly, this was kind of my call out for G2 because I felt like, okay, maybe if Nas's first day isn't quite peak, I had a feeling that it is literally just going to progressively get better and better. Atomic from the sky.
What is happening? It's free play. They're just clipping on World Champs. What is this? Atomic with the instant reset. Octane over to Bardowski. If you don't mind as well, to get the 5th goal on the board. I mean, these guys might just be cruising their way to the playoffs. G2, is this a statement or what?
This is probably the biggest statement you could put out if you're
Not
G2.
again.
What a play! The pass to the backboard, double it in. Atomic, he's been forced to sit back for the past 2 days. Finally, dude is in on it, getting the clips of his own.
As the great T-Bates would say, Mercy, he's the GOAT! He's been so quiet, Atomic, and not in a bad way. He's just been letting Nas go to work, but back-to-back, 10 seconds apart, absolutely clipping on BDS. Wowee, what a game 2. And to keep a clean sheet if everything goes well in this last 5 seconds, this is unheard of.
Yeah, this is actually insane. This is, I'm sure, the expectation that G2 had coming into this, but a lot of people were slightly doubtful of it. But my goodness, Nas, this is honestly, in my opinion, and you are the pro here, but it's career defining. This is a huge moment to be able to step into the shoes of somebody like Beast Mode and live up to it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the fact that pretty much every roster is going to get blown up as well after the
Yeah.
off-season.
Nobody's going to survive.
Having this on your resume, though, saying that, you know, you did pop off, you went here to the Esports World Cup and competed against the best and dominated against the best so far. Nas, so impressive, but gee, I love the last couple of goals there from Atomic. And just highlight reel, guys. Even Dan's flip reset before, but Atomic with a 2-piece late and 6-0. Something crazy against BDS.
It's literally almost like unfathomable because a lot of the times the true way it works out is you bring in a sub and it's supposed to be fluky. It's supposed to be rough and difficult, and no, people like Nas are coming in and they're like, no, I look like I'm on the main roster.
I mean, the most impressive, I mean, we can talk about their offense, but the one thing when you do have a sub, you do lack chemistry, is your defense. I mean, they've just held a clean sheet as well against BDS. They've only conceded 1 goal so far this series, which is nearly just as impressive. I know when you do sub in, sometimes we talk about the honeymoon period, you can just kind of pop off offensively, but structurally, they look fantastic as well.
Yeah, and that, again, it's all due in fact that G2 are very understanding of when to play it safe, when to keep that third.
Oh, just call it. Just call it. We can try and build a storyline that BDS are going to come back, but this is just an outright demolition job. Monkey Moon, great pass in chat. Dan throws the top corner. 17 seconds in, Herc. What is happening?
I've seen enough. G2 are winning. It doesn't end here. You can bring a sub in and it's still, you can't stop G2 Esports. BDS though, I mean, it's not like they're not trying, and it's not like they're playing horrendously. They're just not there. Something's not clicking.
I mean, there were question marks yesterday. They did get the win 3-1 over Power, but those question marks have turned into exclamation marks in terms of how we're looking, how this lineup is looking right now. I know that perhaps they'll still have their eyes on the World Championships as well. in a couple weeks' time. But for now, I mean, this isn't even G2's full form. It shouldn't be the peak G2. The missing beast mode. He's sitting at home. Probably, I don't know what he's doing at the moment. He's probably shooting some hoops or something.
That, or he's freaking out a little bit. He's like, oh my gosh, I didn't think Nas was going to do this good.
Once again, the double could be coming through, but yeah, BDS just looking so shaky. It's been a minute 15. Can Exotic get anything to work here? He doesn't quite have it. The ball's too far across. Another double save coming through from Dan. Shot on. Surely there's the goal, but Monkey Moon has just missed. He had an angle if he hit it, but that's just the story of BDS so far.
And the one thing I gotta say is, for the amount of time 2/3 of BDS is always near, low, or none on boost is actually terrifying. So G2, you had made mention to it, I think in the first game there, that G2's boost game is incredible right now, and that really is causing a lot of problems for BDS. It's slowing down a lot of their attacks right now, and it's really forcing one person to go up. This is pretty much the most that they've had in the most space. Drawley, Monkey Moon flips off the play. The cleanup is wide, and this one back out into the corner.
Yeah, even these chances, though, they're just not clinical. It's not the BDS. But, you know, what a save from Atomic to doink it up as well. Monkey Moon's going again. They just got to go for ball chase mode. Atomic, can he get the read? He's going to wait on it. So Exotic tries to get an infield, but look at this. There's just no one there. Drally's in behind. The structure's gone wrong. Monkey Moon with a bit of space, but there's just always a hand up there for G2. Defensively, as we said, just as impressive as down the other end.
And now they're heading into that other side there. Nas ends his touch with a bump. This one clears back into the blue side here. They're going to try and send it back, but Monkey Moon stops it. It's a little bit of an awkward touch, and he's actually going to lose control off of it. And even on low boost, though, this one, it's a shot on target, sent off by Exotic. Around the corner here, though, here comes Daniel. And I will give props to G2. They know when to pull off of a play. And that's really what's kind of been slowing BDS down for me, because it's messing with their transitions. It's making things very, very awkward for them to break in.
Yeah, I'm sure Sathu's got that drilled into him if they do overcommit. There'd be nightmares. I reckon he's a drill sergeant. He's an army sergeant sometimes. He's that man, Sath, but for now, this is again, they've got that 1-goal lead. They don't need to score, but they have overcommitted here. BDS, it's just wide open. In fact, there's two back in it. Atomics just landed on it. You can see the cheeky grin in the bottom left corner as well. He's loving it. They're having the time of their lives. Look at this. It's 3 on none down the other end.
Oh my God. Okay, to
what
be
is that?
fair,
7 unanswered for
G2? Gone on this car.
Or they end game 1 with a bunch of goals, or with a couple goals too.
Incredible. You can see Sathu peeking around on Nas. It's just smiles. The vibes are incredible.
And the kickoff strats are coming out as well. You can almost see Sathu coming there for Nas. And that was perfection. Once again, we're seeing things, we're seeing plays, we're seeing moves that don't happen with a team that's just formed in the past week pretty much. But this, again, I mean, the total score right now, I think 11-1 for the series. BDS, this isn't the team that we know and love. Surely
I mean, we've known that they've had Nas for a while. So I would imagine they practice a little bit.
They need 3 in 90 seconds.
It is doable, however, with the way things have been looking, I don't know how realistic.
Wow, Nas is disgusting. Holy.
Where's this man come from? And is he beast mode in disguise? We need an ID check on this man. He's got the reset. He's
what a play.
BDS once again.
The confidence of playing with great players is just allowing this kid to reach new heights. That's crazy.
It's too much at this point. Crazy.
By the end of this, beast mode is going to be tweeting out like, I'm going to lose my job. Like, this is insane. What a performance. A minute 15 left on the clock here. BDS, most of you knew, is try and do something that is going to scare Limitless and Power away, because that one's on the other end of the field waiting for them here. G2.
Shit! Hold on.
Piling it on. 1 minute left to go.
I mean, I know Power's already played BDS, but the way they're playing right now, if I'm Team Power, if they do get the win over Limitless, I'm licking my lips at this potential rematch in the bottom half of the bracket to get through to the playoffs.
I wouldn't count Limitless as an easy dub for Power. I'm telling y'all, chat.
BDS, there's 40 seconds left. G2 have just absolutely destroyed. They've made this team, they've made BDS look second rate. At times it feels like free play, and I don't know, Sathu looks like he's just having the time of his life in behind him.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, a lot of the times you see coaches sitting behind them and it's a little straight-faced, or like, okay, I'm prepping for what I'm going to say to you guys next. No, he knows that what they did in preparation for this weekend was more
Monkey Moon deserves better.
Enough. I think everybody has exceeded expectations here. At this point, you're just having fun. 10 seconds left on the clock. G2 Esports with the addition of NAS, 3-0 sweep BDS, and qualify for the playoff stage.
A 3-0 sweep, 12-1 goal diff as well. Only one goal managed on the side of BDS. They've cruised their way through to the playoffs, and that's gonna mean as well they're gonna have the best seed possible going into those quarterfinals, into the single elim stage of the bracket. That was completely unexpected, I'll say it. I nearly would have predicted BDS just for the fact that that is a team that's been together. It's a core roster. We've seen the results from them. We know they're a world-class team. And G2 is still unknown, but
wow.
Well, I mean, if you get rid of the nameplates, that just felt like the G2 that we know and love. That was so strong and maybe even better than we've seen before.
Yeah, that is, and I don't know, I'll take the heat for it on Twitter. I'll say what you're thinking. There is a world where we might be seeing a performance equal, if not to better at times, than what Beast Mode can put out.
Yep.
And that is not discrediting Beast Mode by any team. This is the #1 team in the world with him on that roster. But the fact that they have found somebody to come in and just have the natural chemistry is insane. It was supposed to be improbable, and G2 made it possible.
What a crazy first series. Look, I mean, we've got plenty more action coming up, but that's enough from us. I'm flabbergasted. I need to collect myself. I think, Herc, we need to just...
What a game.
Toss off that one. We're going to throw it back to the studio to see what those guys think.
Well, I don't need to think anything extra because I'm the only one that said G2 here.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
I said BDS in 4, so I'm the worst of the worst.
Leaf, that you thought that was going to happen. 12-1 in goals.
Nah, man. I said it on camera. It's there. It's on tape.
12-1 in goals. So what on earth did we just witness? I mean, G2 looked phenomenal. Nas looks like he's an absolutely world-class threes player. BDS look rusty. They look confused. And I'm starting to really wonder what on earth happened to M80. Why? We need to study M80's failure because Jarius is popping off this tournament, Nas is popping off of this tournament. They played together and NA couldn't make it top 4 all season. I'm so confused.
I think that G2 are wondering what on earth that was as well, because I can promise you...
I mean, does that just show that Beast Mode is more enabled by his teammates, though?
It was incredibly close. They weren't expecting to go on and win the next couple of games. What was it, like 13-1?
There's no way, yeah.
Something crazy in that regard. And no, it was 10-0. No, was it 7-0 in the first one?
6-0,
was it 6 and then 4? Yeah, okay, 6 and 4. So 10-0 in the next two. That's utterly mad. I've got no clue how on earth that's happened. I mean, TBDS have not been playing in the offseason enough, right? So they're out of form. But
yeah, perhaps.
That is not that's not form thing. It doesn't matter if you're out of form. You don't lose like that if you're Team BDS to G2 with a sub.
All I know is I'm a little confused about some of these French teams right now.
Right, Paxo.
Right, the other day, and this too, yeah.
Rusty. Hey, Rusty. They've not been playing in the community tournaments recently.
Right.
Vitality could still, save France's honor today, but
they weren't great yesterday.
They were against Furia, though, so that's losing.
That's a good point, though. The French 4, well, French 3 that are here.
By the end of today, and like you said, yeah, they've not been playing in community tournaments. The NA teams have. So, is that maybe biting them a little bit? Tournament rust, perhaps, early on here.
Results speak it. That might be it.
I still maintain that is more than rust. That is something very different.
Well, okay,
a bit out of form.
What about the club championship though? BDS were playing for the org.
Yes,
they're playing for
that's $4 million or so. If they don't make it to the top 8, they're like, oh, sorry guys.
Guys, can you get top 8? Lock us in a quick million real quick. And G2 are just like, hey,
is it a million? Oh man.
I mean, it really does seem to be the vibe right now. Play with a sub, no pressure.
That's just been a Rocket League tradition though. Is play with a sub, do well.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just.
Wait, are you putting yourself forward for Team BDS?
Hey, we need to
Monkey
bring it back.
Out, Johnny Boy in.
Bring it back.
We're ready. I mean, CJ's going about doing interviews. I think he could have stepped in and done a little bit better.
Do you think that you could lose 6-0 to G2? I think I could lose 6-0.
I think I could lose even more than 6-2. That's how impressive I am, mate.
We'll have to try it out later. Right now, it's time for our Sony MVP Player of the Match. And if Naz and Daniel keep playing the way they're playing, Atomic's never going to get one. So we're going to give him one now. The whole squad honestly doing good. 6 goals out of the 12 that they got. Atomic was still there at the forefront of this squad playing today, even though the clips were from Naz.
Well, you could pick any of them here.
Yes.
Daniel had a pass in game 2 that had the whole team just confused, thinking where on earth did that come from. Naz scored the first 2 goals in the series for them in a crucial close game 1, assisted the opening goal in game 2, and from then the floodgates open. I mean, Naz was playmaking brilliantly, but don't forget Atomic's playmaking as well. I mean, this is crazy. Side of the ball, flip reset midair, double tap over 2 for 6-0. I mean, they just completely blew BDS out of the water. They looked like they were fully comfortable here. BDS had no idea what to do. Pressure's on them. They have to win against, well, likely Power now to make top 8. That's not a free win.
It's not. Sorry, I'm giggling because right at the end there, it just showed Atomic just stealing a goal. It's bouncing, it hits the crossbar, and Atomic just pops it in. It's like, yeah, that makes your replay. Don't worry about the flip reset you got before, the 4 goals you got game 2. Exactly.
I'm pretty sure playing yesterday, the only goal I got with you guys was a goal secure.
How many games did you play with them in the end?
What's that?
How many games do you play with them in the end?
5 or something. 4,
something like that, and I'm pretty sure we lost like 4.
No, I believed in you. I subbed you in. I thought subs were important here.
It was way too. I was tired then, and I'm tired now as well. But for this matchup, I mean, G2. Do you think everyone's watching G2 and saying, "Uh-oh, we got to watch out for them," or are they looking at BDS and saying, "What happened"?
I think Power are looking at BDS and thinking we might have a chance.
No, I think
Power
looking at
looks like
give us BDS.
Exactly.
BDS looked awful.
I wanted to see if it looked like they're having
like,
issues to bust
aerial
out.
contests. They were. Right.
And an OCE team has beaten Team BDS before. It was Pioneers, right, in London. Yeah, back when BDS had one of their first LAN explosions, which they do have in them. So history could repeat itself again.
BDS looked completely rattled there. They looked rusty. I think Power could beat them, and they've got to go through Limitless first later on today. So they're not there yet, but Power could take down BDS. This is a real threat to BDS and their club championship.
Well, that's going to happen later. Of course, they aren't eliminated yet, but they will start happening halfway through the day. So stay tuned as day 2 here in Riyadh continues.
See, they keep talking like BDS, or they keep talking like Power is going to have like a for sure win over Limitless. All right. Let's get to it, champ. By the way, can y'all hear the... Can y'all hear the lawnmower outside or no? You know what's crazy? What's crazy is we spent the whole time talking about how it meant more about that Power could take down BDS, and not talking about the fact that this G2 team playing with a sub is for real, and Limitless looked better against G2 than BDS did. What up, Duck? How you doing, buddy? Your boys just got swept. by G2 with the sub. Yep. Indeed, indeed. Like, literally, Limitless looked better against G2 yesterday than BDS. So how you been, Doug? How was work yesterday? And I'm guessing you're closing tonight since you aren't at work now? Is that probably a fair assumption? We have music going on this scene, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. I only showed the first 3 bars at first. Yeah. Chat, the guys are here cutting my lawn. I'm pretty sure it's not getting picked up on a mic, so big W. We take those. I don't think y'all hear it on my mic, right? Like, I can see it's not bleeding through.
Day 2 of the Esports World Cup Rocket League matches begin in just a few moments here as we have the Falcons rolling in with Gen G right behind them. I'm Leaf X. I'm still here. And who's still here? It's Cole and Johnny. How you guys feeling about this matchup?
I think it'll be closer than the last one. I think the last one was not what we expected to see. I'm loving seeing the Falcons rolling in and just vibing the crowd, working them, whereas Gen G, they're looking a little bit cooler. You know, apparently Jack and First Killer at the front there, just vibing, just chilling, relaxing, taking it all in. And Johnny, for me, First Killer, it's great to see him back performing because he hasn't been
FK looked pretty good yesterday
for a while, and yesterday it seemed like it was a step towards that.
Yeah, they started to lose some series in North America that you'd expect them to win more recently, especially looking back at the start to mid of the season where they were really the top team in NA. You know, G2, you know, I guess bookended that with, you know, right now being the top team and the start of the season being top. But there was this period in the middle where Gen G were that team, and they just had G2's number. They were the team to beat.
They won one, didn't they? They won an open qualifier.
Yeah, they won quite
5, I think.
2 of them, I think it was. Yeah, they won the last one before LAN. They beat G2 at LAN, then they won, I think, 4. So
it's just,
yeah, they were that team for a bit, but it's been a while.
Oh, no, absolutely. And they have Falcons coming up against them now. I mean, Falcons is the squad that everyone, obviously here in Riyadh, is backing. I mean, this is their place to win. They've gotten so close to it with the recent RLCS major as well. You know they are thirsting so hard for a win in this tournament.
Yeah, and, you know,
it should be a good series, man. Of course, we said that about G2 versus BDS. That ended up being a fucking ass whooping, so we'll see.
Years ago, lost to version 1. I think it was 4-2 last year. So they just want to make it that one step further and then take it from there. But it all comes down to this today. They like playing against Gen G. This is a matchup that they enjoy. They have a lot of respect for Gen G, of course, but last time they played, they were able to dominate them and take 4 straight games to eliminate Gen G from the London Major. So let's see, can Falcons run that back in the best of 5 earlier on in the tournament? I think that there's a crowd is about to spawn in. Every time Falcons play, the crowd just suddenly fills with Falcons supporters, which I'm sure will help them out.
Well, it's time for you guys to get in and show your support with the
midday on a Friday there. They might have a decent amount of crowd piling in.
Is where you're going to cast those votes. We'll look at them in just a few moments, but we got to give some love to Gen G, and who better to do it than Jack.
My name is apparently Jack, and I play for Gen G Esports. It feels incredible to be back here in Riyadh. Obviously, I've been here 3 times now, 3rd time, and yeah, it's always incredible here. The tournament's always great, and yeah, feeling good. The preparation for this tournament is the same as any other big tournament, really. You know, you're playing a lot of ranked by yourself, playing a lot of scrims with your team, and just kind of preparing mentally for playing on a big stage. I think us as a team, if we're clicking,
how does the prize pool in this compare to like a prize pool for a major chat?
That's what will set us apart. I think we're strong mentally, again, when we're on, when we're feeling good, and we're not afraid to talk things through and figure
usually
things out.
75, 45, 27, 12. Oh, it's a lot more here then.
A lot to be able to win this LAN. I've not won a LAN for about a year and a half now, so it'd be
280, 40, 20.
We just have to work hard and hope for the best. Yeah, message to the fans, always thank you guys for supporting us and me. It means the world to me. Genuinely, thank you.
It's a lot of money getting thrown around for some esports, man.
Right, and as a team like that, you do start to get thirsty for something, right? And it does show to the mental goal of this team that he's like, we treat this like any other big tournament. We put in the same amount of work.
I mean, apparently Jack has always been a 30-year-old in an 18-year-old's shoes when he was coming up, a massively mature head and his shoulders, and that has helped him have the longevity now in Rocket League Esports that he's had pretty much since the Open era began. And I think having First Killer and Chronic behind him works really well. First Killer in particular, I think is a player that needs to look up to his teammates. He's always craved that, always wanted that, and finally now he is on that roster. Maybe that's now where we're seeing finally stepping up. I don't know what's going on there. They're sharing headsets, are they?
Hand warmers?
Very, very important.
Keep up.
There between, was that some headphones? I think it was headphones. But yeah, Gen G guys, they need to get their mojo back. I think that's really been the lack of confidence that's hurt them both regionally and internationally. But if they can get that confidence, if they can stay communicating, we've all heard their comms videos, they rapidly communicate. So if they're off, if somebody's not talking, really impacts their game. And
they notice it as well. You can't you can't quietly go quiet on the Gen G roster. If you stop speaking, people notice because suddenly an entire third of the comms have disappeared.
Yeah, you need to keep that up. So that's their style. That's the way that they communicate. If they can do that, then I think they're going to have a chance.
I will say this is actually one of the least surprising ones. We're in Riyadh, 93%.
Sheesh.
That's a bit much.
I mean, I like those if I'm a Gen G fan. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I agree. Do you agree?
We're 93-7.
Well, we'll find out right now in just a few moments because our match is coming up. Gen G versus the Falcons. Let's go.
Our next matchup is gonna be a spicy one. It's gonna be Team Falcons taking on Gen G Esports. Now, Fancy, fun fact for you. Before we headed into EWC, I caught up with TRK and I was like, thoughts, feelings, emotions about heading into this entire tournament? And he said, we're feeling confident, we're really excited. And let me tell you now, for this matchup in particular, after knocking out Gen G in the playoffs at London.
Oh, true. I guess they did just recently knock.
Because I feel like they might be able to do it again, especially with the fan support.
Absolutely. I mean, they went 4-1 against them in London, and they were.
I forgot that was a pretty one-sided series.
Content that we've seen before we started the match, Falcons were saying that they've been scrimming every single day for the past 2 months. So if anybody is a favorite to win this match, it's Team Falcons. And they got the home crowd supporting them all the way until the playoffs. But Gen.G is also looking really good after yesterday's match. To be honest, it could go either way, but Falcons are definitely the favorites here. Gen.G, let's see what they can do for this match. It is the upper bracket final for Group B. Casters, take it away.
Let's get it. I think this all comes down to game one. If Gen.G comes out and falls flat on their ass, like, it's going to be a sweep. Like, if they give TRK and the Twins too much wind in their sails early, like, it's over. Especially with the confidence of beating them last time they met.
Took one of the strongest dubs I've ever seen in the first series against EU, but can they repeat the dose here against MENA? It's Team Falcons. It's the home court advantage of all home court advantages, I think. The fan base, you can see it in the audience predictions, 93%. I mean, everyone here's a Falcon supporter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can even see it in the crowd, too. It fills up lines around the block. I've walked by it once yesterday, and people go insane for them. And it's a valid reasoning. The first time Falcons took a loss was at London. They had won, what, I think it was like something 19 odd series in a row. And that was their first loss. And it was against who other than G2 that just went psycho on BDS. So yeah, this is actually going to be a pretty decently big challenge for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they just dominate here in MENA. They have for so long.
Chad, does anyone know who's...
As you said, they are just a massive org here. They just take over the space as we do dive into game number one. Even in the elevator yesterday at the hotel.
I kind of want to go take a peek in on the...
Trying to tell a story. Come on. Yesterday at the hotel.
Lower brag game in VCT champs.
Didn't speak English. He just saw me and he saw the Esports World Cup badge, and he kind of looked at me and I looked at him and I said Esports because he was looking at the badge. And he could tell as we were going up to our floor. He was
looks like he's going to map 3 over there.
No English, but
Heretics took map 2. Hell yeah.
Falcons.
Both series today over in VCT went to 3.
New Falcons, even when perhaps the language barrier can be a thing over here, everyone knows who Team Falcons are.
You can't not know them. They are plastered everywhere. You can get Falcons themed like lunch boxes in restaurants here. It's actually insane. But yes,
ooh, touch from TRK.
Potential goal of the game almost went to the Falcons right there. I mean, it's been a pretty decent attack here in
the
first minute or so here for them. Not quite unexpected, but again, all eyes fall into Gen.G to see what they're capable of.
Yeah, pick this one as well.
Nice shot. TRK gets goal number 1.
Match of the day. Well, so far it's been one-sided for Falcons. They have had all the pressure the first minute, and it's going to be TRK. You can see him just half give it, cut rotation, the half rotate front post, and all of Gen.G just getting caught out.
Oh man, in first killer, actually no boost there. There was no way to get a bailout in any capacity. Falcons want to build on that first goal lead here, already back in the orange side. Chronic's going to try and take this one away, trying to 2v1 his way on out into the corner here. No second touch on it. This one taken away, ping-ponging its way around the midfield. First killer to send it up, and this is the person that everybody's got their
FK,
eyes
the
on.
one who needs to be the one leading the charge for Gen.G if they are going to win this game.
And you can see it again, just a great challenge, overcommit there. Falcons not ready. And Gen.G, as we said, they're going to have the work cut out for them because I'm not sure if you heard it there, Herc, after that first Falcons goal, the TRK chant starting already. Someone tell them it's Friday. We've still got a few days left, and they're still screaming from here to here. I mean, just, it's going to be tough for Gen.G to come up against not only Falcons, but the entire crowd as well.
Yeah, I feel like there's a mental part of the game that a lot of people don't talk about, which is, you know, being in a crowd that is completely against you. To even see an online favorite of what it was like 97-3 or something.
Yeah.
That is a little rough there, although I'm sure Jack
93-7
of all people couldn't hold their own. But
right, I think Gen.G had 7%.
The crowd is going crazy.
Although maybe they knew what they were talking about, champ.
Yeah, you can just see the slice and dice here, and it's a poor clear from first clear. He tried to drop it down into the corner for Chronic, but Roas was just the first one there on the scene to read it. The second goal, they get the lead once again. Falcons are loving it. You can see there in the picture up. They're just filling up that crowd.
They look so happy, so excited. We see the waves and potentially another goal here for you guys to scream for. 2:55 on the clock.
I think the casters are in a different studio for EWC, right?
Chronic to finish, Gen G to tie.
Like, I don't think they're in the same building as like the actual crowd.
So clever. You can see they're going to wait for it. They have to respect the touch. He was up so quick, but Chronic didn't need any boost to find the bottom corner. Great placement. Gen G, as we said, they've equalised once again. We talk about the home court advantage, but I think Gen G's a perfect team to deal with that. They seem pretty cruisy. They're sort of just an easy-going team as well, similar to how G2 have been at this event as well. They're taking it all in their stride. They're playing a bit of Tekken while they can as almost the dunk comes through, and I don't think they'll be too phased by this one-sided crowd.
Yeah, no, you can't be if you are Gen G. I think they know how to hold their own fairly well. I will say, though, there are moments where this team is very emotional, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. I feel like they allow that to drive themselves forward, especially in moments like this. They've been able to respond so quickly to the Falcons, not once, but twice, and almost getting the third goal right there. So this one goes out mid. Ruas over one, tries to take a shot on target, but Chronic, small little clear.
Yeah, I like this from JJ. Really smart from Jack as well. He forced a touch. Chronic could get the control in there, straight on the counter-attack again. TRK this time launches it downfield. You can see it's going to be a short-lived attack. They've got no boost to work with Falcons. Ruas can throw it across. TRK scoops up the mid, but they're just not able to find much past midfield. Great pass to Chronic. Huge dunk coming through from the Falcons. Might be the end of Gen G's attack, but you can see again, zero boost. TRK able to get the 100 now, but Falcons...
Ooh, nice drop down.
Phenomenal shot.
Nice shot from TRK. How was this not fielded in that corner? What happened?
Because he's found the bottom corner. He's found it just some sort of a window that Chronic can't reach.
The level of communication between those two also as well.
That's
Ruas
tough, bro.
Leaving that one for him to take the shot. The crowd screaming on their feet in excitement. Falcons back in the lead here. Game number one. It's been so back and forth, and they're looking to stop this. Killers trying to go up for the
my goodness gracious.
And Falcons to 4.
Yeah, Gen G's toast. It's over.
It's
It's gonna be a sweep, chat.
The double. Chronic had to pre-jump, but the placement's phenomenal.
They just can't
Top
keep
left
up.
Corner wide open. And that's
Wow.
what they needed. Just a little bit of breathing room. A 2-goal lead each time.
Chat.
Genji's been able to equalize straight away, but this is going to be tough now with 90 seconds left.
Little demo there off the kickoff. Gen G just trying to break on into that habit. You got less than 90 seconds to go, and everybody keeps getting sent back home. And Team Falcons comfortably up by 2 right now. Looking to turn it into 3. Ruas just trying to force his way on through. Killer stops this in the mid.
70 seconds is still time for Gen G to turn this around. They gotta find the first tier soon, though.
Trying to go up and open up some space for him, but still Falcons doing a great job of stopping and cutting off every play.
Little double commit there from the Falcons. TRK, good boost, able to just launch it downfield. He's not going to take too many risks. As you can see, Kill as almost he goes to the reset. 50 seconds. Falcons done really well these last 40 just to neutralize this one. Hang on to this 2-goal lead.
Ruas loses the 50 on Jack, but great follow-up from Killers. The back pass for Gen G to try and transition out is successful, but no follow-up to come through in time. Precious seconds being wasted.
Nice push forward.
And Ruas's touch.
TRK is trying to mirror for a second, makes a play on the 50.
On the clock here, Falcons still leading by 2, and Gen G falling behind in the last few moments of game 1.
Gen G just feels like they can't get any sort of pressure built up down on that other side of the field. They're spending so much time with their backs up against the wall.
You see how quickly Falcons are able to put on goal after goal. Look really strong.
Like, I wonder what the shot differential is going to look like here at the end of the game.
A little too late here for Gen G.
It just doesn't feel like Gen G's got a lot of pressure on them. TRK gets one for the road.
TRK gets a hat-trick to open up game 1.
Tries to just get involved on it, does exactly what we've seen every time, find his way on in. You couldn't be happier if you're a Falcons fan right now. This is the level you wanted to see them playing at. I'm sure everybody was extremely disappointed in the way that the grand finals had played out back in London. So to see them back in that kind of
except for the last game, the other games were all 1-goal games, right?
Headed into the series.
There's only two things that people love here in Riyadh. It's Team Falcons and it's Johnny Boy. And right now, one of them is absolutely stepping up. What a start. 6 goals, if you don't mind. It was 4-2 10 seconds ago.
Damn.
But they're just going to perhaps deflate the mental of Gen G with a couple of late goals. 4-goal win there coming through. for the home crowd favorites.
Oh man, I love hearing the chants. I love seeing the stadium.
Chat, does anyone
full.
happen to know what it is?
It's energy that truly is unmatched.
In the Middle Eastern culture about like the all-white garb.
Falcons, you can see Chrome now, coach of Gen G, just giving them a bit of reinforcement.
Because like obviously not everybody in the stands.
There's a long way to go for now, but again,
even like Falcons fans or people who seem to be of the same descent aren't all in that same like sort of close. So is it like the
entire crowd?
Like a class thing? Is it a
Gen G, I thought they looked okay.
religious thing?
It's a little bit shaky in defense, as you can see there. Just giving the ball up. They look good with their boost control, but just a few missed touches.
Yeah, there was a couple of defensive mistakes that Falcons were
like what about in the culture makes you decide like because like you can see the families that are wearing it, they're all wearing it, like all the people that are there together are wearing it, you know what I mean?
I do got to give props to them in the first stages of that game. They were able to respond fairly quickly. It was just that moment where Falcons were able to run away with things, like you said, in that last like what 10 seconds we saw 2 goals go up. That's gotta kind of beat you down a little bit. You want to be able to hold on in those last few moments, but whether you like it or not, you're going into game number 2. Gen G down by 1 in the series.
Starting off?
And almost down by 1 in game 2.
They still could be. Roas wants the double touch. He's got to fake it out. Where's the follow? Killers is just a little bit close this time, but look at this, keeping the pressure on. It's fantastic. Off the kickoff drop down. Roas wants in his third man as well, but he's not worried about that. Able to just keep the pressure up. First killer, though, with a nice win. Wasn't able to get the second on it as Chronic. Well, he's not able to get the boost on the 100. The corner boost did not spawn for him. Roas able to pop it up. And does have killers. Look how quick the twins are working together. Here's the reset as well. He's got a fake low and drop. What a save. Follow-up shot wide. Chronic in big trouble. Double commit Gen G. They might be able to get them on the counter-attack, though. Jack over to first killer. And everyone on Falcons able to get back.
And I do gotta say, because I was gonna point this out earlier, and I was waiting to see if it was gonna happen, that moment where Gen G almost got the goal off the counter, although Falcons were able to get back in time, there have been a few moments where they are overcommitting in the hopes that that first or second man is going to get that shot, and they haven't been able to do so as successfully as they did in game 1. So if Gen G can find that space, make that big clear and follow it up, this could be
the only thing though is Gen G isn't able to, like, they're weathering the storm on defense, but they're making no space for themselves on the offensive end.
I mean, it's just last-ditch saves, though. It feels like at any moment, Falcons, even when you think they're not quite set up to score, it's still so awkward, and there's a massive mistake.
That's easy.
First killer cannot get a fingernail on it. It's going to be Falcons once again. It's just Jack getting dusted at the ball. First killer not respecting the beat, and Killers just walks it in.
I mean, at some point, you do have to recognize how motivated the Falcons are right now to just keep driving that ball forward no matter what. And this is also the second time that we've seen first killer get put in that last person situation. It's low on boost, and then it's just the weirdest decisions to make and no save to come through. Falcons still leading by 1, potentially 2 here as Killers tries to go to the backboard. Instead, this one bounces out.
Yeah, he got a second touch. He was able to almost get that one on target. So far, though, Falcons just look mechanically better. They just look faster, and look at the bumps. Roas is trying to find. Jack's done a huge save out of the roof of net. Put him in a 2-0 lead just there, but you can see it's heroics coming out. The demos, it's going to be too much. Chronic again, he just can't get it in time. Killers with the second.
Falcons are just faster. They are so much faster right now and aggressive. They are not letting up on Gen G. They even understand that Gen G isn't able to attack or have as many opportunities as they did in game 1, and that's not stopping Falcons from demoing them off the play, making them even more uncomfortable than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, I had this as my Jamil Motorsport match of the day, not because it was going to be close, but because it was going to be party time in Kitty Arena. The home crowd, the Falcons, they're just having fun right now. This has been such a strong start here, and as we said, if they win this, they'll be straight through to the playoffs, giving themselves the best chance, the best seeding into that quarterfinal matchup. Gen G, though, still a lot of time left. Half the game here in game number 2. First killer, no boost, but you can just see how confident the challenges are coming through. TRK not able to get that pass this time, but no boost here for Gen G outside of first killer. Means that they're going to have an easy transition down the other end.
And very rare, odd thing I saw in the background of things, but Jack missed the big boost on the trail back, and if Falcons had cleared that, that would have been detrimental. So tiny little things like that are moments where Falcons can just continue to build on the empire that they are putting out for the world to live in right now. Less than 2 minutes to go. Gen G haven't been able to respond quite yet. This one off the sidewall.
When was Gen G's last goal? They've played almost a full game's worth now, right?
No cleanup in
I'm
sight.
pretty sure.
Instead, it's just Gen G trying to find each other.
Or am I tripping on
keeping
that?
the pressure on.
Yeah, it's just such a slow attack though. They're really only able to get that one fake goal happening in game number 1. Chronic, here's a great chance. Double, can he get it? He got round 1, but look how quick the rotations come through for Falcons.
It's like you said, they're slower. They're constantly trailing behind right now. Even when they have these moments of opportunity to try and find their way in, whoever's next to help keep it going is like a moment or two delayed. And Falcons, that's not what they've got going on. Everything that they put out on the field is almost instantaneous, but defensively it's the same story. Everything just clicks.
Again, the play style, this meaner play style, and trust me, I've been experiencing this in the talent lounge in ranked. They just go. They're so aggressive.
Facts, so it would be W Gaming if this were like a Valorant or something, you know what I'm saying?
In Riyadh as well, based on how the shuttles have been happening. It is absolute chaos, but it is so fast and so hard to deal, or just so challenging for the other team. Just knowing
got more
the
pressure
speed
on.
is gonna be
Clears.
always on the ball, and here we go
Killers
again.
to Rawas. Rawas
TRK
TRK.
wants in. The panic from Gen G is immense.
Oh my gosh, less than 30 seconds to go. Low boost. First Killer tried to find Chronic on this one, but it's just a bounce up back into the hands of the Falcons here. First Killer takes it away. Shot on through.
Well, it's a 1-goal game.
Seconds in a dream to get back into this series here for Gen G.
First Killer feels like he's the only player right now that can create offensively. He's once again been able to outpace Falcons, which has been very rare so far this series. 16 seconds. What's a kickoff strat? What's Chrome called? They've gone sidewall. Chronic's going to have to leave, and Jack's backed off. They've lost that kickoff. That's not what you want with 10 seconds left. The Falcons going to be able to lock this in. This would be huge to reverse sweep Falcons. Nigh on impossible. As Rawas is just going to clear it downfield. It's wide. It's over the top of Jack, and all they need is ball on ground. Pop up. First Killer still with boost. Killer's jumps. Gets a block in. Jack still with a little bit to work with. Over to Chronic, but look how quick Rawas comes through.
Oh,
all right. Are we about to have a second sweep on the day?
Give props to him. He recognized that Jack was just trying to find that last man there, and everybody was lurking around, but no hope is given to Gen G. I mean, my gosh. Falcons just look incredible. This is the Falcons that was dominating in Copenhagen.
Yeah, this team is just... Again, it feels like they're elevating with that home crowd advantage. I know TRK spoke about it in an interview. He loves playing here. He's obviously been for the previous couple of iterations of Gamers 8 as well. Now the Esports World Cup, and well, they just keep getting better and better. And I just say that visually, they're the most symmetrical team, aren't they, on the play cams? You've got the twins on either side and TRK in the middle. It just looks good when they're on stage together. Have a look at them. TRK obviously the leader with the young twins, and they are just so tough to play, as we said. The pressure, the offense, the pace is right now no match for, well, Gen G have no match for it.
No, they don't. It's very reminiscent of the G2 BDS game where it's like, what do? You're throwing your hands up, and you got to respect that the Falcons are just playing an incredible series right now. Everything on all fronts clicks and works. Any mistake is such a 1% rarity right now that you can't count on that to find your way on through. And now Gen G backs against the wall, last chance before they head to their last chance as Falcons look to qualify to the playoffs.
You expect day number 1 of pretty much any tournament that's seeded correctly to be one-sided, but then once you get into day 2, we had a look at the matchups at the start of the day thinking, okay, here we go. We're going to get some game 4s, game 5s. We're going to get some close series. So far, G2 absolutely.
All right, if Gen G's going to win this, they have to come out here and they have to score the first 2. Like, not even the first one, but the first 2.
A pretty strong start to Friday.
30 seconds into this one, and it looks exactly like the first 2 games went. Falcons on a disgusting attack that just never seems to end. Gen G had finally gotten out. and then they just find themselves again back in that orange side. It never stops. TRK holds onto this ball for now. This one's gonna drop down. You see Killers, and this is something I've noticed too. Gen G, as time has gone on, they're sending somebody extremely far upfield in hopes that they can get that clear to get some sort of like a catch-off pass, but they can't get the clear in general. So what you're doing is you're putting yourself in 2v3 situations because the Falcons, they're on this crazy attack of just drive upfield, all steam ahead.
Just so much space as well. You can just see how many solo plays they're able to get off without any challenge. Even again here, TRK, there's just no midfield game at the moment here for Gen G. Always having two players back off, almost playing a 1-up, 2-back sort of play style.
It's just like they know, yeah, I was gonna say, they know they can't play at that tempo.
And he almost lands on it with a reset. Troas doesn't get the double follow-up shot blocked. Chronic's come up huge, but so many times it has to be a double save. A player, as we said, stepping up for Gen G in defense because, you know, they're not really able to rotate in time or as fast as Falcons.
Yeah, it's definitely just, unfortunately, a slower game for Gen G right now. Falcons, the pace of play that they've dictated what the series is going to be at is almost too much for them.
Not even almost, it is too much for them. That's why they're playing a 1-up, 2-back.
Into the hands of Gen G because almost mere moments later, every time they are capable of taking it back almost immediately here. Big bump off the play. Jack to clear out on that blue side. Second touch could be a setup here, but another clear comes in.
And you can just see First Killer not exactly willing to push up hard on that, but I want to see Gen G, I want to see that second man more aggressive. So right now they're getting dusted to the ball, just like right here. OS double blocked out. Great save, Abjack. He's got to go again though, because the shot's on. Bar down. Double touch, it in. Killers, Falcons, once again, getting the first goal.
You cannot stop.
When was the last time Gen G scored, chat? Has it been almost 15 minutes of game time? Not 15 minutes, almost 12 minutes?
I mean, they are
almost 10 minutes for sure, right? Wasn't it like halfway through game one?
One of the great minds, one of the great coaches of Rocket League. You can tell he was a great mind because he had no mechanics when he played.
Oh, there's one for him.
He didn't have an answer until now. Finally, they get a kickoff goal to work. It's the 50 that comes across in Chronic with a lovely fake. He gets demoed for it. Has to.
Oh no, they scored one last game.
They do get a
Never mind, it was 2-1 last game.
And that was that same strat that I was making mention to that Gen G has been trying to play so many times, sending somebody so far upfield to either put their body in front and try and be a literal.
Gen G just can't keep pace, dog. It's like that simple.
Unfortunately for them, that's the only time it's worked. And Falcons are just rinsing and repeating off the backboard. Ruas to take a shot, sent off TRK next around the corner.
Falcons don't want to be able to giving up this game. I understand that, you know, one game away from a sweep, but Gen G, if they get some momentum, if First Killer gets some momentum, it's also pretty tough to stop. So far though, still in relative control. The men in green, 50 comes through. Killers able to scoop up that mid-100, pops over to the top of Jack. Midfield game not there here for Gen G. Off the corner, where's the follow-up? It's going to be Roas, great speed. Chronic's awkward follow-up shot, great save. TRK, can he get around it? He's got to throw it sidewall. No one there at the moment for the Falcons. Gen G, they're sweating in defense, but they're making it work.
And you just got to keep going. You can't let up either. Ruas leaving this one for TRK. Barely gets past Chronic. Just over a minute left here. Tied game. This one denied for Gen G to transition in. Instead, TRK off the ceiling down. Chronic uses everything left in the tank to try and take it out, but it just falls back into the hands of Ruas. Off the backboard, not through, and we stay tied.
Oh, Gen G are having to come up clutch to stop this onslaught of offense coming through. Killers, look at
they're right back in the zone.
The midfield game, the second man so dominant. Jack with the clear, the bump comes through. First Killer can't get the touch. It's got to be Killers with space. He's got to fake it out.
Nice shot from TRK. Good fake.
Falcons, 46 seconds left. Just need to hang on now.
Throw your hands.
Are we going to have another sweep? Like, at least this one's been somewhat closer than the BDS G2 game, but wow.
On one of the top teams in North America.
They look so comfortable right now.
Told y'all this Falcon squad is going to be winning at home. I tried telling y'all in the video chat.
Triple commit from the Falcons. We might be seeing some nerves.
I wouldn't expect a sweep.
30 seconds. They just need to hang on.
I tried telling y'all.
30 seconds away from the playoffs, through from the upper bracket. First Killer pops it up, tries to get one more. Dunked out this time. Jack, what can he do? He's trying to find Chronic. He's got 100 boost. He gets the beat. Drop down. Killer's in trouble, but clutches with a touch.
And literally no boost left for Jack. He's third man right here. makes his challenge on out. 12 seconds on the clock. Gen.G last-ditch efforts to come through might be denied with that clear here. No boost collect for Chronic means Killers is just going to waste all the time in the world. This one popped up. Abjack, low boost. TRK looks to try and kill this one. It's going to bounce
It's
off,
over.
and it's going to hit the
It's
ground.
over.
Welcome to the playoffs, Team Falcons.
And they have done it.
So Falcons
in
and G2,
stunning
first two
fashion
teams to
as
secure their
well.
spots in the
I reckon
playoffs.
the average heart
Playoffs?
rate combined is under 100 for these three players.
just hope
They
we can win a
looked
game.
cool, calm, and collected. They didn't let the pressure of that home crowd get to them. And if anything, they elevated with it. Wowee, what a performance against Gen.G, who's not a team to sneeze at, one of the top 8 teams in the world. And once again, similar to the first series, it was so one-sided. That time, I believe it was, well, 10 goals to 4 perhaps. So once again, Falcons getting the job done and looking fantastic along the way.
I think this is the same thing. No, okay, so BDS.
Bro,
was
they
only
are
able to get
loving
one
the home
goal in
crowd,
the series.
man.
Gen.G a little bit better, like you said, got 4 off that one. But my goodness, yes, it is so one-sided right now. Falcons looked incredible. And I don't know if this is a hot take or not, guys, but this is not Falcons at their peak by any means. I think they actually go crazier as time goes on. I'd love to see a matchup where G2 and Falcons play themselves. That's I'm telling my kids was the grand finals if it goes down. But incredible series all the way around. Gen.G not out just yet. They've got one more opportunity to try and qualify for the playoffs here. But CJ.
We've said enough. Back to you in the studio.
That's all you
We're out of
guys.
here. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'm sick of them too. Get out of here, CJ. You know, anyway, that was what I think the Falcons needed, really, to be honest, because it started really close at the beginning. Gen.G looked like they were doing all right, and then it kind of crumbled afterwards.
I mean, early stage tournament form for Falcons is just, I think, the best in the world right now. Looking at the combination of London and now here in Riyadh, they are the undefeated team, and they're just cruising, absolutely crushing everybody that they play. Gen.G, they've now beaten them 7 straight games, and I don't think Gen.G even played that badly. They played pretty well, I would say. That performance is probably good enough to make a top 8 through the uppers in some of the other groups, but not this one. Falcons have their number.
Any hesitation, any mistake, and Team Falcons were just swarming them all over. The 3 of them involved did every single play. Gen.G had nowhere to turn. Even towards the end of Game 3, they got their equalizer, and you're thinking maybe Gen.G are going to be able to turn something on, but Falcons weren't shaken, weren't stirred, they just kept on going, and TRK there with the winner in the end. Falcons too good on the day.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is a squad that, I see them in the grand finals. I said right here, I was talking to some of the Arabic casters, and we're saying they need to do well in this matchup. Sure, yes, Gen.G played well.
TRK had
had
19 shots.
Like this if they want to beat some of the other teams here. So, Johnny, seeing them win this like this gives me good hopes that we can be confident they'll be in a grand finals.
Well, I think, you know, they've got to be the favorites right now. G2 playing with a sub, albeit playing very well.
Very well as the sub.
They are still playing with a sub. So Falcons, you know, seeing they're showing up this kind of form, and the Gentlemates are struggling. G2 have got a sub. They were the main competition. So Falcons, I think, are the tournament favorites at this point. But the problem for them has really been that grand finals performance in London didn't match the rest of the competition. So being able to replicate what we just saw in the grand final, if they can make it there, that is the question mark for me. But as for, you know, Gen.G, it's not the end of the world. I still think make it out of this group, and they are playing pretty well. It's just Falcons are a different level.
Well, it's time to title our Sony MVP player of the match. It's hard to outshine the Twins, but TRK does it. This is a fantastic showing from all of them, Cole.
Well, he was the player that got the winning goal. I mean, to be honest, when we were discussing MVP, I was thinking, it could be any of them. It was one of those true team
We've had a few games like that, haven't we?
Yeah, well, there wasn't really one player standing out, but, I mean, TRK, he was what you needed.
All right,
to be,
another
really,
sweep in the
as effective
books.
as you expect.
First
There
two
was a
teams
smart finish at the
qualified. We
start
got Furia
in game one as
versus
well,
Vitality.
and I just think that, you know,
It'll be our next squad.
he has been the glue for Falcons. Let's get together, and that was set the lead as well, Johnny.
Yeah.
And from there, they just steamrolled Gen.G.
Yeah, crucial goals. I mean, the winner in Game 3, that go-ahead goal in Game 1. I mean, some very important goals for TRK. Nice fake by Clears who sets up the winning goal. And, you know, Falcons have long time been using fake aerial plays, but one thing I did notice that's a little bit scary in that series for the rest of the world is they're faking challengers now as well. So it's kind of like when the Velociraptor learned how to open a door in Jurassic Park. Now they know how to fake challengers. Not just
the
defending
Velociraptor.
everything. They've got that, you know, other trick in their back pocket, so other teams better watch out.
That's true. Well, we have so many more games to get through if anyone wants to get to them by the end in the grand final. So let's carry on and get to a break.
All right, chat. 2's down, 6 to go. All right, chat. I'm going to go check and see if my oven is preheated so I can throw my lunch in there. I'll be right back. Riggedy, right. I don't think we missed any content this time. I just realized I don't think I actually set my timer on my phone. Make sure I don't burn the foods. Ugh. Oh, chat, oh, chat, oh, chat. Woo! Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. I just realized I didn't unmute my fault, chat.
So I expect the rest of the day to be just as insane.
Not often you say a sweep is a crazy series, but
I feel
mean,
like
just
this
the
is
manner
probably
in
going to be
which
the best series
sweeps
we have all
happen
day.
were crazy, but it's great to
That and
be
the
here,
Limitless Power series is going to be
it's
really
weird
good.
because we're so used to calling this thing a desk.
Yeah.
Where we're not.
It's not. It's not
completely
anymore.
empty.
Is that a desk?
This is kind of a
That's
desk.
our
I could use it.
invisible
If you
desk.
elongated it, it'd be a desk. But
It's just
more
a very tiny desk. We took a chunk of one before. But what's important right now, of course, are these logos behind us, because those represent the teams that are about to play. Furia versus Team Vitality.
Furia.
Now, between these two teams, who's getting the sweep? Because that seems to be the trend today for the big dogs.
Well, I know over on the MENA stream they had this as the matchup of the day. I had my Jubilant Motorsport match of the day as this previous one with the Falcons, so I was definitely wrong. I think, though, if there's going to be a close match, it's probably this one. Furia looked fantastic. Vitality, world champs. We know what we're going to get.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I might argue, and it's the same argument that everybody has every time, if Vitality show up in a very well-connected manner. It is too easy for them to just stomp all over everybody, but eyes, for me, honestly, go to Radosin. I feel like he's kind of the make or break person on here.
It's the energy.
Yeah, his vibe kind of dictates what it's going to look like for them, but Furia vibes are always high, so good luck to you.
We're going to keep talking about this in a sec, but first, we have some friends at home. We got to get involved. It's time for the STC Play audience vote. Go to STC.
Who do we think is going to get the vote? Probably Vitality, right?
Been doing well.
Probably a good majority.
The Falcons before. We don't have them up here now, so take your pick. But yeah, let's keep talking about them for a few minutes, because I was talking to the Airbitcasters, and one of them was saying that they think Furia is on a downtrend, and I'm very curious if you think that's a hard disagree or agree.
A hard disagree based on yesterday. I think Yan might have nearly been the MVP. It was such a one-sided series, it's hard to say, but he scored about 20 flip resets yesterday. He was absolutely popping off, so I think they're in form.
Yeah, or at least he's definitely in form. He made a montage yesterday. I got to sit in the crowd for that one too, and we were all just kind of like, oh, okay, we can keep moving on. I felt so bad for their opponents too in that matchup.
Yeah.
Well, we won't mention them out of respect.
I mean, it can be a bad thing though when you do have such a one-sided matchup. You look on the other side, Vitality. They had a pretty tough match. Twisted Minds looked strong yesterday. So in terms of a better warm-up, you'd favor Vitality.
Now, on the other side, though, Vitality, I feel like this is a team that I definitively have in a top four. Like, if I were making a bracket, this is a top four team. Hands down. You're just talking about Radosin too, but look at the other two. I think really for me, I look to Alpha to step up if he's clean. Zen just does whatever he does, and Radosin brings the energy.
I Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I feel like, honestly, the sentence that you said before that the Minicasters were saying that Fury was on a decline, my hot take, Vitality is kind
have a
of been
lot
on
of
that
those,
very
by the way.
tiny, slow decline. I know, but honestly, a lot of them come true. So I feel bad for putting that energy out into the air for that team right now. But I don't know. I feel like you feel differently.
Oh, it's so hard to pick against Vitality. They look so strong. Zen's pretty much the face of this whole thing. He's been popping off. And Radosin yesterday in Twisted Minds, he was the MVP, so...
That's true. Okay, well, the match is starting in a few seconds here, so I need to get a quick prediction from you two.
Let's get it.
Furia.
You got Furia?
What?
Furia.
What?
I've been right. I've been 2-0. I'm going to go Team Vitality.
That's right.
We're gonna see if I'm gonna go perfect on the day
Vitality.
so far. There's a lot of games to get wrong, but we only find out now if it's Furia or Team Vitality winning. Let's play.
Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Huh.
There we have it. It's going to be Furia taking on Team Vitality. Furia going 15-0 in their match yesterday, Fancy. I know you're excited for this series.
Absolutely. I mean, all the matches that we've had today have been one-sided, let's be honest. But this one is the most even match that we might have today. Furia and their team, like their opponent, Vitality, they both have been through a lot through the major in London. And the best thing about this is
They play
lost
together
against them. Furia took the advantage during the group stage, but then in the playoffs, it went the other way around. So you really can't tell how this match is going to go down. All we know that it's going to be an exciting one, and the winner is going to be at the final.
All we know is it's
for
going to
the
be a
group stage.
banger, maybe.
Either way, let's get it on.
Having them turn around and do like the arm fold together, kind of cold. I like it.
Well, it's time for a true grudge match in the Rocket League world, or at least what is becoming one. It's Furia versus Team Vitality. And Stumpy, last time around, it was Furia that took it.
Yeah, Furia managing to take down Vitality in quite an explosive series as well. We saw right at the end how much it meant to Jorginho in particular. Where on earth did you get that?
What do you mean?
Where on earth did you get Colin Stumpy always right merch?
Stumpy always right, but
I need some of that.
Not available now. This is a unique experience.
The reason I've got this, by the way, is we didn't actually get to wear it live because we weren't always right. But I was given this and thought I'd surprise you. So yeah, you
I
like
did
it?
see you unbuttoning and I was really scared. Your skin.
True. I've also got this tattooed. I've got Colin Stumpy always right tattooed on my chest. Anyway, back to the Rocket
Let me
League.
talk about Furia, because Furia, like, as you were saying, last time they played, they won it, and Jorginho, he got up in particular and went ballistic.
He did.
Got the coach STL standing behind him, L on his forehead, and I think it came down to Radosin somewhat looking like, he was feeling a little bit sick.
Hey, Zen wants the noise.
And he always plays for the crowd.
He does always play to the crowd. Of course, Team Vitality have experience of playing to a non-partisan crowd. Back in, it was Boston, it was the Boston Major, when they were struggling, and then Coach Ferrer said to the crowd, root for us for the bracket reset, and then go for whoever you want. And the whole crowd turned for Team Vitality. It was one of the great turnarounds in Rocket League history, and now Fairy Peak, Zen, and Co are trying to do the same, but this will not be easy, no matter how much the crowd cheers for them. It's Furia versus Team Vitality.
It also gives us a really fun look into the future, potentially, because if Furia or Vitality win, bear in mind our key system that we've got. Bear in mind our key system that we've got going on. Because, look, if Furia take this and they take the entire event, they can choose Vitality's key to encase in their trophy at the end, or vice versa. But that is a stunner of a pass coming central from Lost.
Yeah, I've got a feeling based on the guy who's just scored, his reaction to Team Vitality in the past, Team Vitality will be the first key that he reaches for. He might even say, do you know what, we don't care about the others, just give us Team Vitality. Break it into 3. They will be all 3 keys. I don't know if that's part of the rules, but if it can be, Furia will certainly make it so. And they have started early doors. It was a 4-1 victory last time they played against Team Vitality in London, but they did lose to them before then in the Swiss. They've started off good again this time around. It's all Furia attack up to this point. There was a pre-jump in the center. Drafinia was trying to find the pre-jumper, wasn't able to. And Team Vitality, a team who managed to grind through their victory yesterday. Weren't playing at their best, I think it's fair to say, against Twisted Minds. But they did enough. Have to get going now. And who else can turn to if you need to get going?
He's just better.
Turn to after he scores that goal, but Furia
He's the
immediately
best.
cheering towards them.
All right.
Very nice
Look at that,
entry
bro.
for the
Puts it
G2
right out of
series,
the range of
actually protects
Jans.
on the backboard. But Zen finally
Ties it
got
up.
the
Let's
corner.
go.
He was not the man in London when these guys last played that was the issue. As I said, it ultimately came down to, I think, Radosin not feeling on top form. And by all accounts, he had a massive headache. Being in a position like that, when you're feeling not 100%, and you come up against a team like Furia, who are playing at 100%, is going to make it harder. But realistically, you've got to play to what you can do. So Vitality getting a retaliation goal with class.
Well, here comes Jan now. Drafinio is in the center, but it's lost that the ball falls to. Pushes it out.
All right, so Furia had most of the pressure for the first minute.
Team Vitality equalizer, nor by
We had that one goal from Vitality. Yo, what up, Muzz? How you doing,
These guys always getting fiery
buddy?
towards each other. There's love outside the server when they're in it, desperate to win against one another.
Big chillin',
Alpha
fam.
has to get the touch here and doesn't. Drafinio thought he could beat Zen to the ball. That's Radosin against
Hopefully
Jan.
you've been well.
Rado's had a great touch there too defensively. He's already secured a couple. Getting great save, making sure that his team stays nice.
Like the good news when you're Vitality, right? Like you've always got Zen, who's got pop-off potential.
Over one high lost.
But they have been caught back in their half for a lot of these first 2 minutes. And Furia is kind of stepping up the pace as far as with the aggression.
Furia, of course, coming into this one off the back of a perfect sweep, but it was against Nkosi Ballers, so tough to tell really what their form is like. It's a match they are always expected to win comfortably. Taking the lead early doors, and I would say having more of a play against Team Vitality is showing that they're building upon that momentum. Zen though has a chance to doink it. He does doink it. That is proof that you must
Just a
doink
little
the
too
ball,
high.
don't backflip. Zen does it.
And you know what? Yeah, fair play, Zen. That mechanic that me and you are so deeply in love with. Didn't get a goal that chance, but if he flicks, it goes to the ceiling. We don't need to convince the people about the doinks here, but Zen is going to be the man doing that for us. Halfway through the game, he's now going to have lost on a relative open net instead. Actually, no, sorry, Radosin, Alpha was in the back corner. 100 boost picked up right-hand side.
Put them with beast mode?
Waiting. Everybody on Furia, apparently.
And gets that one out wide.
A tri-region team?
Turned towards Team Vitality a little bit recently. Zen certainly seems up to it. He is the player for Team Vitality that's getting...
Or honestly, puts them with TRK, because TRK's shown with the Twins that he's like kind of alright playing in that like
show how G'd up he is, but will that work?
kind of middleman, like enable the other two players to like, you know, kind of more take the lead, pops off when he needs to.
Fit this one, Radosin and Zen, one of them has to call the other one off. It's Zen that pulls rank.
That's a chance.
Follows through again, gets himself a chance at the backboard. Alpha's coming in now. Can he get a clean touch on this ball? Radosin again looked like he wanted to come in, just decided against it.
I like seeing players call their teammates off balls as well. Shows that their comms are very much on point. That's a long pinch going far. 100 boost taken.
Well played.
But his life taken along with it. Zen to the scrapyard.
I need to sit down and put together like my thoughts for FIFA E teams
Looked like the ball would
and do a
fall to
video.
him. When Nuss came in for Furia and they were in North America, it was a relatively slow transition, but now he's one of their star performers for sure. Incredibly trustworthy.
And then maybe also do like an
Rapid around the
all-region
pitch.
team
My goodness,
series.
that boy got some mechanics, but here comes Vitality again. Zen, the man who has
Thinking
all
about
the
some stuff I
mechanics,
can do
gets it
for like
straight
all
down. It's gonna be
season.
enough, is it? Radosin charges it in. Full height, Vitality take the lead.
Those demos across the net too. Alpha
as
with
well.
one, gets the bump away, and then it comes down to Zen, the double tap. Drufo does work his way back, but Radosin muscles it home. The one goal lead now, found for Vitality. And honestly, every time they score, everyone, don't even bother looking at the goal, look at their player cams.
I love the picture-in-picture player cams that we have throughout the Esports World Cup. Such a simple yet beautiful feature, adds so much. And Furia are now chasing Jan. He gets a touch, but he's been kept so quiet in this first
Don't they
game.
do the picture-in-picture in RLCS, or am I tripping?
No, he had lost it at some point. Zen puts it towards Drafinio. He's trying to get something going. 45 seconds left now. Furia have to pace things up. Lost. Takes over in the air. Alpha gets it as far as Jan.
Nah, so they're doing upper bracket games first. Limitless will be not next series, but the series after, because they're going to do the elimination game second. They'll start with Group A.
Is Alpha through? He goes for the edge, will bump. He doesn't even need it. It's 3-1.
2 goals clear now. And Vitality making sure that when they get one, they're not going to sit back. There's always the Vitality of, oh, the edge
So,
is going to be a favourite.
We'll get to watch them beat Power here in a
We've
little
seen Zen
bit.
in particular taking those plays. Amjack really popularising it years ago.
BDS looked awful against G2 earlier.
Be particularly pleased
like, honestly, Limitless looked better against G2 than BDS looked against G2 today. So if Limitless can find a way to kind of carry that over, like, honestly, they might be able to be Power.
It's always frustrating, you know, getting edgeable bumps.
I said that in my tier list.
You can tell it's building up, and sometimes there's nothing.
I ended up kind of backpedaling on that in my actual pick'ems, which I'm kind of sad about.
About this first game.
I mean, Zen, I think, was dribbling Jaffinho down the pitch. He really made that awkward for him to stick anywhere near the back. 3 goals quite easily cleared. This one extremely level until that final minute. And Vitality have turned it on. They've entered a brand new gear. Final 10 will not matter. Game 1 in favor of Vitality. In this, to be completely honest, a grudge match that has come out of relatively nowhere.
Yeah, and Team Vitality lay the first glove on the face of the opponents. A huge Game 1 performance. All of them involved, everyone doing their jobs. Zen continues to try and hype up the crowd very big. He steals a fist bump from Zen. That was not a fist bump. That was okay. And Furia, they've got some questions to ask.
Yeah, for sure. Zen, I really do just love that it's like, look, fellas and ladies in the audience, we don't share a language here, but what I know that you know is when I lift my hand saying, give me some noise, you're going to give me some noise.
It is wild to think that it's not even 10 o'clock in the morning. And I've been watching esports for 2 hours. I love it.
Off the blocks. And Team Vitality eventually got going, and that goal going to the ceiling as well, then to the double, and then having 2 Furia goalkeepers still squeezing it in the corner. Do you know what, Zen, mate? You've earned that trash talk. You've earned it.
I think, as far as I know as well, for anyone who might not always watch Rocket League or you don't know
where games on, I think it's Sunday. Championship Sunday starts at 6:30 in the morning for me.
The Vitality social and Twitter account, that Radosin was doing like an L dance, saying that's how he was going to dance after beating Furia at the London Major. And Furia were like, oh, that's a bit rude.
Hey, still got the whole Friday night to chill, Muzz. Let's go.
And yeah, of course, that then has just spawned into the most incredible, like, cross-region rivalry that we've had now for the second time in a couple of months.
I think it's also because these are 2 of the teams that have stuck together for the longest time, you know? It's not just the same orgs with one player that still shares the
What are we drinking tonight?
This is 3 players from each team who have experiences going against one another and have been doing so for a long time, continuing to just wallop chunks off of one another. And the first chunk went to Team Vitality. And I'll tell you what as well, Stumpy, if today is anything to go by, Team Vitality now go on to win this series with like a 15-1 goal differential and 3-0 overall. Because each time a team has won Game 1, they have swept the entire series today, even in these seemingly close series. So there's something in the water here in Saudi Arabia.
Also, I found out yesterday I'm going to be picking up some college casting this year on my channel. Pretty excited about that.
And it continues. Radosin's bouncing on his chair.
That's another
going to be casting some of the CCS matches on my channel where I can.
Sure he knows. Again,
do you ever bounce? I've never bounced. It's not a natural thing I do. I don't do that.
I'd be so scared that, like,
yeah, they've been doing a really good job of using the key and overlays and stuff throughout this, like throughout the event.
Do you know what I mean?
Like during Apex. When they had like the players facing the crowd, they had in front of the desks 3 of the keys, and then whenever like a player would be eliminated, their key would
dig deep and show their resolve.
Go out.
So far, out of the entire tournament, I've only seen 2 series go, where the opposite way to whichever way the Game 1 ends up going. So whoever wins Game 1.
I gotta say, I really dig the key format.
It was Gentlemates.
And like crushing keys and then putting keys into the the trophy, like the concept is pretty lit personally.
Game number 1 as well, so very indicative at least so far in this tournament. But a minute and a half in, and Vitality.
I do think that like we gotta find a way to hype or how to like build up the actual crushing more of the keys.
He got a great fake at first, and then I think he just wanted to do something with the ball too.
Facts though, the hydraulic press is a little underwhelming.
Including all the eggs in the
we gotta find some way to make that part cooler, but then other than that, it's a beautiful, beautiful idea.
Alpha does. It's brilliance though from the young Frenchman.
I mean, getting that touch, the resets keep it close, and then getting a flip central loss that is just so well to cover it. But unfortunately for him, Alpha has got full pedal to the metal, sees the ball on the edge of the net, and reckons he can take that for himself.
It's happening again. The steam train is currently going at 300 miles per hour along the tracks. After a team takes the first game, but Furia back in it with that.
I do
dagger
like
from
that they
Trofino.
make the players like actually
Great
crush
pass
the
inside
key though. Like you have to
Ace
press it
on that
down.
train, With Drufo taking a shot right below the crossbar.
You know what they
Actually
should
catches it
do
right between
is
Zen
have
and
3
Radosin.
buttons.
I don't know if
I guess it
Radosin saved
kind
that,
of
to
depends
be
on the
completely
players.
honest. He got
You
caught
could
out
hook it
first,
up
it might
to where
still
you
be
have
going,
a
and
couple
I
of
see the
buttons
angle.
based off of whatever game it is.
Furia will care too
And then
much
all
for
the
how
players
it
have
goes
to
all
press
the
it.
way.
That'd be kind of
Especially a
lit.
goal from
Hey,
the
we're tied up here.
Isn't it amazing?
Got a
how
series in
quickly
game
Rocket
2.
League can swing.
What's
Or
that?
guys, a game
2
at
goals
least.
in about 4 seconds.
Not bad.
Pretty
Keep
good
that going.
going.
They'll win this one about, I don't know, 26-2.
Pretty good going, that. When you look at the warm-ups both of these teams had coming into the series, Furia, as mentioned earlier, versus Nkosi Ballers, that was an absolute whitewash. Perfect sweep, 9 goals in one of the games. It was just an easy win for them. Vitality had to fight a lot harder against a lot harder of an opponent in Twisted Minds. So maybe that one, I was going to bring this point up when they were 2-0 up, I'm going to be completely honest. And now that it's turned around a little bit more, not quite as relevant, but still, no, this practice is going to be important. A pinch central, for the catch, but again, both these teams wanted to shut down opportunities early. Good bump.
Lost is going to take this touch. The bump helps him out a little bit. Now he has a chance to actually use some boost for the flick. Tried to delay it as long as he could. Couldn't quite pull the trigger in the end because of that. And Zen sure will be able to, though. Drafinio's in front of him. Drafinio just knows that Zen's going to get something here, but Zen takes Drafinio out in the end anyway. Just removes him from the goal line, uses his eraser at the end of his pencil and just scratches him away. Now it's Radosin. Touch into the center. Is anyone going to be there?
Hey,
for
bro,
Team
can you hook
Vitality?
me
Not
up
now.
with viewers
Radosin
on the
does take out
cheapy?
another, so
Like the
some
free
big demos coming
93?
in for Team Vitality. Zen wins it. Alpha should be able to put this one away, but it's a huge save right there on the goal line. Not actually sure who got the last touch for Furia, but it was all important. Now they can counter. Yan up against Zen. This one's up. Zen almost.
Yeah,
got
I
bumped
still have
away.
questions
Didn't in
as
the
far
end. And now it's
as
his turn. So
the
both these
funding
teams is lobbing huge attacks
of the
one way to
Esports
the
World
next.
Cup.
I'm seeing a lot of swarming defense coming in from Furia right
But
now.
it ain't gonna stop me from
Making
watching
sure
and
that
enjoying.
They don't let anything through.
I'm gonna be
Seeing how
honest.
quickly Vitality attack, then lost. A pinch off the post, ends a hit in the crossbar, then ricocheting straight back out again. Final 90 seconds. And Furia suddenly finding themselves ready to attack. Their sharpened blades wanting to find a little bit of action.
Zen yet again defending on the front foot, meeting Furia at the earliest possible convenience. Gets this one back into the Furia corner. Lost is up. Lost bypassed Radosin. Alpha beats him though. Radosin
Like, you know what?
touches the center where
Esports is
Zen
able
spin
to
around. Hoping he
live
can get
off
there.
of funny
Knows how
money
to go
for a
with some
couple of
good
years.
bumps. So Team Vitality, they
You
certainly
live
have
off of
been
oil money for a
looking
little
at the
while, I
previous replays
guess.
between these two teams and realizing that maybe off the ball bumps, playing in front of the ball could be the key. Drafinio, though, could be the key for Furia here. Alpha is just beaten to it. There's 2 of them there. They have to avoid pitching it into their own net. That was almost
That's a
disastrous,
chance.
but it remains 2s.
That's a chance too for Yan. Alphamat does squeeze his way in there, but I think Yan really could have had a good chance at goal. That was been relatively open. Yan with a beautiful in and out save, and then a whip round shot from Radosin is not going to be successful.
What a save that was.
Yo,
for
Nate
Yan.
Shot's been
He had
speaking
no
some
boost.
crazy
Two
shit
Vitality
lately.
Players bearing upon him, and they were always going to get the free ball. Had to conjure something up, and now down the other end, what else can he do? Almost a double tap. Next goal maybe wins this one. Zen wraps it round. Lost gets it back into the center. Radosin avoids the bump from Drafinio. And now Yan can come in. This is the player that Furia really want on the ball. They want him to show his creativity. But look how many free touches the rest of them are getting. Team Vitality have to close him down quicker and turn these free Furia hits into 50-50s at the very least.
What's the Yan's working with? 60 in the tank?
5 seconds left
Off
in
the
this
sidewall?
game. Reset from Yan. He's got it, but shut down quickly by Alpha in the midfield. Zen clears it. Alpha now his chance. They're going to be keeping this one up too. Zen into that back corner, cleared away by Yan to the ceiling. 1-2, Alpha to catch with boost. Kept up high again.
Radosin prods it long. Drafinio should just kill this one, and he does. I think every player relieved to see the overtime come up, because that one could have swung either way. One errant touch or poor 50-50, and suddenly the ball's going in your court.
I mean, we're lucky now not to see just another kickoff goal coming in from Furia.
Sentinels end up getting eliminated from VCT. What was the final score of the final map?
A lot more from these open play situations rather than set pieces.
Here comes Yano. He fakes it out for Lost. The 50-50, sorry, the flip reset attempt.
I'm gonna be honest, Muzz. Every time I see StarCraft on the mornings, like mornings for me, I always watch it. It's like my
Not so much. Team Vitality, maybe guilty of not taking enough touches in their own half
guilty
at this
pleasure.
point. Zen,
I mean, I grew
such
up on
issues.
StarCraft,
Now
so
Alpha can come forward with some time. Radosin is hoping there's a bump or at least something.
like
that gets the
I
last
remember
touch.
when
Zen coming
StarCraft
in
Brood
now. I
War
don't
was
think
like
that was an intentional fake.
released.
And the attack comes out.
He didn't have the boost for it. Tried to get whip his body around the ball.
StarCraft's probably like the one real-time strategy game that if I ever got an opportunity to cast, like I would learn it.
Open. He was given a lot of time. But Yan can save the shot from the bottom corner. Central down from Alpha towards Zen. Now Radosin instead the man to be connecting.
It's probably the only real-time strategy game that like I wouldn't sound like a complete dumbass trying to learn. Just because I played it.
Yeah, I was about to say lovely read from Drafinio there, but the fact that Lost went as well made that one a little bit sketchy. Worked out okay in the end, especially with Radosin.
Granted, it's been
Drafinio on the left wing, trying to barge his way in. Lost into the center.
2 decades since I've like really played StarCraft.
Vitality, too many
But
loose touches into the center where Furia are always hovering. Zen with 9 boosts should clear it, and that one is into a bit more space. Drafinio's at an awkward angle.
And that's a very awkward touch from him too. Going to set up Alpha down for that double touch. It goes top corner. From the veteran, snipes it. Drafinio, to be honest, giving that ball completely away.
Chat, I think we're about to see our third sweep of the day. We've had phenomenal Rocket League so far. It's great.
From Zen as well. Finally, Team Vitality, instead of sending it back into the clutches of Furia,
these games were phenomenal.
It wasn't necessarily to a Team Vitality
What up, Sparkles? How you doing,
homie? It
homie?
was to an angle and trajectory where Furia would
Happy
struggle to get the ball
Thursday,
cleanly.
Friday.
Drafinio
It's
felt
Friday.
obliged
Happy
to.
Friday.
He
We were
went for
just
that ball,
talking how it was Friday,
and
Muzz, and here I go
Alpha,
calling it Thursday
all of that
again.
experience was just watching and waiting, and as soon as Drafinio connected, he was there.
In Vitality, great opportunities taken from them, and I think you can really see their quality when you look at how Furia had to defend the entire series. It was swarming, it was pretty unorganized, to be completely honest. But Vitality on their side defensively, what a kickoff goal following that lovely shot through from Drafinio.
I'm excited for this next series, though.
I love seeing those moments from not backstage, but from the player's perspective.
I mean, I would like this series to turn around and at least become interesting. At least that game 2 with overtime, you know?
It's always fun when you see an actual goal or big moment and you actually see the player's hands moving, and yeah, something about it hits slightly different. But Alpha shouldn't have hit that one any different at all. And the reaction as well, a true fist bump, huge there from Alpha and the rest.
And already a hug from Ferrybeak and Radosin.
Yo, Jans does not look like he is feeling it right now.
You need yet another game to be coming through your way. But you see just these incremental wins leading towards that big grand prize of the upper bracket final in Group C. But a spot for qualification on the line and a point and a place rather in the top 8.
What I would say as well.
Hey, weekend off, let's go!
After being smashed, was it 3 or 4-0 in game number 1, and I was starting to wonder if Team Vitality were going to completely
We take
pull away,
those.
but Furia did not let that happen. Sure, they lost the overtime, but they forced the overtime. This is still a dangerous Brazilian super team, and they have beaten Team Vitality in the very recent past. So don't write them off just yet. Surely we're not going to have another sweep. Surely this one goes to at least 4.
This one at least goes 4.
Radosin takes a touch. Drafinio blocks it in the
surely.
center. Zen has full boost. This could be the continuation. He gets the flip reset, but Drafinio charges him down.
First 30 seconds, though, as ever, sees Vitality being that real aggressive side. Lost going for a 50. We saw him get a goal from that 50 off the kickoff last time. Jufo pinching central. Alpha very low on boost, just has to get it anywhere, and that goes straight into the path of Lost, who, yes, gets the dunk. Unfortunately for him, back to the blue.
Zen's going to be able to take a touch here, and that's something that Team Vitality have just shifted for this third game. They're inviting Furia onto them, not just batting it back to the halfway line. Radosin Alpha double commit, but
So I've been
Radosin's touch
toying
was solid
around with
enough
this
that it didn't turn into
idea
too much of an issue. And now Alpha can use the rest of his boost. And
about doing like a
slightly
just chatting
awkward
stream
there.
during
Alpha
the
tries to
days,
get a
like
bump,
once
but Team Vitality
EWC's
have put
done.
themselves in a little bit of trouble. Their defending has been good for the most
And we
part
do like a
this
wrap
series.
around like some of
Used
the like
Twisted
esports
Minds
that
yesterday
are
where they had
live.
to dig incredibly deep for large parts of it.
So like we can usually probably find some European CS, depending on how early we start. Maybe some Pacific
Do you not
Overwatch.
see Yan score at least one good goal in an entire series?
There's gonna be Valorant going on almost all year round now.
Radosin sets the mortar.
So I've low-key been thinking about doing like a gym TikTok. I don't have the time to like take on another like avenue of content, especially with the new semester starting up.
Should get it past Drafinio as well. Now is Zen off? Oh, we would have loved that boost. Yan steals
Like
it, and
here
Yan
in
stops it,
3
and Yan blocks
Mondays,
it.
we go into the hospital for little man.
Yan here.
So like Baby will obviously fill up the schedule a bit. But then the week after that starts the high school league, and I not only cast for them 4 days a week, or I think I'm hosting this year instead of casting. But not only do I host 4 days a week, but I like do their weekly content and stuff too. So I'm usually recording like 4 or 5 days a week with them. So like that.
Time this series, get the ball away, and suddenly it's Team Vitality.
So that's gotta like.
Radosin gets the flip reset.
So that ends up taking up a lot of my schedule.
Radosin gets past him now. But he and Alpha are on the same side, and though Alpha is incredibly aggressive.
What I was thinking about doing for the gym was
straight onto the ball. Alpha then removing one player at the back, calls in Drafinho on that
doing like a gym vlog on like TikTok.
That is shockingly close to finding.
There are a couple fitness influencers that I follow that like put up like vlogs.
Vitality side and Drufo cannot
it's not so much talking about what they're doing, but kind of talking about their day.
Game now. The occasional clean win is going more.
Maybe talking about what you're focusing on during a lift or something, but.
Here's Jan with 14. He's about 20 more to do what you really want to do there, I'm sure. Loss is coming in against Radosin. Fancied that second touch. Couldn't quite get it. And Alpha can't
no, I didn't know that, Sparkles.
So,
that's lit.
Nearly moments here in this series. Alpha's up, goes for the double.
I was talking with one of the esports orgs up in Canada that I work with quite a bit, and they want me jumping in helping with their like 21-day fitness challenge that they're starting up. I think it's next month.
Chances are, if Jan hits the ball a little bit too hard, he can stay grounded, get the
which I'm down for. I know they do a lot of work up in Canada with like the scholastic and collegiate scene, and honestly, I love working like in the high school and college scenes for esports. It's really where the passion's at.
Actually nearly hits the back of Drafinho as he tries chasing through for bumps.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love like casting RLCS up at the pro level, and I'm not gonna like try. I'm not saying like I'm not gonna do that anymore. But like I'm for real looking more for like college gigs.
The Fury is still hanging on. They're going to have to charge down Zen quickly. Drafinho does exactly that. That's a great clearance. Jan wants to get the doink or at least bump Alpha. Can't do either of those things. Alpha was too nippy. Just shows how in an instant you can be through on goal and then suddenly you're maybe conceding.
Alpha very much wanted that boost in the corner and does get rewarded for reversing backwards and forwards on it.
Italy's pretty. We're at Italy.
The ball's actually hit over into
would you be looking at, Muzz?
Fury desperately trying to recompose themselves in every single opportunity, and Vitality, they've been unable to break through the
admittedly, most of my time abroad was like in Belgium and Germany, but I've been to Italy. Italy's pretty.
It has been even. Team Vitality have had their moments. Fury, Jan came the closest before Radosin got the save. And now it is Radosin on the ball, wants to get this dunk.
Is that one of those situations, Muzz, where like they help you as far as like with move and everything as well?
But Lost gets it to the corner. Drafinho's coming in, trying to keep Team Vitality pinned in all the way to the end. But it could be another overtime looming unless Lost gets his flip reset nearly. Zen had to hold his nerve. Drafinho killed the last one. This one he tries to keep up. Jan gets the second touch almost, and Radosin via a bounce gets it to the ground.
Another overtime, another nervy one. Last time we saw Vitality take it after a minute 42.
Because I would imagine from where you're at, that's probably a pretty expensive move, yeah?
Like that target man on Vitality's side so far. And again, wanting to go for a dunk to maintain the pressure. That's how they won a game one 4-1. Yeah, they didn't just luck into those 4 goals. It's been Rado on that chance, blocked out by Drafinho in the air.
Drafinho is going to leave this one to Lost now. Lost almost beats his opponent Zen. Radosin can take it to the ceiling though. Radosin has a chance to seal this one now. Jan says no. Radosin rotating back bull side, a little bit tricky for Zen here, but Zen comes in, gets one more touch yet again. Alpha with the chance now, but it's saved down the
I know
end.
for me, I have always said that I wish I could go back to Europe as an adult.
Begging for the answer, but Drafinho sends it long. Zen has to be alert, puts it into the corner. Radosin was there, misses the connection. Now it's Lost's turn. Fury needs someone. They need something. They need some sparkle on this game.
Like an actual adult, not like
buffing it over and over again.
20.
Zen forward the ball there, instead went for the man. Now Alpha up to the ceiling. We saw him do magic from there.
Although a lot of my time, like in Belgium and stuff, was like younger.
Up here. In game number 3, Zen central, burning a lot of boost, not do a huge amount with it till it falls back down towards Radosin, but Jan can clear it away up for 1.
Dad's side of the family is Italian. Have you been to Italy, Sparkles?
Fury are now the ones defending on the front foot, making sure that everything's a 50-50. They do not want Team Vitality star men to get clean touches on the ball. Jan gets it back to Lost. That's lovely. Lost has a chance for the flip reset here. How much distance can he get on this ball? It's almost enough. It's at the post. Drafinho goes back, just treads back for a second to pick up some boost. And right when he was whirring something up, Alpha takes him out the game and forces just a 50-50 for Yan, which comes to nothing.
Yan with a bit of bloodlust. He got one, fancied the rest of it.
Man, the demo's coming out heavy.
Up with Yan, very low on boost. A shot is going to be huge here instead.
Good touch from Lost. Now it's going to be 2v1. Zen wins the 50 that's needed.
Right
Zen, 1v1 with Lost.
Reset, takes it low, but Lost isn't we falling for his tricks today.
Surely we can't have 3 sweeps in a row between these matches that we all thought would be close. Radosin clears it long. Drafinio gets it back forward into the Team Vitality half. Almost 2.5 minutes of overtime now. If Furia are going down, they refuse.
Hey!
And the fight is won at least for now. Furia take their first.
Stunning demo.
We get a game 4, baby.
Situation. Radosin falls under utter pressure. And you know what? We're not seeing nearly as much of retaliation from the physical players.
Hey, chat, today was my 11th day on my streak for Duolingo.
Very mindful in themselves.
For my French lessons.
About that. I thought that Furia would be up off their chairs.
Get excited.
In that one, but I guess it goes to show that despite winning that overtime, they're still somewhat spooked. This is the tough old series for them. They know they're not at their best. They know the mechanical plays aren't outplaying Team Vitality as they're defending so stalwartly. It doesn't matter how you win as long as you do. And Furia, they had it. This was the moment. This touch here from Yan all the way onto the crossbar, and it's a lovely read.
Learning Japanese? Are you wanting to like travel to Japan?
Stunning read. You can easily just go way too high on it, but realistically, for Lost,
I think one of my bucket lists for esports would be to do English like commentary and coverage of KCX.
Putting his hands in that, I think I would describe it as the millennial heart shape. Not the weird Gen Z trying to do it with like where your fingers make the bottom bit or something.
Oh, I don't.
He's doing that. You can't see me, guys.
Oh, the old school one.
Yeah, he's doing that.
Oh, yeah, the good one. That's what I do understand.
Where you have your thumbs make the bottom point of the heart.
Yeah.
And your fingers make the top, like, crevice of the heart.
You're teaching me how to love, Stumpy. Thank you so much.
I've been trying for 8 years.
I feel fulfilled now, which is everything now. I've achieved Zen myself.
I would love to do a Pacific trip one of these days, man. Also would be on my bucket list for like what I would love to be able to achieve through esports. Cover an event over in the Pacific.
Revenge on what happened in the London Major. They will be horrified if they can't claim it and fall to a reverse sweep against Furia. But it's Furia starting off game 4 on the front foot, almost get the early goal. Lost might be able to. He fakes
nice
it.
fake.
Yan puts it away.
Good fake by Lost.
Involved, but it's Yan with the finish.
15 seconds in. This
One.
is the best start that we've seen so far.
A 3.
Double fake?
Are we going to call them double fakes?
What would you call it? If you've got a brilliant name for that, then I want to hear it.
A double whiff. I don't think either of them meant to miss that.
Oh, come on!
There ain't no way that was a double whiff. There's no way that was a double whiff. Yeah, ain't no way. Nah, that's definitely a planned double whiff or double fake.
Oh, that's a fake. that's a wonderful fake.
That's a fake. You outrage me, Stumpy Goblin.
1 in chat if that's a fake. 2 in chat if they just both missed.
Mate, you're gonna lose the people. You are gonna lose the people.
Yeah, I've thought about people like Achilleos who are over in the Pacific just doing English coverage of esports. Lit. I wouldn't want to do it now though with the kiddos. Like that would be something that like, you know, 20 years down the road.
Horrendous decision.
When the newest kid goes off to college, maybe.
For the third man, don't dive in as that third man. Drafinio low on boost, thinking, oh, I need to do something, cut it down early. Well, I get it. But that happens.
The problem was he probably saw the absolute bulldog that is Radosin's Fennec charging forwards and thought, oh, if I don't go for this right now, I'm going to be wiped out. So he probably thought, right, I might as well commit. I might as well
doing Chinese or doing English cover of Chinese esports though would be lit.
Community. Just charge forwards. Radosin slots that one in again. Oh man, they're combining now Vitality. They've
no. I'm talking about the one that's due here to show up in like 3 weeks, Muzz.
Scored a couple previously. Drafinio's actually there to save that one too. But Zen on the follow-up from the corner, probably initially going for the man, instead changes his idea, goes for the goal instead. Vitality certainly.
Kiddo number 2.
In the form where they're not letting that one game scared them too much. But it is still just 1 goal difference.
Yeah, I think the reason Furia scored the first goal
Appreciate ya, brother. Yeah, we got ourselves another boy coming. We're due to go in
double whiff when it was clearly a double fake.
Close the stream, lads.
in 3 Mondays. The 9th of September.
You'd hope. You'd really hope.
They're trying to improve their English, and we're here to help. 2-1 for Team Vitality. That could change in a heartbeat, though. We know that in Rocket League. Drafinio into the center. That one's another shot.
My.
Thank you,
All these
Sparkles.
Team Vitality goals
Yeah, we're
have had
excited.
the player in front of the ball, and Radosin's going mad. Team Vitality happy.
Naturally,
He's mad. We love him for it.
you know, baby
Another
number
goal
2
here
comes
too.
1 week, and
He's
then
had 2 of his stolen. But
He's really annoyed.
Oh, bro.
He had one off Radosin, which maybe
this baby's gonna be big. It's already weighing in some high percentile or percentiles.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
Like
Zen's
weight.
got his fair share
He's got a big
competitive
noggin the way
experience.
Z
I'm sure
did.
he'll be okay. If they can see this one over the finish
I'll ask him
line,
later.
it looks like it is Team Vitality's to win. They've been too quick for Furia. I mean, maybe Furia overcommitted after getting their goal. Maybe they tried to.
So at
go
10,
full
that'd
blown
have
attack
them
when Team
getting ready for
Vitality
what?
was just
4th grade? 5th
That
grade?
was their trap. Who knows? They'll be
Probably
looking
5th
back
grade.
at these replays, I'm sure, and seeing where things have gone
Starting
wrong.
up
But there
this
is
year.
still all the time in the world. 2 minutes 45 seconds, 2 goals, very doable for Furia. Somebody's calling fakes now.
Nice.
Too late, mate.
We're halfway through.
I
and
am
he's
pretty
got 2
sure
goals brought
Z-Man
back.
was
Alpha's
more
gonna be
excited to
making
get
sure
back
that
to school
every
this
second
year
is gonna need to
than
be
he was
earned.
excited to get into summer,
Very stern faces coming
which
in
I'm
from
kind of
Furia
excited
and
about.
STL over on their side behind them. This will be a good series to listen to the comms to if you know either Portuguese or French.
Then I'm not your man, baby. But I'll give it a good go. Iradosin up against Yan. That one's going to go over the top, and Zen is going to slap it away. Team Vitality realizing it's a period of game where they're going to
Well,
have to do some
chat,
defending.
we got
They
a
have to look
4th
back
game.
at
I
what
think that's
happened
all we're going to
yesterday
get out of this
against
series.
Twisted Minds, where they got a couple of 1-0 wins in a row. Game management is what happens when you've been playing together for this long. There's no more honeymoon period for Team Vitality. It's raw, pure game experience.
Under 2 minutes, and Furia have really struggled to break through that final line. They've done a brilliant job in the midfield of getting good opportunities. But Vitality, they've just got expeditious defense. Making sure that every touch
But yeah,
they
so
make
for
is
a
going
few
to
weeks
teammate,
or for a few
or at
months,
least going
you
clean
know, I'll
away
have
from
her around to
Furia
help
into
with
a neutral zone.
Yeah, that's what they're
little
doing. They
man,
go
but
for
once
those
she's
zones, just
back, I mean, my
sending it
schedule is
through.
going to be kind of
Yeah,
hit or miss
pressure
as
is
far
building
as
slowly but surely for Furia, but it's so lateral. It's left to right. It's sweeping left to right.
content-wise. I got to figure out what I'm going to do as far as the high
Very
school casting because she's not going to be back from work yet.
Just a pinpoint
when I
pass
normally
from
start.
one Furia player to the next, but that one falls to Drafinio.
See if I can
and
recruit
does
some
that
help in the
somehow.
neighborhood or something.
From left to right, we see Furia.
Shut up.
Go for that one dunker chance from Alpha. Midfield is now Zen trying to block versus Yan, who absolutely schlangs it towards the orange net. But with a minute,
You mean like
and 2 goals
actually,
to
like
attempt to bring
as
back,
people look the same? Because I
the
agree.
second is more important. Yan up high, that brings 2 defenders out, draws a couple, but still the 3rd man being strong.
Alpha just goes for the
Appreciate
quick
you,
shot
Sparkles.
here. It's not gonna go in, but it
Hopefully
should be enough
soon
just to
I'm
steal
going
away
to
a
at
few
least
more
get it
seconds.
trimmed up a little bit on the
from that one
bottom.
shot.
Exactly.
I am
That's all that
definitely
matters right now for Team Vitality.
at
Just
off-season
keep them coming. Keep the touches coming.
off-season
And
length
you'll
as
be
well
all
as like
right. Yan, though, he
gnarliness.
gets
I've
it
kind of
forwards.
like let my
Zen's in the air. Team Vitality
my
on the
top
cusp
line
of
go a
claiming
bit.
next blood
I gotta go get
in
lined
this
up
long-running
before
feud on
season
pitch
starts
feud
up.
with Furia Esports. Can Furia change that?
He's going to be able to lost to start off that chain effect, gets 1 reset into the second, but then gets blocked in the sky again.
And I gotta figure out when they're to let me.
To attempt at Dunga, it's going to be Alpha on a massive breakaway. The reset, well, not the reset.
Gotta figure
but
out
the
they're to let me
redirect
do some
was
of my
possible.
content recording
But again,
like a little
pressure for
early.
Vitality. Building, not abating for a second.
Drafinio flicks it long. Zen was, he'd committed to that pre-jump earlier on for the block, but that clearance.
Do either of you
may
guys
well be
use like
enough.
the
Team
pro version or
Vitality,
whatever
they
of
lost the
Duolingo?
overtime in game number 3,
I unlocked it
but
for a couple
wasn't
days and
enough
enjoy
to
it. I think I'm
slow
gonna.
them
I think when
down.
my
Radosin rips off
first
his
paycheck
headset.
from my high school
They
league comes through, I think I'm
claim
gonna buy it. I
the
think.
They guaranteed top 8. Send Furia down.
And
Oh, the
then
L.
immediately, before we saw him there on the edge of camera, L on the forehead,
Oh,
and
man.
did a little mini L dance towards Furia.
Little mini L dance. We are such zoomers.
Trying to stoke the flames, reignite everything between these two teams.
Is Zen not going
It's
over?
all love off the pitch, but on the pitch, these are the fiercest rivals. And you know what? That
Zen's not going
their
over?
head-to-head
Oh,
score
he
this
is.
season
Okay.
To 3 wins for Vitality and 2 for Furia.
So fist bumps now. It's an odd system in Rocket League where across the stage you do L and then it's like, oh, GG's, fist bumps.
GG's, you're really good at the game.
I've done the L now, but man, yeah, you guys are sick. You guys are crazy. It happens every time. Comfortable in the end though for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I think so. a Vitality where they're clearly very much on full form. It's a good chance for them to make sure that they're going to be able to continue that through, and they are going to be a qualified team as well. In Group C, they are our first one.
Well, then there's like a 14-day trial, I think, too, right?
Stunning performance from them. The things you love to see there from Team
I think the reason that I was wanting to get it is because, like, once I get pretty far along in French, I am, and I think I also try to learn some Spanish.
Man, so much to talk about.
The only thing to talk about is that I keep getting things
But I am
right.
1000% learning the French first because, like, I would like to be able to work some French events and doing English coverage.
I turned to CJ and I was like,
would
I
be
knew
kind of lit.
Vitality. And then we all go and we watch it. And
Plus,
it
also,
happens,
like,
and
working with,
we're
if I'm going to be
fine.
doing some work up with the Canadian org, I know some provinces speak French a little bit more, so, like, I would like to be able to just at least get around a bit, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
Disrespect from both sides, and we did see that towards the start of game number 1, but there are a few critical points throughout the series, and every time it went Vitality's favor.
Yeah, no, this was just, honestly, it felt like a beatdown of Fury of themselves. They just did not find their footing. It felt like, we were talking about it, there was just no threat from them. Vitality was so comfortable.
Yeah, and I think that
But that's the goal. We learned French this year. We build up a good enough rep the next year or two, and then we get to do English coverage of KCX one of these years coming up.
As you said, Fury, they were okay. Obviously,
Get brought out to Paris.
Yesterday, but
Ugh, it'd be so sick.
Exactly, and because it's somebody else and Vitality in particular, you do have to remember that rivalry. There is a little bit of pressure on Furia to recreate what they had done at LAN, because you cannot throw up the L sign and do a dancey dance on Vitality of all people and not expect them to retaliate the next time that you two meet up.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I
Go to
think
Quebec
I'm
for
hoping
practice.
that this rivalry continues to be a thing we see into the future, but for now, Furia has some things
I think also, doesn't like
do.
Manitoba
We
also
are
have
going to get now
decent
to our
French-speaking
Sony
community?
MVP player of the match.
But yeah,
We
Quebec
gotta
would
give
probably
it
be
to
like the big
and
one.
Only, the inevitable Zen.
Yeah, if you look over the course of the series, I think just the body of the work.
13 shots and 14 saves from Zen.
Wow. At least be a threat. They're always challenging. They're worried about where he
Boy,
is.
putting in work on both sides of the field.
He was the MVP.
Oh yeah, he is such a
The
staple
GOAT,
to
chat.
this roster, especially in moments where you think, my gosh, who's going to initiate
Baby
a
goat.
lot of these
Not quite full
lead-ups
goat,
for this team there?
but baby
and I mean,
goat.
you can always count on Zen to be that player.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the most important moment of the game, it was probably Alpha 54's OT win, that double touch in the long overtime. But as we said, over the course of that series, Zen, he just controls every game he plays.
Yes.
It's at his own pace, and
yes,
yeah, that's why he's the MVP.
Calling your next dog, Zen.
Like production's like, oh, but we only have 2 goals from him. I'm like, that's not why he's good. His mechanics, and Zen has said it himself too, that the reason he thinks he's good for his teams, is he can use those mechanics to open up space for his teammates.
Yep,
He's selfless
that's true.
with the mechanics.
He's just a weapon. I don't know. Whoever's on his team, he just elevates as well. Radosin, we talked about, he was a bit of a wild card, and really not just their offense, but defensively. When they got that 2-goal lead in that last game for 3 minutes, we spoke about it. Furia just didn't look threatening because Vitality, they just slowed the game down. They killed so much time off the clock.
They had the ability to like really put the clamps on Furia.
For this match, we do have Chiefs versus SSG.
Yo, this next game gonna be lit. Let's go Chiefs with Victorious.
But we have to wait till after the break to watch it.
What do we think, chat? Can Chiefs qualify for playoffs? Imagine Chiefs qualify for playoffs, and then right after that, Power loses to Limitless. Oh, what a great day it'd be. It'd be phenomenal. All right, we got 6 minutes. If y'all are on the purple brand, y'all are about to get hit with a 3-minute ad because that should prevent ads running until we hit our next commercial break. Don't blame me, blame Twitch. I'm going to step away for a second. That alarm y'all just heard was my food needing to come out of the oven. I'll be right back. I just remembered that I gotta re up on my green shake, chat. Since I finally got paid the other day. Do I get anything with my green shake though? That's the real question. Because I already ordered my thermogenic and my pre-workout re-up. So like I'm good on that. We can get rid of our old Addy over there. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Well, that's kind of annoying. Right now, the website's not showing me how many loyalty points I got. The fuck? Just thinking about ordering me a new shaker with my loyalty points. Why you gotta do me like this? They actually, chat, they have this one, greens, that I'm ordering. This American pop. Oh, so good, bro. It's so good. It's like a bomb pop, but it's a greens shake. Oh, it's so good.
Versus SSG, and you see them rolling in now. I do have Hurricane CJ with me still.
Oh, look at the confidence as well, coming off the biggest upset we've had in a long time in International Rocket League. Chiefs getting the job done over General Mates yesterday. Now they've got some new competition. It's not EU anymore. They've got the NA boys in Space Station to play.
And yeah, you gotta remember, Space Station has been on a slow but steady up and up recently. Yeah. So, gotta take that into account. Chicago completely locked in. Dude's got the maxes
do I want to go with the hydration?
Yes, Chiefs versus SSG up next. I'm stoked for this.
Well, that's something about SSG I want to talk about too with this squad is they you were talking actually to them earlier on the old guy roundtable.
Yes.
You know, you were saying the reason the people I got on are the people that I don't have to babysit. And I think that's why they're on the up and up. This is a squad that mentally is there and ready to go.
Yeah, the mental aspect of Rocket League is massive. Chicago, he said he doesn't know why he's still here. He doesn't know how long he's got left, he said, maybe another couple of years. But yeah, he's been fantastic so far. Obviously, we know what we're going to get with LJ and Hoxer. Fantastic. I mean, LJ, he's a stat machine.
Yeah, this is like G2, they've got Nas, Gen G has first, well, they've got LJ. So if LJ can pop off, though, I think there is a world where this becomes really interesting. But same conversation can be said.
All right, they're back.
That's very true. Well, I want you to let us know what you think. STC
I'm gonna go
Play audience fan vote is going to be up. Go to stcplay.gg to let us know how you think this one's going to go here. This is an interesting one because I think a lot of people, I gotta say, probably have a little bit of love and fandom for the logo behind me here right now. Now, realistically on paper, is that realistic?
I mean, let's think about it. They played General Mates yesterday. Has to be, they're a better team than Space Station. No doubt, they're major champs. So really, this is a best case scenario. I know I've been in this position before. So often, you're an underdog, you get a massive upset, everyone's singing your praises, and then the next round, you're playing the world champions or something. You just get a tough run. So really, this is a fantastic situation for Chiefs to be in.
Yeah, it really is, because like you said, it isn't like you're going a step higher, which is no disrespect to Space Station by any means, but it does stay a little bit more realistic for them to kind of attempt to recreate what they did yesterday. I don't know if it even has to be at the same level.
I mean, we've got to talk about the Great White as well.
Yeah, I think this next game's going to be an absolute fucking
Great
banger,
White. Why do you say
bro.
the Great White? And I want to see this spammed in the chat.
Chiefs
you guys
just
watching
might,
back at
like,
home. Well,
y'all know I
apparently
love
the Chiefs boys, when he
SSG.
subbed in, they couldn't say his name. Joris, Joris, whatever they wanted to say.
Jaws.
So they just called him Jaws. Jaws, Great White Shark, the Great White. So that's his new nickname, and I love it. They're all spared. They're yelling it. You can hear them on stage yelling the Great White when he scores. I love it. It's an awesome nickname.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and being able to have an import in like this is great, but the question is this just that sub kind of like
magic,
you know, buff that's going on?
Period.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even discredit the buff because G2 looked crazy with Nas coming in, so I'm not going to discredit Jorius for coming in for Chiefs.
I think they're going to win, though. I'm going Chiefs.
Are you guys both going
Yeah,
Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Still going SSG. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did you just switch it?
If I go...
No, I'm going.
I'm not sweeping
No,
the
you're done. You're sticking with them.
Go the Great White.
I'm staying with you.
Come on.
Chiefs. Let's go, Chiefs. Do not let me down, Australia. Let's see what happens.
Let's get it, chap. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, huh.
Well, I'm joined
Oh.
here alongside Josius and also Hoxer. Yes, you have been, yeah, you know, Jorius, now Josius, you know, it works, okay? Trust me, bro. Now, Jorius, I want to kick off the discussions with the fact that you mentioned your scrim capabilities and the amount of time that you've had has been incredibly limited heading into EWC. Obviously, dominant performance from you boys yesterday. Was that the same approach that you had in regards to scrims last night? Did you go back and practice some more, or was it cool, calm, and collected?
Yeah, we only had one scrim this morning, so we didn't practice too much, but it was quite the same. We scrim Vitality, nice little even scrim. So
Vitality.
We're just going in the same as yesterday. Like, we're the underdogs. We're gonna be underdogs for the whole tournament. So let's just have fun.
Well, Hoxer, Jorius mentioned yesterday that he wants to face off against you boys, and I quote, he said, "Just look at what we have achieved here." Does that worry you in the slightest heading into this match?
No, because it's just one series. Come on, show us more, man. You know, I don't ever lose the OCE. I'm not going to start today, so.
What do you think
Damn,
it was the
got him.
deciding factor in their victory against Gentlemates?
Man, I think it's just Joriez when it doesn't matter, man. That's all it is, you know? Make it important and it's over, so gotcha, man.
And heading into this tournament as a whole, were you and the boys feeling a little bit less pressure, obviously given the fact that you're standing in for them? And do you think that that's changed at all after yesterday's victory?
I don't think we feel like we went in it with no pressure or like kind of like free holiday, because we've been a team together for a day. But now, like, it's still no pressure, but we do believe now that there's actually something more that we can do. Like, we're not just here for the fun holiday, we actually can maybe cause some upsets.
He's like, oh, we're not just here enjoying Riyadh anymore. We might actually make playoffs.
Good luck, have fun, boys. Go ahead, do the fist bump. I want to see top tier gameplay. Nice, nicely done. You can go ahead, take to your seats. Oh my God, epic. I like it. All right, yeah, that's kind of cringe, boys. Go sit down, go sit down. All right, back over to the casters. We'll see you soon.
Hey, let's go. Have we seen anyone call timeouts? I don't think anyone. I don't think they have timeouts, right? I wonder if they do during playoffs. During the best of sevens, maybe. I still miss the team battles format, chat. I don't know about y'all.
Action so far with Chiefs and the Space Station.
I loved when we
Gaming,
saw a
but what
nice little
we're
mix of
seeing
2s and 3s.
realistically is little old Hoxer and the Great White. That's right. We have Joriez, the Great White Dutchman, the Great White Shark coming in. He's snapping away. You little Hoxer. You silly little Hoxer. Look at you. Look at you, pal. Silly little Hoxer. I can't believe it. Great White Joriez, mate. I'm here. I'm snapping away. I'm snapping away. Yeah, go on. Give me a little bit of trash talk.
You're
Stumpy.
Why are you really quiet?
I'm like a dog. Grrr.
I get the dog in you, and the dog is scared.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be too much of a good fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's my issue. That's the problem. I'm just too lovable for the fighting world. Unlike Jorius and Hoxer, those two squaring up before the series started. Things you love to see. Hoxer is a fantastic speaker as well. He's been. We can chat about how long Hoxer has been part of this scene now. It was 2018. It was Madrid. So 6 years that Hoxer has been here, and only in the last year or so has he re-reached this upper echelon of Rocket League Esports. Very impressive story. And
His upper echelon.
Himself.
Jory is my word. He has been the story man of the entire event so far. Going through yesterday, if you missed it, firstly, you're silly, how dare you? We were live. It was the match between Chiefs and Gentlemates, and Chiefs took it down 3-2. And quite frankly, a style that I think nobody was really expecting, considering the fact that Jory is absolutely peaked, but it was not a one-man show. Hunter and Kaka, alongside him, put on performances that they can be so incredibly proud of, and hopefully
it definitely seemed like Jorius helped buff the other two, yeah? Like Jorius came in, was doing his shit, the other two started playing more confident.
That is the case now.
Almost like the Swift, like inverse of G2, where Nas comes in, Nas comes in this
Rocket League world now,
playing so much more confident.
To the fact that, you know, there's a lot of moving around in the current Rocket League climate, so you can't suddenly say this isn't an OCE team. This is an OCE team that have Jorius here, and it was
like Jorius got to come in and play with house money.
Out of nowhere. It's
you know what I mean?
One for this event, but
that's probably why it feels a bit different. Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say the improvement that Hunter and Kaka have shown in yesterday's series against Gentlemates, it wasn't just Jorius.
Yeah, for sure. And the biggest thing for them is like the confidence. It's like I was chatting to Chiefs and Jorby about this morning, where it's like, look, boys, we can perform to that level. Like, we've just seen that our teammate can do it. Why can't we? In OCE, for the longest time, it's been these small incremental updates and little bits and bobs that end up being brought through from lands, and that's how the region improves. But then as soon as you then dump in a top-tier EU player, a top-tier NA player, Mr. Infinity Stones himself collecting all the regions, you end up with a couple of players that will think, oh my word, that is what we can do in this game. And Hunter and Kaka, as I said, should be so proud of how they did yesterday, and hopefully how they're going to do today.
Well, I said on the pre-show that my theory is that stylistically, Space Station worked better against Chiefs than Gentlemates worked against Chiefs. I think the Gentlemates tried to play their regular game, tried to just squeeze the life out of Chiefs, and that wasn't happening. Space Station Gaming, they go out there, and they're going to try and style on them, as they try to do to everyone. They'll get LJ on the ball, they'll pre-jump, they'll go for fakes, they'll go for all sorts of crazy shenanigans, which may well be too much for Chiefs to handle. But then, my goodness, I would have said the same about Gentlemates yesterday as well. So, what do I know? But so far, it is Chiefs that are working on. Hunter doesn't get quite the shot away. LJ saves it. That was a real chance.
He ended up being the setup coming through in the end. It was Kaka taking the final shot from Hunter, alley-ooping him. But I think that should have been a shot on target from Hunter. Ended up being a little bit too safe, I think. Try and get back to that no respect gameplay that they had yesterday. That's how these underdogs end up beating the big dogs, our major champions.
Well, Space Station Gaming, who looked so impressive against Gladiators, now they're already going for their ceiling plays and such, as we expected from them. LJ into the corner is met by Hunter. What performance he had yesterday, and Kaka as well. Of course, it was Jorius that got all the social media plaudits, but I'm desperate for those two not to be uninvolved.
Chicago!
Chicago gets involved.
Nice pass from who's that, Hoxer?
Space Station.
You know what, with that Chicago goal, let's talk about Space Station Gaming, because Chicago coming over as the veteran player to this squad. Hoxer, a relative veteran, as it comes down to. I chatted to him a lot last night. It was like 2 hours or so that, for some reason, I was just chatting to him while the Tekken was being played nearby.
I guess the only real difference is
and it was nice being
that,
able to, you know, speak to him.
The difference in like the hair color, very subtle. That's it.
Scene for such a long time that I think goes under the radar a lot of the time when Chicago is the otherwise big veteran when you look at these squads. But I mean, across the board from Space Station Gaming, LJ, he is their best player. I think that is quite fair to say. And when he's gone to any major, he becomes one of the top 5 players that we see.
Yeah, one of the world's best on current form for sure is LJ. Going from strength to strength for Space Station.
It's all right, though. I mean, they still got... I mean, we've seen a couple times where Chiefs have been able to come down here and at least set up in the zone a little bit.
Now Hunter and Kaka would
Just the one thing that they're struggling with is like maintain the possession. That's in. It's high. That's in though.
It's awkward, so awkward here from Chiefs. They escape once more.
2 of them went high.
Looking like they're struggling a bit more than they did against Gentlemates yesterday. Although their first game yesterday was their weakest.
That also facts.
Went on, so
they made some adjustments in game 2 that really kind of changed things around. And Space Station Gaming hasn't like necessarily been controlling this game either.
And the ball. He's got his cake. Can he eat it as well? Yes, he
like
can.
It's a 1-goal game.
Might land on the next boost too. So good play from Hunter.
I get so used to like being able to press shift and see stats when I'm casting.
Space Station Gaming waiting for it though. They'll know that they're onto it soon. Jory is in the middle. Chicago gets the ball next. A lot of this is being played in the blue half, and they will not like that. But here comes Hunter with a half chance, but Hoxer clears it away.
We approach the final 19. LJ is going to be on this immediate counter-attack. Jory, though, can get it quite cleanly into the corner. I'd like to see a lot more come through in the later games from the Chiefs. Jory, yes, he led it last time. Kaka's taking quite a harsh shot on target. LJ can save it away. Jory is back down towards Kaka, but who ends up having to leave.
Hoxer sends that one long. Kaka coming in from the side. So Chiefs have managed to normalize things after going in goal behind.
I mean, they still only need one to bring this thing to a tie here. Shot from Jorius.
He puts it almost into the top corner.
Tough.
It was a little bit flat.
We still have control though.
Kaka. He'll claim that he was just moving into
Kaka gets the bump on the backside. Chicago doesn't have enough boost to get to it though.
Chiefs running them close. This is by no means going to be a walk in the park for Space
shot
based on this first game. Another shot comes in from Kaka. It's another low, flat strike. We need a bit of elevation on these shots. Not good enough just yet with the final strike. Here comes Chicago.
It's a good pass off to Chicago.
Maybe, but it's saved again.
All these teams currently shooting bottom corner. I mean, the main reason for that being that the defenders are going so high on the backboard and on the sidewall that if you shoot low, that is the best place that you can get it. It's not so awkward to save. The issue is that defenders you're shooting against are some of the greatest in the world. Being proven on both sides so far. Only a 1-goal lead for Space Station Gaming. Final third, Chicago over 1.
Nice save. Good read from
Jorius.
Jorius.
Leaves the Hawks to try and chip it up high.
Nice.
Unsuccessful as 3. I'm going to say Australian, in quotes, bodies managed to slam their way into it to save.
3 Aussie bodies. Well, here's Jorius, just trying to charge in front of the ball right now, but it's Space Station showing the game.
I'm telling you, I love how Jorius looks with this Chiefs roster.
Especially when they have no
like they can be down by 2 here, that's fine.
Just take his time, smash it home.
When you think about how this Chiefs roster could look in OCE,
that 100 is that's worst case scenario for the Chiefs. But a 2-goal lead is going to see Space Station Gaming take map number 1. And I think Space Station quite clearly a favourite coming into this. But there is so much more that we saw from Chiefs yesterday that they haven't yet been able to put through.
Just tell me
chances. It's just the shooting which hasn't been as hot. But overall, I think they've managed to work their way towards the Space Station goal well.
So give me an estimate. I imagine if it got in today, it'd probably be like Tuesday, Wednesday.
Plenty of boost.
I think I should have enough greens powder to last
them. Stumpy, they did defend well. I think that's the big difference. At Space Station Gaming,
and if I miss a day or 2 of greens, it's whatever, you know.
Onto the ball, but actually sending it to where the following Chiefs players weren't. If Space Station Gaming slowed down in that,
it's not like I'm missing out on my pre-workout or nothing.
If they're striking, then Chiefs have got a good chance here.
Yeah, feel
me? I think.
Yeah, I know y'all.
There's going to be the moments that are going to now be getting to Hunter and to Kaka because they wouldn't have been in this position before by beating a European team at that level, a former major champion. And you do get those nerves. You do have those issues. You think, oh my word, okay, maybe this is more like it. Maybe this is where we're actually meant to be. It's going to be on Jorius and their coach to make sure that they're going to be able to just strike that out of their minds, take it away a little bit more. You know, LBP to talk to them and say, look, fellas, we're good. Let's not worry about it too much. Keep playing your game. Keep playing what ultimately we've practiced for a day now.
There's also a theory that you and I have been drumming into people for the last ever, which is winner's tilt, which is when an underdog starts to believe, oh, hey, we might actually do this. And when I say this,
true,
I mean
that's what we were talking about yesterday, actually, chat.
When against Gentlemates, there's no pressure. They beat them. Suddenly you're thinking, cool, we might make top 8 here.
I mean, Jory has said that as well in the interview. He was saying, oh, well, now we've realised that we can do something. And when he said it, I must admit, I was a little bit like,
uh-oh.
Oh, now you've suddenly got precedent.
Yeah, exactly. It changes everything. Jorius gets Chiefs going in game number 2. Space Station Gaming have a slender lead in the series. Chicago gets it into the corner. Kaka high. It's the better start here for Chiefs. Looking cleaner, getting involved, managing to avoid bumping into each other.
Woo! Hunter!
Hunter was not expecting that backflip from Hunter.
Look, watch me, I'm Pele.
I chatted
to a nice bicycle
kick last night, and apparently him and Hunter are really good friends. At a previous event, his
so
mum...
random. I'd never like mix those two, but I love it. It's lovely.
And Hunter's mum ended up like chatting, getting on really well, hanging out, and therefore they're two fantastic Rocket League pro son children. They managed to then become friends through that as well. So he was saying he's really looking forward to seeing how this matchup ends
That's
up
cool,
going.
man. Hey, Jorius punches it in, and this is how game 2 started against.
A very awkward
who the fuck they beat yesterday?
5 seconds of Chiefs pressure, and it ended with Kaka getting that bump on
Gentlemates.
Hoxer. And who else but Jorius was there? It's unfortunate for Kaka because he's the only player that wasn't involved in the goal involvement there, but they won't care. Chiefs won't mind one bit, especially as Hunter clears that one. As far as Hoxer, Jorius steams in from the side. There's a pretty poor clearance there. Chicago gets it to Hoxer. Chicago actually leaves it. Oh, sorry, is left it by Hoxer. And now Hunter can keep going. No boost at all, but at least manages to get it as far as Space Station Gaming's backboard. And Chiefs, once more in game 2, Stumpy, that is when they step up. That is when they start performing and take the lead for the first time in the series. Could be doubled up here. Jorius backboard. Jorius tries to sink it, but Hoxer.
Nice touch from Hoxer.
Yeah, perfect touch too. Keeps it low, keeps it flat towards the wall. Doesn't bounce out for any goal-scoring opportunity. Chicago, an attempt to get that side will redirect central.
LJ already up. Hunter reads it like a book, though.
This minute and a half. It's pretty even, actually, despite the fact the Chiefs are leading.
Kaka's going to get a couple of touches here up against LJ, and that's something that Chiefs are doing incredibly well. Not giving LJ any time on the ball, making sure that as soon as it seems he's going to get a free hit, someone is on him, at the very least forcing him. At best, making it a 50-50 or even a 1 challenge. Here's another example. Look, LJ tries to clear. Jorius does not let him escape.
Who's where?
LJ again.
Oh, Hunter was all the way back in their deep third. What the fuck?
Space Station Gaming's potential attack down, so Chiefs can keep on coming, continuing to swarm with the Great White, their spearhead. Hunter waits for it, wants to get a double here up against LJ. LJ does manage.
Just feels like they're passive.
And now,
like, I understand respecting SSG's ability to flip the pitch.
Who was waiting. Space Station Gaming showing patience, not rushing up against Chiefs' defense. They're certainly respecting Chiefs, and I think they have to at this point.
I mean, they've seen the damage the Chiefs have been able to do against, as we've been saying, a major champion. Space Station Gaming have not reached.
We might be about due for standing up, chat.
The Hawks in the midfield wants to make sure that he's going to be able to at least give Space Station Gaming a top 8.
Might stand up for the Limitless game.
Group D is incredibly interesting to look at. 2 minutes now. Jorius up high. Who's going to be central? First one to him, but with no one following Chicago. A pretty easy block away.
I mean, we have to remember that we may well be looking at 2 top 8 teams when all is said and done. Assuming that Gentlemates beat Gladiators in the lower bracket, the loser of this will face Gentlemates, a team, of course, whom Chiefs have already defeated in Game 5, and they were the better team pretty much throughout. So this could be a flavor of things to come when we reach our playoffs in the next couple of days.
Throughout the throughout the last 4 games.
For Kaka, maybe. I think Kaka called him off, but by then it was too late for Hunter.
Chiefs were not the best team on the pitch in Game 1.
LJ can come forward. Thought about the double reset. Instead goes for the single. Gets some pressure on the Chiefs' goal line. Jorius comes forward. Hoxer in front. Wants to get the 50. Into the center it goes. It's another clean win for Kaka. LJ's taken out the game. Hunter, I thought for a second was clear, but Chicago was there.
Hoxer now trying to put a little bit of pressure with these 80 seconds. Chicago central, LJ to receive. Kaka was
LJ at least gets enough of that to keep it down this side of the field. Had he not, that's going the opposite way. It's a goal. Instead, they're able to keep the control. That touch from LJ.
What happened?
Because otherwise, Kaka's going the other way with it. Maybe Hoxer catches him on that right side of the field, but probably not.
Trying to get the in and out, wasn't able to, and that meant Hoxer could just prod the ball into the back of the net. Space Station Gaming showed resilience and patience, and now they find themselves back in game number 2.
Chance for LJ to go up for the double. Instead cleared away by Hunter into the back corner. Hoxer central. Kaka shutting him down. Pretty low boost across the ball for Chiefs. So
I think Chiefs, if they're going to qualify, they have to qualify through SSG.
Relinquished back towards Space Station Gaming.
I don't think they're beating Gentlemates twice.
By Hunter, who's repeatedly finding himself on 0.
And I don't see Gentlemates losing to Gaming Gladiators. There's just no way.
Well, that was it, though. That touch from Jorius was clean. Kaka just gets it towards the goal line. LJ gets something on the ball. Chicago had to be on LJ's wavelength there. There's a shot in from Hunter. It's a little bit weak.
Had no fucking ass on that shot, though.
Fix it forwards. Jorias dodges Chicago and keeps on going. Next goal may well take game 2. Who's going to take it? LJ gets a demo. Kaka with the challenge towards LJ. Now it's Hunter up against Chicago. Hunter follows.
Kaka?
Might have a free shot. He wants to bump LJ. He just stared at him, and LJ jumped quick enough. Jorias has turned. Can he get one more touch into the center?
I think Kaka was trying to slow down and go for the touch instead of just going for the bump. I'm pretty sure.
Overtime in 5. Kaka going for a reset. The ground pinch unsuccessful. Hawks are high in the middle. Jorias up towards Hunter. Kaka
Hunter, you got Kaka on your left.
Reset 1-2.
Hold on.
A dunk
Wait a
unsuccessful
minute.
for the second time, but Jorias keeps the play going.
So close, and again a huge save from Hoxer. Space Station Gaming living
Damn,
dangerously
almost went
all
to the
way
rubber match.
Overtime.
Tied
But
up at
it will
1.
be next goal wins. Space Station have held firm. Now they have their chance to double their series lead. Kaka takes him out. Jorias clears long, and Chicago can only go high, but Hoxer wins against Kaka. Sorry, against Hunter. In comes LJ.
Oh,
He's
wide
missed it
open.
for once. Hoxer shoots. Hoxer takes it. It's 2
Unfortunate.
for Space Station. They survive.
All right, well, I think we're probably seeing a
And
sweep
it's
here
top
then.
corner to end it as well. To end
If I had
game
to
number
guess,
2.
Space Station's about to come out here and
That
just
was a
absolutely roll
beautiful
game
finish
3.
on Akaka that unfortunately for him was sitting just completely dead central. 2 games down.
Yeah, they look
Space
lost
Station
over there
lead.
on that
And the Great
Chiefs
White
side.
suddenly may well be being made into soup.
Into soup, shark soup. How mean. He's given himself a cool nickname.
Tough.
And then you've just done that to him. Unbelievable. Yeah, though. Space Station Gaming. They managed to take the second one. They are finding this one a struggle.
I'm gonna go rinse
Chiefs
out my,
certainly have it in them to get at
shaker
least a
here real
couple of
quick while we
games,
forget
especially
game
after
number
this
3,
first goal went in. It was huge work from Kaka. And then there's the belief into Chiefs. Space Station, I was beginning to hold out or to run out of hope for them in this second game. Just seemed like it was trickling away until one decision to bump, and then look at this defending at the end. There was another chance as well. I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to see it. We won't, and then there, LJ actually missed the double, but it worked out perfectly for Hoxer, and that is not an easy finish. The ball bouncing directly at you to get the speed and trajectory correct. Pretty difficult.
It's a perfect finish. Managed to sink it, like literally perfect top corner too. I'm trying to think, by the way, of a joke where it's obviously the Great White Shark, which is Jorias in this context, and their previous player on Chiefs was called Finn.
Nice.
So there's
Shark, Finn,
something
soup.
there. So everybody just stay tuned. I'll work it in
Shark,
at some
fin,
point.
soup, maybe?
Yeah, I know, but like I wanted to make it a joke instead of just saying shark fin soup.
So shark, fin,
no,
soup.
Stop it.
Is the
because
joke.
It's going to be my thing. That's not a joke. That's just,
You can write that down as a
that's
Cool Call
just an
93
illegal food. That's an illegal food.
Out to Milcall 93.
Much
Claim
like-
that one. Make sure you give it credit. Game 3.
All right.
Space Station Gaming hoping to take these shark fins and soup them.
Stop.
But Chiefs trying to soup themselves up.
Horrible. Horrible little man you are. First 15 seconds gone with Chiefs now putting on a decent amount of pressure. They wanting to start this game as they finished the last, just before the overtime began. Hey, Jorias as well with a little card change, going with this quite gaudy green and blue number.
They're interesting considering they've been competing well, Chiefs. So hopefully not a tilt thing for Jorias to change his
just
car,
a bit
maybe just a feel thing.
Just a bit different.
Yeah, a bit different, mix it up.
Go with someone new, see what you can do
Actually,
with
fuck
it.
it, we'll just stand
Well,
up
here
now,
is Hoxer trying to pitch that one on the ground. LJ sends it forward again. If Space Station take the lead here, then maybe Chiefs will begin to run out of fight. We shall see. I do feel that Chiefs have to score first. Kaka goes high. Hunter's to the side with 100 boost. And Kaka gets the ball a long old distance. Almost went for the pinch and the dunk. He was bumped out the way, so that'll be the end of his attack. Jury is now up against Hoxer into the center for LJ. What can LJ conjure up? He fakes it low. This is dangerous now. Jorias gets in from the side again. All
right, well, I kind of thought they were just going to come out here and roll over this game, but they haven't done that.
Something Chiefs have been doing really well this whole time, not letting LJ have clean touches.
LJ's looked good, obviously, he's LJ, but he's not been that #1 star player so far for Space Station. And that's exactly what you need to do. Make him not shine as bright as he will be clamoring to do. Shut him down early. Hoxer, a long shot on target. It's a bit of a bouncy one, but it all
right,
comes
that
from
probably
one.
opens
First
up the
minute and a
floodgates
half
if I had to
for
guess,
Space Station
champ.
with a lead.
Your mate Hoxer Stumpy has been my MVP of this series so far. I think his finishing has been flawless. He has been the player that's been on the end of all of it. And he's the one that once again puts the fear into Chiefs. They find themselves having to come back on another occasion. Will that be one too many? Or can they step up? Oh my goodness, there's a double mistake there from Space Station Gaming. That wasn't great, but that didn't fall for anything as far as Chiefs are concerned. Then Hoxer misses. The pressure of being named MVP. LJ is taken out. Hoxer gets
yeah,
a touch
that's as
towards
mistakes
Joris.
as Chiefs
It's all
needed to
got a little bit
punish.
scrappy. And this
They do
is
still have
something
the
that
possession,
OT
though.
players will love.
Yeah, I mean, they love to just go as fast as they possibly can to play the non-perfect game.
Hold on, picks the
That wasn't
pocket,
an
Jorius.
insult, it's just that that's what they do, and Jorius
ties it up. There we go.
Towards target and draws
There we go.
There it is. As soon as it gets ugly, you know that Chiefs will be the ones to just pull the beauty out of the fires of chaos. They get their equalizer, and where I was saying if Space Station get the first goal, it'll be a long way back from Chiefs. They have taken that first step back and put themselves back into game number 3. Now they have to keep on sprinting. Kaka in his own corner wants to be LJ, but LJ for once does win it cleanly. Into the middle where Chicago is waiting. They combine for the 1-2. Kaka has to get this touch this time and does. Chicago now over the goal line. It goes out wide. Here comes Hoxer, the star man. This time,
get it clear.
Bounced forward towards LJ. It's a mistake from Chiefs.
Tough.
Yeah, you just see, it's such a flat save from Jorius. He's only just done a turn, goes so central. If he lands nicely without Hoxer just smashing him back into the net, maybe it's all right for the double block. Instead, though, unfortunately for him, Hoxer is there. LJ.
Are we gonna have 3 sweeps in our qualifier games in the upper bracket? That's wild.
To get this boost, he hasn't quite been able to, though. Unfortunately, he does in the end. So Space Station are a little bit starved. So that one just falls for Hoxer perfectly on the half volley. They'll be feeling a lot more comfortable now they have their lead back. It's been a series where they've had comfort for 1 or 2 minutes at a time. They're trying their pre-jumps. I'm not sure that's really going to work against Chiefs the way they're playing. You still have to show them respect, even a couple of games and a goal up. Something that I praised Space Station Gaming for at the start of this series, that they were anticipating the brilliance, the potential brilliance of the Chiefs.
Do we wonder, it was yesterday just a trap game scenario for Gentlemates?
Too silly with it, it might backfire, but Hoxer has a chance now for the backboard. This could really kill it. It's to the backboard again. It hits the post now. Chicago leaves it to LJ. LJ
nice
calls
fake.
on Jorius, misses another big save. It's on the post.
Oh,
somehow gets it away.
Wow.
In some universe, Jorius clears that ball away 99.9% of the way in, then Kaka takes a shot, a routine save from Hoxer. That could have been the third for SSG, and Chiefs are going to thank their lucky stars that it's not.
Hoxer now goes forward. Hunter is left so isolated there. He had to jump as early as he could, but thankfully from the side, he was able to get a decent touch. Now it's Kaka with the flip reset.
Just need
Hunter
one,
comes in
man.
against LJ. That was going into the center. Kaka wants to get this one as far as Jorius, who does. This is the shooting chance for Amanda Skills.
Kaka?
Let's go! And Kaka scores!
Putting the ball over the eyes is Jorius. Goes to that sidewall redirect, incredibly dangerous. And Hunter with a bump on Chicago. I didn't spot that the first time.
Bang,
bang! Out
bang!
of the way. A wonderful redirect from Kaka. Again, level.
Chiefs, whether they win or lose, are continuing to prove they can hang with the best. And on current form, Space Station Gaming are one of the best in this competition. That one's pinched towards the center by Jorius. Chiefs have to get this next goal if they are to stay in this series and remain in the upper bracket. Hunter gets it into the 100 boost. He goes to the ceiling. Once the flip reset, gets it.
Okay.
Oh. Well, that was Hunter. I thought that was the finish.
No one was there. No one was there to follow it up. But now can Chicago deal up with his 2 friends on Space Station Gaming?
Poor Stumpy must be getting sick or something.
35 is that pressure building for SSG. Majority a doink long. Hoxer called into action, then Chicago the next.
LJ, though, does manage to take control here until Hunter just charges it down back into the Space Station Gaming corner, ending regulation time defensively, just like they did in Game 2. But they ended up winning that one in OT. Jorius to the ceiling. Chiefs want to win it now. Jorius gets the musty, follows it up again. Hoxer with the block now. Space Station know that 1 goal could kill it. Still they bide their time. Chicago, he goes forward. Hoxer is searching for a bump, searching for something to make Chiefs' stubborn defense be as unimpactful as possible. But now it's Hoxer, could be the 0-second winner as far as LJ, but
overtime.
Hunter sends it long.
All right.
The second overtime of the series.
One shot's all it takes.
Lasted 17 seconds. This one for either team may
Send
well be
Space Station through to the
slog.
playoffs.
Up high with 60 boosts.
Be our 4th team through.
Straight back down towards Kaka.
Or can
Jorius, he's high.
Chiefs Esports Club find a way to extend this series?
Space Station Gaming defenders into it. Then he gets the dunk to Hunter anyway. Hoxer leaves it for Kaka. It's so risky in front of your own goal line. Jorius has turned this time. Gets the charge, wants the second touch. Doesn't get it. Space Station Gaming again managed to survive. LJ now, he shoots. Kaka into the center. A demo comes in. Chicago has to let it travel over his shoulder and block the pinch. But Hunter gets it as far as Kaka. It's so close again for Chiefs.
Jory is in space with time and boost. But Hoxer instead receives it and then lays the ball back over towards LJ. That's going to be so awkward for anybody to touch. Instead, Hunter does do a great job of stretching for it. 50 seconds in. Kaka eligible over one instead, no, sorry. Hoxer does block it out before it gets just over.
Nice control. Okay.
So now it's LJ in the center. How they'd love to get LJ on the ball. Just to let him do something. Wind him up and let him go, but so far is being reduced to big booming clearances. Jorius has the flip from here. Chicago misses, but Jorius trying to make something from it. Probably gets himself
counter-attack here. LJ 2v1 with Hoxer.
Isolated. This could be the end. Hunter goes up early, and Hunter does fantastic work to get it to Kaka.
Yeah, Hunter on the side of Chiefs is the man that I've been looking at most. And it's no goal! Kaka awarded with it. And
all right, we get a game 4.
They earn one game back on a potential journey to a reverse
sweep. You've said it.
Yeah, there you go.
You've said the magic words. You made everyone wait. I mean, you could have said reverse anything, but you said sweep at the end of it.
I did.
Which is probably what I expected you to say. You know, that was odds on. Anyway, Chiefs back in this series, and that was a battle. There's been 2 games in a row that have been a true battle, a true
still not seeing much
game.
energy over on the Chiefs Esports side.
The team could take it. The first one, Space Station Gaming. The second one, Chiefs. And I think they're shading it on the eye test, at least in games 2 and 3, even though they lost game 2.
I think I'd still give it to SSG personally.
Would you?
I think especially with Hoxer. Hoxer for me has been the #1 player. But then on the other side, I put Hunter as the best player on Chiefs. So a turnaround from what we've seen from them previously, where it probably would have been LJ and Jorius.
It's the battle of the H's.
This save.
Oh man, this saved them.
I'm sorry, the way that he wrapped his car around it and flicks it out, and then they win the game in the end. Oh my gosh, it's poetry.
It is poetry, yeah. At least for me, I forget about saves like that. Do you know what I mean? Or at least I forget about the context of them. It's not until I look back at it in slow motion and I see that at that point, SSG were 2-1 up. If that goes in, probably series over.
True though.
It doesn't.
That's actually a good point.
Equalizer, and then eventually they claim the overtime winner. A huge pivot point in this series, which remains live and well. You can see there the potential reward, as well as the 200 grand, which nobody would say no to, for taking this tournament, as well as being able to have your key survive as well. So much to play for here at the Esports World Cup. LJ has control of the ball, gets it to the middle, as we are here on Utopia.
Yeah, we've not really said about the key system so far, in this series at least. I mean, whoever wins the entire thing, they can... I just love it. I keep saying it every time. Firstly, you crush your opponent's key when you send them home. That's already rude. And then after that, if you win the entire thing, you get to encase 3 in the base of your trophy in resin. That's rude again. It's wonderful. It's so good. It's a great system. It's so BM.
BM's what we love to see.
All right, come on.
Let's see how things shake out. LJ shoots. Hunter gets the save.
Let's see Chiefs give us a game 5.
Hunter would have wanted it, but I think with all the angles considered, Kaka was the
and
only
let's see Chiefs pull out the reverse sweep and shock the freaking world, baby.
Chicago almost gets it past Hunter, but LJ has a chance. This is happening more and more for Space Station, which scares me for Chiefs, because you cannot give LJ this much time and control. He didn't score on that occasion, but look at the fear that he puts into Chiefs.
And we're seeing just this pressure now really building for Space Station Gaming. There's a lot less opportunities for Chiefs to work out of their own half, but this is one time where they have been able to. Hunter low, going with a 50. And then we're seeing a lot of shots in this series be pretty simple for the first shot to try and force a mistake out of either side of defense.
Lovely positioning there from Hunter. When the shot came in, he knew exactly where the clearance was going to go, so he was already on that sidewall waiting for it. It led to another shot for Chiefs. No goals because of it, but just an example of the intelligence of play that Jorius has brought to these two. Hunter and Kaka are showing a level of Rocket League IQ we've never seen from them. And that's not all because of Jorius, but it maybe is because of the confidence that he brings them.
I mean, they've definitely been playing better even individually. It feels like confidence is definitely a factor.
Even when it seems
I said that yesterday, right? Like, 'cause it wasn't like it was just the Jorius show.
It's 0-0, as you say, with 2 minutes gone. That one awkward on the backboard. LJ up for the double instead. No, sorry, that was actually a great pass over towards Chicago. The reset actually finds the backboard too. Hoxer just waits and lurks, sees if Chiefs can actually send it away. So far, unable to.
Ooh, Hoxer had a chance there to just knock it backwards into the center where maybe Space Station Gaming would have had a couple of players awaiting. Hunting the Sharks. Jorias gets it towards Hunter again. LJ's up. Jorias and Hunter just waiting. What is going to happen? Can Space Station clear their lines? I don't think they can. Massive save, though, from Hoxer. Wow, that was so important.
Again, Hoxer being that offensive, defensive, wherever you want to call him. He's going to fit in that role. Jorias that wanted to push down pitch. Instead has to wait for the ball just to trickle down.
He stops it on the goal line, but no one's around.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so slow, though, from Space Station. The defending there, the path that the Chiefs player had to move into, you wouldn't expect them to have. But it was a good recovery, it has to be said. Now Hunter, he keeps his attack going. Kaka shoots it, but again, it's low. They have to get more height. They basically aimed it at the goalkeeper.
Maybe just frustrations, taking a shot, see what we can do. But you need to make it a little bit threatening, then you can stretch their defense thin. Hunter has to back out from that one, but Hoxer, he's going to go full bore, see how far he can send it. Chicago central to LJ for the double. Can't get around that ball, but still wide.
Space Station.
All right, boys, are still keeping it in.
And 20 seconds left. Yet again,
Here we go, get up out of the zone.
One more goal could sink this series and squash the uprising of Chiefs. Jorias into the middle. Hunter has to get a touch. Kaka's still got the boost, though. Kaka shows his nerve. LJ now into the center.
There's like no boost though across any of the players for Chiefs.
Hunter gets it as
oh, they are starved.
Kaka is just relieved.
They've at least got downfield, but they haven't been able to get anything on the way back. Kaka's the only one with a full tank.
This time, Jorias flicks it high. Going to just help out his team, but I mean, realistically, Kaka's going to have to use a lot of boost to get anywhere with that ball. That one going over the top, and Chicago can't make any contact. Hoxer waits patiently. Chicago actually ends up pinching it, finds Kaka on the side, and now Chiefs can push.
Hunter has maybe a pass to Jorias. Jorias retreating backwards, though. Maybe he could have trended forward there. Jorias gets in the way of
Jorias up to Hunter.
Allows Hunter a clean hit. Hoxer was the third man back. Nerves all over the place right now. The standard of players dropped slightly, but it's understandable. The importance of the next goal. Was playing a tad more defensively, a tad more scared. Who's going to be the first to step forward and truly believe they can take this one? Hunter tries to take out Hoxer, and then Kaka and Jorias get in each other's way. But it works out pretty perfectly because Hunter can keep on going. He gets the next touch. Kaka with the shot.
Let's go! Yeah, baby!
Final 10. Hunter bumped into that by Hoxer. Sets up Kaka, who couldn't have done any more than go top.
Chat, I'm dropping a quick 60-second ad. That way y'all will be back before the start of Game 5, okay?
On the line before Game 5.
Don't blame me, blame Twitch.
Reaching into the Hornet's nest and just shaking it all about fearlessly, but they do come back with those stingers. LJ shoots, it's wide. Hunter clears long. Can Chicago keep this one up? No, he can't. It's only as far as Kaka. And Chiefs, for the second series in a row against top quality opposition, have at the very least a Game 5.
This looks a little bit like it might just be SSG having figured them out. They said that they were going to be studying the tapes, that they were going to be, you know, looking to see what they could do, because with Chiefs yesterday, what on earth do Gentlemates look at? It's nothing. It's a guessing game. You don't know what they're going to bring, how Jorias fits into this squad. And realistically, if you're an EUNA team,
in these fires, and then about 10
My
seconds
bad about
later,
that, chat.
it was the OCE team that went to score. Whenever the series becomes unclean, you know, impure Rocket League, it seems that that is when Chiefs strike. They love playing that way. And to be honest, that's why I thought Space Station Gaming would have the stylistic, you know, improvement over Chiefs in this matchup. I thought they'd play a similar way, but be better at it.
Good start.
It's not been the case so far, but this is the start they wanted. Game 5, SSG strike early, and it's LJ.
Yeah, LJ has been a player that so far has not been online. He's not been the player that has ultimately shut down the greatest teams in the world. At least domestically, online, or rather on LAN, he performs remarkably well as well, but just not yet to get any of those titles. Chance Space Station to really show their mettle, but they need to work through a Chiefs that have been doing that in droves.
What a strike that was from Chicago. Barely a pixel between him and the ball, and it manages to cause all this
Hey,
chaos.
well,
again. Space Station Gaming are alive.
the floodgates have opened.
This is not the start that Chiefs wanted. This is a drama of a start.
But for Space Station, though, this is precisely what they needed to happen. This is what they were talking about. I mean, it shows such resolve as well. To be 2-0 up, have it taken back to 2-2 in games. That's, you know, 13, 14 minutes of overall gameplay, or sitting on that stage where you've gone from having it all to suddenly all the pressure is stacked up against you. And Space Station Gaming, they've managed to keep on pushing, hold their nerve, and it's a huge start, but it can be turned around. Hunter, no! He's missed it! That was the moment that Chiefs would have been brought back in. Unbelievable scenes there from that play. Oh, if Chiefs think that they're back in it, an open net miss. Will they be left to rue it? It's going to be cleared long from Chicago. Space Station Gaming seem to have it all.
First minute in, and they just have all the control.
Confidence now really starting to come through. A long
Off
shot
the
goes
post.
just wide of the post.
If they can find themselves a quick goal on the other side of the field, Chiefs might be able to put themselves back in it, but it needs to be in the next minute.
Wrong, you have to hope that the dominoes do not continue to fall, that you can stave off any of that disappointment. And Hunter, an immediate rocket towards the other side.
Kaka gets it onto the backboard. OCE have had the mentality questioned over the last year or so. When things start to go wrong, their heads can drop as a region. Will the Jore's effect change that? Will it change for Hunter after missing that open net? He has to keep his confidence up. They've beaten game after game of these top-tier teams. They can do it again. Space Station Gaming, though, making them look average this game. It's brilliance from them. Here comes Jore's for the shot. Another big save from Hoxha. SSG continue to show that patience. Happy to
If they get a goal, it's still just a one-goal game.
As far as Hunter. Hunter goes high, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I really would have liked to see that first goal sooner, but they have done a good job of recovering. Jorius.
Calls out Kaka. Jorius the post now. Space Station Gaming still bundle the ball away.
Double woodwork nightmare for Chiefs. They had chances. Yeah, there were a couple of keepers, but they were backwards, they were sideways. And if you're SSG, you're taking those. A save down the other side is going to be keeping just a 2-0 so far.
Huge demo. Means that Jore's can come back into the game. They need him to get on the ball as much as possible. Kaka wants to fake this one for Hunter, I think, up against Chicago this time. That's an awkward challenge, though. I hope it's not going in. It's not. That would be such a painful way to go 3-0 down. As it stands, the game remains alive. Kaka up against Hoxha. Everyone is boost depleted. Where is it all? Everyone is so stretched this game. Hunter, he leaves the boost to his teammate Kaka.
I mean, Space Station's been doing a good job controlling their side.
Still has nothing in the tank. Can't do anything there. But Kaka can.
Come on.
He's got
There we
Jore's
go.
below him. Jore's wants to come in and get this shot
Jore's
away.
didn't get over
So
quick
this is
enough.
the challenge. Jore's turns around. No, Hunter goes for the ball. Space Station Gaming slow things down and once again take the sting out of the tail until... Oh man, actually, that was simple from Jore's. Mistimes his pre-flip. They just can't score.
I don't think he expects to even have a chance there. He's just trying to get central, but that also does somewhat go to prove why you should only flip when you absolutely have to. So small things that are going to be deciding series, and so far that one deciding whether one goal ends up finding its way in. Space Station Gaming, their chances, they have been saved by some
Yeah, there's too much confidence on the other side of the field now.
Somewhere that is keeping Chiefs at bay.
That's why I really felt like if they were going to make this comeback, you need to at least cut the game in half before halftime at like the most.
Chiefs will break the deadlock, and then it really becomes a question of the hearts of Space Station Gaming. Can they hold firm? This is better from them. Hawks around the corner, chain dashing his way there. Kaka gets one touch, wants to get the second one and does past LJ. Chicago's going back boostless. Hunter is already waiting for Chicago's clearance. Hunter gets the touch. This comes Kaka. He scores. And now we do have a minute left. SSG have been punished.
Precisely what they needed as well. There's a great
There's
demo
still
from
time.
Warriors, and that throws off SSG entirely. Chicago respawns just in time to see Kaka.
Because now if this goes to overtime, it very much switches and goes the other way. All of a sudden, Space Station Gaming is worried that they threw this series.
Pretty perfect for SSG earlier. It could be another good
Space
one.
Station has to hold the line for these last 60 seconds. They're good.
Never
Never mind.
map have turned it all around. They make it 3.
Who else but LJ to get yet another goal from the backboard? It's completely open. Hunter tries, Jorius tries, no one succeeds. And 2 goals clear again are SSG.
There is still 56 seconds left to play until Space Station Gaming can claim this epic victory against an opponent who is outperforming anyone's expectations.
It's only 11 o'clock.
All the way in, I think it might be. It's the post, and the post this time saves Chiefs.
Chicago, though, I like that. He ends up just shying away from
was
it.
the chance?
Oh, wow, I don't know that quite as much if you're SSG
Well
fan.
done.
A lovely save away. Final 30 seconds. 2 goals. A reverse sweep nearly happening for Chiefs. There's still time.
Jorius has to conjure up some magic, but is cleared away yet again by Hoxer. More time drips away. Kaka gets a decent clearance, and then it's continued on with a massive doink. LJ just waits. Temps in Kaka. This is looking like it's going to be Space Station Gaming's. Despite the fight, Chiefs have shown Kaka can't quite get that. That was potentially last chance.
So then,
to
can
Loon.
the Chiefs
Space Station Gaming are going to survive? They're going to
recapture the magic they had yesterday against Gentlemates and what will inevitably be a rematch later? Or it won't be later today, it'll be tomorrow.
Chiefs remain contenders, but it's SSG that take the win.
I mean, that was a sketchy one from SSG, and it really shows the difference between that team when LJ's online. No, that wasn't even top LJ by any means.
Nowhere near.
But earlier on in the series, he still was not around. They managed to go to 5, did Chiefs. A brilliant performance across the board from everybody on that side, but Lightning could not strike twice in a row.
Chiefs now know they will have to face either Gentlemates again or Gaming Gladiators.
There's just no way Gaming Gladiators beat Chiefs, right?
That long-awaited OCE top 8. They've been looking to come back to this place for a long time, and could this be the version of OCE that finally makes it?
OCE, we've wanted this. We've wanted this for such a long time, OCE. For a top 8 position again, we've all been looking at power, thinking it's going to be them. It's clearly got to be them. So far, it hasn't been. It may well still be Chiefs, but we need to break down that series with our desk.
It was close, but no finish to it at the end. You can leave the stage now. We're heartbroken. But yeah, SSG does come out on top, but they really had to fight tooth and nail for that.
Yeah, I think just Chiefs took a long time to warm up, to heat up, and then it went to Game 5. And I always say, Game 5 Champions Field, it's more about moments, individuals at times, and it was LJ in that last game.
LJ is inevitable, man. I'm telling you, I think he's such an incredible player. He has, like you said, those moments that are just so necessary to close out a series, and the fact that he's able to do it so often is really big. But honestly, I respect to y'all. I did not think it was going Game 5.
It looked good. It's just, I think it's different play styles. You know, they obviously played Gentlemates yesterday. It was a faster game. Space Station, they're known for being a bit more methodical with how they play, and I think that got into Chiefs' heads early. And I mean, if you start
that sets
slow,
the stage for our lower bracket
Well, hey,
games.
the Chiefs, I mean, again, as you said, warmed up by the end of it. They started looking good. It was just, again, LJ that shut them down by the end of it, but they're not out yet. So, CJ, looking at them, how they were playing by the end of the series, how do you feel for the rest of that journey?
well, the problem is the format. It's groups. They've got to go and probably play Gentlemates again in the lower bracket, a rematch. So,
hey, they did it once.
Yeah, they've done it. They've done it once. They can do it again. But it was such a great opportunity. I know they'll be disappointed with that. That's one of the plays of the day that Jorius saved. But they did start to warm up. Again, it was just a flat start, but I mean, credit to Space Station, so consistent. You know what you're going to get with them.
Exactly. I think Space Station, in all honesty, might have come into this underestimating the Chiefs a little bit, which I think was the reason we were able to get a Game 5 and have so many moments where the Chiefs were able to, you know, honestly.
Why does it say reconnection is successful, but I don't have a feed here?
Truly, how consistent are you?
Right.
See?
Well, let's take a look at the Sony MVP player of the match. And of course, LJ did light it up at the end there, but Hawks are across the board. Pretty consistent for the squad.
Yeah, I think I just loved across the whole series the way he was kind of just battening down the hatches, holding down the fort for Space Station Gaming. I think sometimes you've got to give him credit. Obviously, LJ, the superstar, getting a hat-trick in Game 5, pretty much locking down the series single-handedly, but just love what Hoxer was able to do defensively. You see the touches he was able to get, and just really solidifying and holding up that Space Station structure.
Yeah, and I made mention to this before. Earlier, there was a piece of content we filmed where we talked about underrated players, and I actually had Hoxer on my list for this reason in particular. I feel like he is extremely solid and consistent, and just because you don't have the crazy flashy pop-off moments all the time, that doesn't mean you aren't a very contributing factor to the wins overall.
That's very true. Now, I guess for SSG in general, how do you feel in terms of the overall talent we've seen in terms of this entire tournament across all the groups?
I mean, it depends how highly you rate Chiefs. Obviously, they've had if you look at, I guess, them versus other regions, they've had an easy bracket. They've had a Mickey run. I know people are going to say that into the top 8. They haven't played NA, EU, Sam Mina yet, but I don't know. It's so hard to gauge. All the teams are pretty close. What do you think?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm going to rate them fairly decently. I'm going to call them mid-pack right now.
They look good.
They look really good. I don't think this is a fluke Mickey run by any means. I think this is actual hard work, and it's genuine synergy.
Oh,
like,
chat.
I think it's one of those, like, yes,
I
it's
said
a
I want to
honeymoon
stand
phase,
up, and
but
now I'm ready to sit back
having a
down.
honeymoon phase on the one time you're going to
Right.
play together is the
How
best
does this
time to have a
happen?
honeymoon phase.
Well, the Chiefs do have a second life, but the fun and games have ended because going forward.
Like, All right, chat. I think I'm gonna do it. I said I want to stand up, but I really don't. My legs are still fucking tired, chat. I was like, I know I heard something. Oh, man. Fixing camera. Boop. All right, so 4 more games. If we continue at the pace that we are, we should be done just before I have to go pick up little man, which I am all for. Chat, tomorrow games start at 7 a.m. Eastern time. I will be trying my best to pop live before the first game. We'll see if I end up doing my sauna time tomorrow. If I end up not doing sauna time, I'll be popping live before or for the watch party. I mean, or the other thing that we can do, I guess, is just get in, pop live, and then just like shower while the pre-show is going. I might do that too. We'll see. One of those two things is happening. Chat, y'all about to get hit with another ad. I know we just recently ran one, but we're going to do it so we don't get hit with any during the game. Okay, love you guys. Yo, it looks so nice there, man. It really does. I don't know what it is that makes it look so good. It just looks like it'd be like a vibe. It looks like a vibe, man. All right, chat. We got ads getting done here in just a minute. We got break being done here in just a minute. We got start of lower bracket action. We're going to be sending teams home, baby. Hopefully the first team to get sent home is Power after Limitless takes a big old upset of a dub.
The Esports World Cup is back, and this is where things start to get feisty because eliminations are on the line. It won't just be hearts that are crushed. Their keys will follow suit as they hit the hydraulic press. You can see them passing by now with the Jamil Motorsport walk-ins, and it's about to get intense. I'm Leaf, and now I have Stumpy and Corelli with me. Again, these two teams, eliminations on the line now. It gets crazy, Stumpy.
I am so excited for everybody in Rocket League to finally see these keys get crushed. They've been
That's what we've been talking about.
Keys on the desks. Yeah, if people haven't been watching any of the other esports, Corelli in particular, like, I cannot explain how satisfying it is for the losing team to give it to the winning team, and then the key is just bent in the middle.
I've been seeing the clips from the other games.
I've heard some other games, yeah.
I've seen just a few things here and there, seen the press come down and crush that key.
I really think that the press is like underwhelming.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest. Yeah, what up, Llama? How you doing,
Find out, like, where the
buddy?
rivalries are. Who is the most salty about giving their key to their opponent? You know, I feel like in this situation, though, both the teams are probably actually going to be pretty nice to each other.
This will be fine.
Yeah. This one won't be anything crazy. But let's talk about it. Power, I mean, this is a squad. One of the biggest key points we talk about them is the mental.
I'm doing all right, man. I'm chilling. How are your casts? How was the OSU stuff yesterday?
Yesterday, you know, we got Torsos in the middle shaking hands with his teammates. Things are going great. So, I mean, and at the end of that series too, they were laughing. They were having a good time. They kind of always are like that, so I don't know if there's anything you'd really extrapolate. But, you know, for Power, this is a matchup that I feel like they should be comfortable in. They should know that, you know, Limitless is a team that they can beat, and they have shown that before. So I think for this series, it's really on Limitless. What can they bring to Power?
I mean, bear in mind the Power, they went up against BDS and they managed to take game number one in overtime. It was a really good series. It was quality goals they were scoring. Whereas on Limitless's side, they just got 3-0'd by G2. I didn't expect anything else, but it's a different quality of series.
Met some cool dudes. Threw you right in a play-by-play. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, it's really hard to say anything against anyone that's played G2 because they're just on something else right now. But this is a big point for, again, both of these teams to prove they can keep pulling forward Limitless. Even if they can keep it close, that'll be big for them. But let's keep the Limitless talk going because we did have an interview with Snowy.
My name is Gareth Spears, also known as Snowy, and I play for Team Limitless. This is, in my opinion, the best Rocket League tournament of the year. We get the best hospitality here. It's just generally the best experience, so I'm very excited to be back. Preparation has been decent. The thing is, our team has been kind of geographically split the last little while. Like, I was in the UK and getting like some solo practice there while my teammates were still back in South Africa. But since we got here, we've got a lot of scrims lined up, and yeah, we'll just do the best with what we can, and hopefully it's enough.
I didn't realize that Snowy was spending time in UK.
I I mean, that's the main goal, and it should always be the goal to come first. But I think we are also just realistic, and our expectations are just to take a series of a bigger region. If we could take a series of Power, I would be pretty pleased with that. Our determination is pretty unique, honestly. We really wanted more than other teams, you know, given the circumstances that we've sort of come up in as players, you know, in South Africa. For us, coming from no opportunity to having now all this opportunity that we have, I think the determination that creates for us is definitely unique. Thanks very much for all the support, and yeah, I'm hoping that we can bring you guys a good result.
Hell yeah, man. That's exciting, bro.
Well, with how much
I think
heart
you're
they're
gonna crush
putting
it.
into it, if their key is crushed, this is going to be extra devastating. You see it Snowy holding that key.
And don't take his calm demeanor, I think, in that interview.
He's always calm.
Right.
He's always calm, but I think for him, this, as he was saying, this means a lot to them. They want to beat teams like Power, and it's well within their right here in this tournament.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane that one of these teams is not going to be able to move on further through this. So I want to get your thoughts right now.
I'm going to have to go with the big logo behind me.
Come
it's probably
on,
gonna be
Limitless?
Power. You're a Limitless boy.
What?
Let's give him a little bit of credit.
I like Stumpy's logo as well. Either way, I'm hoping this will be close. Nothing much else to say except elimination on the line.
Oh, really? Hell yeah, that's what's up.
Power versus Limitless, Fancy. We're finally down to the elimination matchups. And let me tell you now, me personally, I've been pretty impressed with Power's performance thus far. I know they lost to BDS, but 2 of those games went into overtime.
Still
So,
really
you know,
holding on to hope that we're going to get to do some
walk
Big
away
Ten
with the victory.
esports
At the
stuff
same
this
time, we
semester,
have
Llama.
Limitless, on the other hand, who went against G2 Esports. I mean, they are the favorites to win the whole tournament. They just won a major, so it's kind of hard to do well against them, especially at the start of the tournament. But at the same time, they've been doing well outside of that match, and I'm sure that they're going to put up a fight against Power. Either way, Power versus Limitless, the first elimination match that we have on the stage. Aki is going to get crushed in a couple of minutes, but first, we have to go to the casters to watch the match.
Let's go, Limitless! Oh, yeah, it's fine. I can tell you how they run it over there because it's all volunteer work. You just end up posting games on your channel where you can.
We've got an awesome matchup here of all homegrown talent, an all-Australian team going against an all-South African team. And I was talking with Corelli earlier how I think Power
That's right, Muzz.
is a
Time to
team
get
that
down to it.
really
Let's get
should
these
really
Limitless
look up
boys
to,
on to the
even
next
just
round.
results that Torsos has been able to do, a top 4 in RLCS LAN events. You know, it is possible for that homegrown talent to achieve great results.
Certainly, and I mean, you remember way back in Season 3 when OCE
really?
debuted, nobody thought they were going to really do
I
anything.
didn't know that.
They were
That's
able to
lit.
get a win, just one series win against a major region team, and then from there they just moved on from strength to strength. So I love that Snowy is being realistic, that the Limitless talent are being realistic with this tournament. Obviously, they would love to win it, but step one is winning a series against another bigger region. Right now, their only LAN win, or their only LAN wins, are against other sub-Saharan African teams or against APAC. They are, of course, the 2 newest regions. So they're looking to pick up a win against OCE today for the first time.
Yeah, and I think
But you do get to host games on your channel, which can like bring some foot traffic in. That's the reason I'm doing it.
Some really good wins this season.
And I'm literally only taking it on nights I don't have other stuff. Like I'm not prioritizing it at all.
This year, but they've been close.
They always seem to fall at the final hurdle before top 8. So with that in mind, you'd expect Power to go through this and then make it into that.
All right,
round
chat, let's
before
go.
top 8. They are the favorites here. Power, the #1 team in OCE. We've just seen what Chiefs have done in OCE in a group of death. And now Power will be looking to emulate joining Chiefs in that.
Plus, I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to take as many big game as possible.
Power already starting
and try and use that for leverage towards a big casting jump. If I'm being like perfectly real.
By him, goes for the back pass, set up for Torsos. Torsos pushing it fast and down to the
Damn, nice waterfall.
He was looking for a teammate.
Well, Torsos, one of the true OGs of the scene, He's still got it. I mean, what a recovery that is.
Damn.
So fast. All the way up to the ceiling, down the backboard with the ball, and then dishes it in. 1-0 for Power. We heard from Snowy and Torsos in the pre-day VT with CJ, the old men of the regions. Torsos, he's still got it.
He still puts up the numbers as well.
I was actually probably going to be checking in with you when I do have the Big Ten casting stuff.
Is a national
That's going to be the games I'm prioritizing, and see if you'd want to jump on.
Take it up the sidewall, snag that boost as well.
Obviously, I know you've got a pretty busy schedule, so you probably won't be able to get on many, but...
And Banana Head will chase this down. Shot will be wide. Banana Head tries to take a little time. You can see good pressure here coming out from Limitless. Torsos not much boost to work with.
Yeah, this is good stuff out of Limitless. They're just testing Power a little bit here. And, you know, Power are a team who this year have not been consistent. They have good games, they have bad games. And they're off to a good start here. But Limitless know if they just stay somewhat consistent in this series, they will have openings against a team like Power. They cannot let Power run out the score, though. Banana Head in particular, a very momentum-based player. When he gets going, he's hard to stop.
And just going by results, Limitless performed better against G2 than BDS.
That's right, tell him.
So maybe Limitless could pull this off. So far, they're keeping it close enough, but do they have some way
It's been like the story of Limitless, though. They always keep it close.
Contest
At least in games 1 and 2.
Goes wide to Torsos. Torsos has an
Wide
open
open net.
net.
Nice stuff from
A little
Sweaty.
bit too slow. There was a demo that opened up the runway.
That is it?
Is that net open? No, it's
Oh.
the bar. Big save from Torsos.
Oh, I love what I'm seeing from Limitless so far. That was a great save at one end, and now almost a goal at the other end. They really are taking it to Power here.
Come
You know
on,
they're
boys.
The underdogs, but they're playing with confidence. The confidence that you need in this kind of matchup if you are going to have a chance of taking down the big dog. And there have been upsets this weekend already. G2 with a sub, showing up looking like regular G2. Chiefs showing up and surprising
Against
almost everyone they play.
I mean, and it taken down.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, no! The ground and sitting on the goal line.
Come on, boys. Still got the pressure.
But the attack's not over. It's a juicy rebound for Sweaty. He couldn't get around it. Maybe went for the pass, but nobody was there to receive it.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to go as quickly as possible. He knew there were goalkeepers in the net, and he wanted to get the shots off before they could recover. But in doing so, he rushed himself, got it a bit wide, got a double tap off the crossbar for Power at the other end. It's all guns blazing for both teams, but we're still only 1-0 for Power. Long clear. Fever collects it overhead. He's going to have to do a little bit more than that. And now here comes Sweaty on the ground, low 50. It's Limitless. Just keeping Power pinned back in their corner.
See, Tadai4 was thinking about picking up that corner boost. Torsos swiped it away from Sweaty, who has to rotate all the way back. Sweaty with that boost, controlling the ball. I like that control. Gets the ball into the middle. Beat two defenders. Last one is
Let's go!
And Limitless tie the game.
Bang,
Everybody
baby!
getting involved here for Limitless. Sweaty down the line. Snowy deflects it onwards. Fever wasn't sure.
All right,
if that
80
was
seconds,
bouncing out or
boys.
Upwards before he could realize where it was going. Tadai4's beating him to the punch and slotted it.
And I love what Sweaty did there. The play started with him having great control in his own back corner and taking two defenders out of the play for Limitless. There's that confidence that you were talking about, Johnny. And suddenly things look possible here for Limitless.
Yeah, they look like they're really in this one. This has been a back-and-forth game, a game where they've had tons of chances. Obviously, Power had their fair share of
Sweaty.
chances as well. But this is
Gets
not
away from him
the
there, though.
one-sided matchup
All right,
you
hold on.
expect to see when OCE's #1 team takes to the field against SSA's #1 team. But it's not over yet. Power still pressing for the advantage. Torsos, Banana Head trying to get involved in the attack. That's not a bad clear by Tadai4. Quite awkward for Fever. Now, as the exchanges go back and forth, this Limitless coming out on top.
Snowy beating
that
demo attempt. Also winning that ball down.
I thought that was a pickpocket in the net.
Able to get the demo or the boost steal. Fever doing great work in the corner now. The 50 out to the middle.
Nice.
Punched back. Torsos trying to keep this ball in play. The shot will go wide. Sweaty racing Banana Head. Ball pinched out to the middle. Snowy pops it up, but will it be for
It's a
teammate or
dangerous
Fever?
touch. He's left off for Fever.
Airborne. Ball hit back down. Tadai4 has no boost. Chance now for Torsos.
Oh, surely Tarsos. Can he loop it? It's off the bar down. That's a horrible bounce, and Power can't get on the end of it. It's still half a chance, but denied in the near post. Limitless surviving, looking to make it to overtime.
Oh, I thought that was the game.
Not like
There
this.
still might be. Snowy, no boost, knocks it down to the ground. And we've got overtime, even though Power could have closed it out on that last play.
Well, a true fight here. This is massive for Power's confidence. They will be reeling if they lose a game here that they were leading.
Oh, what a pass!
Oh, what a pass! Saved by Snowy. That was a pre-jump, but Snowy somehow read it towards the bottom corner.
Limitless, a heroic stand here on the goal line. Can they continue to survive? No,
Oh,
they cannot. Fever ends that dream in 21 seconds.
Oh, they just never stabilized it all the way from the kickoff until now. They could not get boost on all three of their members. They're all stuck in the mud, no momentum, and Power did not let them get into the game.
Damn, man,
But
why
what
do
a
we
game
like
it
always
was.
do this in
Limitless.
game one,
Taking
bro? Is
Power
they
to
like
overtime,
they
and
did it
they're
with
gonna be
LG
Quite happy with how that went.
and split one major.
For the total 5 minutes and change. They're not going to be happy with the loss, of course, but that's the kind of balance that Limitless wants. They don't want to be stuck in defense, playing in their half the whole game, and they certainly weren't. They really took it to Power here.
Yeah, I mean, this was, I think the comms at the end of that game must be, hey guys, this is winnable. This is winnable.
It is.
But Torsos was spectacular, especially that first goal, recovering so quickly, and he almost ended it himself. There was that goal line stand, but then here, that was an all-around team effort to make that play happen. Limitless, they clearly were on their back tires for a majority of that game, but we see teams play that counter-attacking style and thrive in it. And this one was down to the wire. Power, the clear favorite, they were able to pull it off in the end, but Limitless were hanging in there every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, they really were in this game. And, you know, if you're going to get that first win against an international team, it's a win that would really put you on the map, then this is a good team to do it against, because Power, they can be rattled. They can have inconsistencies in their play, and I just think, honestly, one game for Limitless, Power might start to get worried. They might start to think, oh my goodness, we could face elimination here, and it's at the hands of SSA, which is something OCE, OCE want to be punching up. They want to be taking down EU, NA, they want to be taking down Sam and Mina. Losing to SSA is not acceptable for OCE number one.
But on the other side, Johnny, this would be huge for Limitless. And for Limitless, this is this series. This is that opportunity for them to get that landmark win. You heard Snowy talk about, for him, this is the biggest tournament of the year. That would be something sweet for the region to get a result like this with the crushing of your key on the line.
I mean, what an improvement. You look at the Limitless we're seeing now.
I mean, they look so much better than the last time we saw them during Major 1. Let's go, boys!
As they take the lead now, Limitless 1-0. Power on the ropes early to die for, just takes it past everyone by himself, even...
Everyone was in that corner!
To die for forced Tarsos to mess up that clear. He bumped him, Tarsos accidentally centered it, and it's 1-0 to SSA.
And you wonder if Power is a little bit rattled, because, you know, they are used, or more used to, like you said, trying to punch up. In this matchup, though, they don't have that underdog buff. To die for does get it around Torsos enough to slow the attack. Fever flip reset pass to the middle.
Damn, nice play.
Knocks it down.
That was a good ass play.
The game.
Oh, what an assist this was from Fever. Reset double.
Nice
into
pass.
The center. Banana Head was ready for it. The defense
Good control.
could not get there. Limitless once again a little bit stagnant. They couldn't challenge. They're running out of boost at key moments here. And that's giving Power these opportunities, which we know they can take. We've seen Power take down teams as good as Oxygen recently. They really are very close to making their first top 8 in the open era. That's who Limitless have to beat today.
Limitless, they had the lead briefly. Will they be able to get it back? Torsos, pinch, pass. Goes up a little too
high
fast for Fever to handle. This is ball in the hands of Limitless now.
Snowy needs to find that bump.
Too quickly. Banana Head able to slow down the counterattack, but there's another key demo. Fever, however, doesn't
Fever
waste
still able to
any
recover.
time. Steps in and now is on the attack, looking for he was trying to dunk him. Everyone was missing the ball, leaving me speechless.
To die for, done well there with very little boost available to him. Still doing work defensively. A lot of drive challenges coming out of Limitless. They're not working out, and it's Power looking for a second goal off the post there. You know, if Limitless are going to play this drive challenge strategy where you don't flip in your challenge, you just drive straight through the ball looking for a demo, you have to catch the player. You cannot just get completely taken out of the game. And now Power looking like the stronger of the two teams. Look at the Limitless.
Still tied up at half, though. They are struggling on the boost side.
To die for once again does work with no boost in defense.
Yeah, just enough to make that play. And there's the demos and the boost steal. Limitless convert. Torsos playing upfield. Pokes it around one. Drop pass to Fever. Fever contested immediately. Torsos
nice pass. That was a beautiful play, man. Watch this thing.
Limitless just could not keep their composure any longer. Snowy lunged in, but really Torsos wasn't threatening a shot there. That was not the real threat in the position. The pass was, Torsos nailed it, and Power have their lead.
They just lost track of where Torsos was. Expected him to rotate out, not cut in and make that pass. And as soon as he did, Limitless were caught out.
This is still a long way to go here. Chance for Limitless the other end. But
how do you capitalize there?
Up by Power. And here
comes a little floater in for the net.
Dunk. Actually, hand off to Fever. Oh my goodness, what a passing play once again by Torsos. This one does stay out of the net as Limitless need to keep the scoreline at a 1-goal deficit here. They cannot afford to give Power another one. So it does seem like it's quite difficult for them to create chances. Only a minute and 40 left. 1-goal game is fine. 2-goal game starting to look difficult.
They're playing aggressive and going for bumps and demos, but they aren't like connecting multiple times.
Was deflected.
Or like it's not enough to really make like a
Fever. Not able to get the corner. His teammate Banana Head had it. Hits it out dangerously into the middle, but Torsos always seems to be there a step ahead of everyone at the midfield.
Can Limitless do it? So far they've shown resolve to play Power close in both of the games, but that's not enough. They need a win. They just need a game win here to try and get something started. But this one has been a little bit more of Power as the aggressor, Limitless as the defender. Unlike game one where it was back and forth constantly. Will it be a late start for Limitless though to send us into OT? Snowy's looking for it. Torsos, low boost, keeping the ball in that back corner.
To die for a big moment here. Gets beat by Torsos there, who was low. Pass from Sweaty up to Snowy. Snowy tries to control it in the air, but gave up the ball. And there's a demo that takes out To Die For. Numbers advantage briefly for Power. And they knock it off the Limitless backboard. Rebound to Fever. Kicks up off the ceiling. Torsos not able to finish that
Gotta
one.
find a clear and get down to the other side, boys.
Ticking away for Limitless.
Yeah, this really is the moment that they need to strike. But Torsos has control in defense. He's not going to give it up easily. Demo in the supporting player.
No
but
boost in either player. No one's got anything ready. It's another goal anyways.
They could have knocked it into the ground.
Another game where you're like, they're close. It's just close isn't cutting it, bro.
0 to Power. Limitless are starting to fade here a bit, James. That wasn't the game one back and forth that we saw. Power establish midfield control and never gave it up.
At the start of the game, though, Johnny, Limitless first to score. They had the lead, but they just couldn't hold on. It just seems like offensively, Limitless is not able to do what they need to do. Like, we're seeing them spend a lot of time on defense. You called it out several times, struggling to get that boost. But even when they had a little bit of space, you saw in that last play, Snowy had that lofted ball up for him, tried to control it, but wasn't able to. Lost possession. It's those types of plays that you really need to be able to make the most out of your few opportunities. I think that's really how you're going to be able to get wins at this extremely competitive international level. You have to make the most of every opportunity. You cannot be giving away those free balls.
We do have to credit To Die For. He had a great game, setting up the first goal all by himself, and he had some phenomenal low boost plays in defense, but they're just not able to read that first play by Power. Reset double, phenomenal assist, and then the assist, it really was just all about the passing for Power. That was what Limitless struggled to read. They could not predict these passes. Obviously, the last goal, can't really fault them for this one. They're pressed up looking for
you gotta go
equalizer. That's fine, but the two passes to lead to Power's goals were passes that Limitless did not even see coming.
And a lot of that, I think, is due to how Torsos is playing. Torsos has been a thorn in the side of Limitless. I mean, you even saw that crazy goal with the quick recovery earlier in the series. But Torsos at midfield and upfield, he's just not getting out of the play when you expect him to, and he's making things happen for Power.
This is still respectable. We've said this a few times over the years, respectable for the underdogs, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, a loss is a loss. It's all well and good to, you know, play G2 closer in a 3-0 loss than BDS did today. All well and good to lose by 1 goal to Power 3 games in a row potentially.
I'm gonna be a sad boy if Limitless gets swept here, man.
That's not what Limitless want. They want a series win.
I'm not gonna lie.
But it does all start.
It'd be one thing if they lost.
Can they get it? This is.
But if they get swept, I'm gonna be a super sad boy.
And early on, it is Power running the show again. Sweaty trying to ramp off the inside of his own post there. The ball wasn't even on target, but it doesn't punish them. Fortunately for SSA's Limitless.
Sweaty with full boost, gets dunked on, and that leads to a goal. That has to be disheartening for Limitless.
That's tough. I mean, Sweaty just lost control, simply put. He didn't get goal side. He didn't get the ball up the back wall. It kicked out into the middle.
Man.
And if you're going to kick it out into the middle like that, you need to be goal side. You need to be as big as possible behind the ball. Oh, hold on. This is actually bouncing well for Limitless. They got shots on target. Torsos reacted quickly to it, but that double kickoff gave them something.
And I think you said it, Johnny. You got to be close.
There we go! Quick tie up, boys. That's what we need.
And blasts in the equalizer for Limitless.
Look at Sweaty with the double tap off the ceiling to center it. Snowy committing with no boost. There is 12 boosts on Limitless as a team there, but they just full sent it after winning the kickoff, kept the pressure on Power and tied the game.
They've righted the ship for now. Power looking to upset again. There's a miss. Torsos, looks like he double committed with a teammate there, leaving the net open. This one is just going to roll straight in.
Okay, well, we're
reverse sweep, reverse sweep, reverse sweep,
and setting up Snowy. How about, you know, an accidental fake from Sweaty that works out in their favor? I mean, these are not the kind of plays that Limitless were putting in their playbook, but they've worked, and now they're back in front. Second game in a row they've had a lead. Will they be able to hold on to this one? It's another double commit from Power. This one does lead to a shot on target, but they are overextended.
Come on, boy! It slows down too much.
Snowy and Tadaifor both on 0 boost. You can see Tadaifor actually leaving the ball. Unfortunate there for Limitless, but
Sweaty almost shoves that in.
Will 2 goals be enough?
Then.
No, it won't. As we see
who's that reaching in the cookie jar? All y'all motherfuckers over on Limitless. Come on, man.
Towards Banana Head, and how about that for a pass? Just ping in the middle. Snowy had no chance. Power are picking out passes that Limitless do not see coming. That really does seem to me to be the way that
Snowy thought for a second he could turn around and get to that, which fucked him.
Passing when the shot is available.
That's tough.
Limitless have to keep their eyes on the back of their heads here.
Power and Limitless tied up with 3 minutes to go. Limitless still looking for that game win. Sweaty up the gut. Tries to get the block on Torsos, who back passes it to Fever. There's a demo from behind. Ball back to Snowy. Snowy trying to control it. Will stay in the play. Trying to 50 it through. Good effort from Snowy. Sweaty takes over. Torsos back to his own corner with no boost. Limitless doing well on attack. Chance
Sweaty
to shoot. He gets blocked by Torsos, who is there to meet it.
And there might have been a pass available there, either backboard or even into the post, shooting intentionally off target. That was very much at a goalkeeper from Sweaty, but you can't really blame them for taking their chances like that, albeit a half chance. Now team bumped by Power. Almost gets them in a bit of trouble. Oh, speaking of trouble, that's not good for Limitless. It's close range shot off the post. That really should have been in for Fever. Uncontested, close range, but he's nailed the woodwork.
Will that come back to haunt Power? Snowy gave up the ball. Fever going for the double, has boost to make it happen. Shots on target, rebound to Torsos. Also has Banana Head in support, opted to go for the backboard, but it was well defended by Snowy.
That is good backboard coverage. Better eyes on the passing plays from Limitless. Power's game plan is to just center the ball to teammates. It's get it out wide. They're looking to use lateral movement. to catch Limitless off guard.
And it looked like lateral movement would have been the better call on that from Torsos over to Banana Head. But Torsos, perhaps after his goal earlier, hungry for that limelight. Now he's going to keep it all to himself once more.
Low shot by Torsos. Catches the
Tonight, Fortis didn't know what to do here, man.
Torsos spotted his angle of defense and just slots it underneath him. Perfect.
He's
finish.
on the board and he goes up high, which is like the
We
right
might be saying
read,
goodbye
but
to Limitless. We might be seeing the first key crushed in the Rocket League tournament here at the Esports World Cup.
Power continuing that pressure. Sweaty with tons of boost here. Flip reset. Did he get it? He did. Doesn't make contact on the ball. Looks like he might have been able to beat it. And the pass was there. But Snowy had to take over because of the miscommunication on the back line. That was the chance for Limitless to tie it.
I can't believe that that wasn't a goal. That looked like surely somebody had to be there, but they just took so long for anyone to arrive in the middle. But this is still open middle. They really do have a lot of passing options available to them, Limitless. Power stacking in defense in one area. But oh my goodness, the power passing plays keep raining in. Fever sends in a fourth, and that could be it.
Torsos finds Fever in the air, and Fever did not disappoint. A 2-goal lead now with only 36 seconds left. It seems like it's only a matter of time before Limitless will have to hand over their key.
Well, boys, it was a good run. Looked good against G2.
Like
Even didn't really look bad against Power. Just couldn't fucking figure it out, man.
Late on into it. Now they're down by 2. 26 seconds left. No time left for Limitless to play with caution. They've got to just throw everything at Power right now.
Final 10 to die for. Has to go all the way back. Pick up small pads. Boost running out. Time running out. Limitless journey has come to an end. Power have knocked them out of the group stage. Limitless are going home.
And it's another valiant effort by Limitless. They looked competitive in all 3 games here, but they just did not have the experience down the stretch. Power's team play simply on a different level. Handshakes all around, perhaps. Fever paying attention. Power really did deserve this win at the end of the day. It's a team game, Rocket League 3s. You need to try and bring everybody in to be as effective as you can be. And now they'll be looking to punch up. They've managed to avoid being punched up on by Limitless. Now they're going to be punching up on BDS tomorrow. That is a winnable series for Power, I reckon.
Absolutely, especially seeing how BDS lost to G2. I think Power...
BDS were shambolic. I mean, absolute shambles earlier. So Power looked better on current form than BDS, certainly.
And Torsos is kind of the upset guy.
Yeah.
That is his thing. Like I was saying before, Johnny, I feel like Torsos is a player that SSA should be looking to try to replicate success that he's been able to achieve. So Torsos and Power, they hold off.
I feel like this Limitless team has probably met their peak with this roster.
And BDS next.
Yeah, you know,
and it feels so weird to say because I don't know who you would change for whom in the region.
Perseverance does pay off. They've shown that getting a super sub in can also pay off. Will SSA use those things to their advantage? Those are things I'd love to hear other opinions on, James. So let's see if the desk have got any thoughts to weigh in on.
I don't know if it was meant to give it over yet.
Well, they're trying to figure out what to do with the key. I think Torsos just tried to break it. I think it was his knee. Yeah, that's not how you do it, guys.
Guys, we have a hydraulic press out the back.
Yeah,
just wait.
Right.
That's not how you do it.
Hydraulic press right there, the coach. Over the
Tell you what, if Kimmer
Imagine though the coach just goes, I got this. Gosh!
That's good. I also want to point out too just how Snowy was just like also like we need to crush this. Like he was like there was no salt at all because honestly they played. You were just saying it phenomenally. It was some of the best we've seen them.
It truly was, and yes, I know that they ended up losing, and it's a shame to see Limitless go home.
Right.
But honestly, credit, is that not the best Limitless we've seen for a long time? They pushed OCEs very clear, #1. And they made them sweat. No game was easy.
And I feel like a lot of people get upset with talent because when teams like Limitless go out and they lose and we try and say, oh, they were so great and they got 3-0'd, right?
Yeah.
But they did look good and they had so many opportunities.
I mean, every game they pretty well had a chance to win, bro.
Better than Power in many instances throughout these games. And Power definitely were all over them early on, game 1, end of game 2. completely smothering Limitless. Let's not get it twisted here, but I feel like Limitless really showed their stuff offensively, and I thought that was a great series from them, even though it goes down as an 0-3.
Yeah, I honestly, it's when they start
I'm so
winning
sad,
when we
bro.
can crap on them.
I really am.
Positive, because we want to see growth. I mean,
yes.
The more we see them grow,
and we are,
the better. Yeah, the better we see the overall scene.
Yeah, and I think the fact that people are saying when SSA first came in, it's like, oh, some people are like, well, why are we doing this? We've already got a load of regions.
Look
this
at
is
them now.
why.
Yes.
This is why. Because yes, and I'm going to keep saying it as you did, Corelli, it was a 3-0. Get over it, people who are watching, like, get over it. Look at the actual individual performances. Snowy, that's some of the best we've seen him play. Team captain put on a brilliant performance. And I think Limitless, they can take, as ever, all of this experience back to their home region, and they can make sure that everybody grows alongside them. And I am really, really impressed with Limitless. Realistically, for the first time in quite a while that I've thought, yeah, that is solid growth right there.
Right, but Power on the other side too. I mean, this is what I talked about before, the mental. I mean, it's very easy for them to let things go, but I think it generally happens against some of the more top tier teams. This was a match that I wouldn't have seen that falter.
Confidence is a huge thing for the OC region, and Torsas has said in his interviews before, they play at a level that speed that sometimes is a detriment to themselves. Yeah. That was a series that we could see that pace of play really take over, and frankly, there were times where Limitless couldn't keep up. You know, you remember the flurry of shots coming out from Power, just that overwhelming pressure into that overtime that they had a couple games back. Limitless couldn't keep up, and that's where Power feels the most confident, and they got to do a lot of that here in this series.
Well, it's time to get to our Sony MVP player of the match, and we got to give it to basically Australia's captain, Torsas.
Yeah, I mean, how old is he now? 47, 48? And he's in his 19th year of competing.
His 19th year, my God.
But he is absolutely killing it on the pitch. Also, I'd give him MVP just for using Dominus. Beautiful car.
A keyboard player and Dominus. What a weirdo.
Right? Stunning, though. I mean, the way that he has always conducted himself, but in this series in particular, he has got, I think, two of Australia's greatest players, or OC's greatest players on his side in Banana Head and Fever. And yet, he still emerges as the MVP. He is so solid in that game. Very impressive. Consistently great across this entire season.
There it is.
Crush it.
Do it, boys.
Crush it.
First key crush for Rocket League is Coach him at the front, taking the key for his players and putting it into the press.
Woo!
This is exciting. We've seen it from other
Yeah,
esports,
baby, time for the anti-dramatic crush.
Out of there.
Come on,
Clear the area.
Anybody who hasn't seen this, get ready. Imagine this
I love how we have the hard hat on.
Safety first.
Go on.
To me, it's the latex gloves.
Who gets the button? Who gets the
He's going for it.
Who's going? Yeah,
He's the one.
It's like, come on, you guys should have decided.
Shaking again.
Oh.
There's such gentlemen.
All right, here we
come
go.
on, boys. Come on.
Crush it. Crush it. Crush
oh, it's so slow.
Crush it. Keep going.
Go.
Crush it. Yes.
Come on.
Go on. Bend it.
Wow, that's dramatic. I'm not going to lie.
It's so dramatic. Wonderful. Oh,
wow.
Love it.
Yeah, this is cool because, again,
and now it's
another thing to reiterate here is that if you win that trophy, you also get to pick 3 of the opponents that you've defeated to put their crushed keys into your trophy.
You don't even need to have defeated them. Like, they're just anybody in the
competition.
competition.
Oh, I thought it had to be somebody.
No, you can just do anyone. So you can just be like, you know what, Vitality win. They're like, I'm going to pick Limitless G2 Power. Let's do it. The key. Crushed.
He can do it with his bare hands. He
can. He just didn't want to show us.
Exactly. He doesn't want to show off. I get it.
Anyways, that was our first key crush, and more are to come. Eliminations for the rest of the day. So stay tuned for some crazy action.
Nice, let's go. Come on. Oh, I dropped the first goal for me. No, you're alright.
Ah, that's good. I'm glad you're actually hungry, ready to score.
I'm pre-jumping as well.
All right, champ. First team's been eliminated. So, I know that a lot of the SSA guys aren't going to want to talk about it, but I think it does show that the imports are improving the region a lot at an expedited rate. than if they were just competing against each other locally. Like, seriously, man, we heard how much they were hyping up how good Limitless looked in a sweep, y'all. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think I want some soup chat. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go do a chat. I'm gonna go make some soup real quick. I know I like just ate not too long ago, man, but bro, I need to. I'm starving, man. I'll be right back. Over on the purple brand, y'all are about to get hit with a 3-minuter, which should take care of ads until we are back to another break after this XO versus Team Secret match, which I anticipate will probably be another sweep. I appreciate y'all for hanging tight. Guys, if y'all are watching over on the purple brand, y'all want to make sure that y'all are watching uninterrupted. Of course, y'all have the ability to use your Twitch Prime here on the channel, sub for $6.99, or y'all can watch over on YouTube where we do drop more content than just streaming. We, drop weekly esports content over there, ALGS, RLCS, VCT, and more. If y'all are watching over on YouTube, do me a favor, make sure y'all hitting the like button. If you haven't already hit that sub button, help your boy out. We're chasing down that first 500 subs. We're 40 away. I appreciate you. missed the Snowy interview. Damn. Unfortunate.
Our first key has been crushed, and another one will come soon as we have XO rolling in Team Secret in just a moment as well. Welcome back to day 2 of EWC here for Rocket League.
All right, what do we think, Chad? Another sweep here? Probably, right?
And we have Corelli to talk about this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've got another key crush makes me very excited. It's going to be super fun to watch, but it's going to be a tough one for XO. Team Secret, currently our #2 team going into the World Championship from South America, and we've seen the tear so far, credit that Sam are on.
Yeah, and Team Secret, a lot of weapons on this team, and I don't really know if they showed that yesterday. KV1, obviously a massive weapon and showed his stuff, but we didn't see a lot of Mata and his individual skills, so I don't think that Team Secret is up to maximum potential.
Oh, yeah, no, on the other side, XO definitely has quite a battle regardless of how Team Secret's playing, because at their base level, Team Secret, such a strong team. Let us know who you think is going to win this for the SDC Play audience vote. SDCplay.gg is where you're going to throw them in there. Now, talking about XO, I mean, again, they got a big hill to climb. Corelli, what do you think about this team?
Yeah, they're kind of a fun team. They got a guy, ZPS, on their side. You may recognize him. He was a player that had been on North American Rival Series play, and once upon a time played with Alpha Kep, was the #1 seed in that play, and they bombed out. Fortunately for ZPS, he's here at LAN, and well, I mean, kept sitting at home watching, so I guess we found out the problem on that team. But, you know, it's exciting to see him kind of come together and play on this this XO roster.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one of those transfers, right? We see a load of these teams taking on a new player from a completely different region. ZPS coming over from North America to join an APAC side. Yep. It's very exciting. XO also only just recently picking them up. Sphinx on that team as well.
Amazing.
An unbelievably exciting player. You might think, oh, okay, APAC teams, whatever. Sphinx is outrageous. He's like world-class mechanically.
Everyone's talking about him.
Can we see him actually perform here? And Kevin alongside them as well. He has just got the vibes, the energy, and on the pitch, he is, again, so exciting to watch.
And just to let people know, again, ZPS, I guess, going by Lasco now. So if you are confused when you see that name out there, that is ZPS. So, yeah, very, very interesting matchup they have ahead of them. I'm hoping to see some action. As you said, Sphinx is a player I also want to see do very well because the hype around, again, all these young talent coming up in all these different regions, I want to see them flourish. We've seen a lot of young talent fall off.
Yeah, we've seen, but that's not what's happening.
No, that's what I'm saying. In the past, we have,
and he's been showing it throughout APAC, #2 shooter in the league, right behind Virtuoso, and that's high praise if you're sitting behind Virtuoso, and he's right behind him. It's not just like a gap. He's #2 and right behind #1. People make fun of me for when I say this. You've got to put your shooters in shooting position, and we saw a little bit of that from XO, from Sphinx earlier in this tournament, but they're gonna need it here against Team Secret because they're gonna be moving real quick.
Yeah, who's making fun of you? That's a very obvious statement.
That's why they make fun of me.
But people aren't doing it. Yeah. So you're absolutely right. Okay. So, I mean, I guess thoughts on this, because obviously we all probably think Team Secret should be winning this. At base level, Team Secret's skill is just phenomenal. For XO, what's the goal going into this matchup?
I think the goal, when you look at it, when, as we've said, through this
It's
whole
Brad, the
competition,
king!
we saw Limitless playing, whatever else, when we have these emerging regions, you have to make these smaller checkpoints of victory for every single land that you get to. It's going to be getting a couple of goals in the first one. It's going to be getting, a game in this series. It's going to be then be going to 5 against these bigger regions. I think at this point, they're going to be looking to take a game at minimum. You need to be looking at least to take that victory. And then if not, maybe they can just make it at least a few overtimes in there. But I think still, that series victory, it's not out of their reach, but by no means is it out of their reach. We've seen upsets already, Corelli. Yep. This very well could be another one.
And we've seen some teams who get swept in the previous series who look really good. So I think on the side of XO, you've got to come out hot. I know that's kind of obvious, but for Team Secret, they've been up and down. They haven't looked great when they played against Gen G. Very great games, very bad games. The line graph looks like this throughout that series, but if they can catch Team Secret on a bad game here right off the rip, it's good looks for XO.
Well, the other factor they have to contribute into this is that stage factor and the energy factor. When you're across the seat from a SAM team, you best believe you are going to be intimidated, right? Like these
you hear them.
Guys, you
that's
have
for
to
sure.
Stay focused. Who's going to corral this team on the side of XO? Right, like who is that?
I mean, I don't know them well enough. I know that I've interviewed Kevin before, and he was very enthusiastic. He was loud. He was very much getting up and laughing. I hope that he just keeps the vibes good alongside with everybody on there, no matter what happens. That's all you can really hope for. In terms of loudness, I think you just stay amongst yourselves, keep yourselves confident.
Okay, well, we're going to find out another Key Crush on the way. Let's get to our next match.
One Key Crush and a whole load more still to go, Fancy. It's going to be EXO Esports taking on Team Secret. Now, this matchup in particular, the winner will go on to face off
I'm not gonna lie,
against Gen G.
that last
From
series
my
kind of
perspective,
put me in
Team
a little bit of a
Secret
downer mood.
Losing 1-3 against Gen G previously.
Because like I kind of feel like the rest of these should be sweeps too, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, they were able to take one map off of them, but at the same time, EXO only faced against Falcons, and I mean, come on, it's the second, I would say that the top favorite team to win the whole tournament, so it's really hard to tell. Both of them didn't really have an easy go on the group stage, but so far, one of them is going to continue, and the other team's going to get their key crushed, and the most important thing is it's only 3 keys remaining for the key crushing tonight. So let's see who's going to lose this one. Back to you, Cassett.
James Bott here calling the action with Johnny Boy. And Johnny, we've got EXO Esports, formerly Elevate, going up against Team Secret here in this elimination match.
Yeah, and EXO Esports, they've picked up ZPS since the last time that we saw them in an international tournament. This is going to be a big test for them, though, with this new roster. They already had their toughest test yesterday, perhaps, in the entire tournament possible, but this isn't a whole lot easier for them. Team Secret are a real threat for top 8. These guys, like Power previously, are one of those teams looking to break into the top 8 internationally, and this is a series they really should be winning. So if EXO can get a win here, can they get a game, that would already be, I think, a result that they could be quite proud of.
A game.
A game.
That is,
I really do
all
think
right.
that.
So, I mean, Team Secret, we know that they are good.
Yep.
They haven't been as successful as Furia when you're looking at the SAM team results, but they've been there. I think,
But they've been like neck and neck with them. I don't think they're much
They-
different.
They have the talent, especially KV1.
Like, they're like the
KV1
Gen G
is
of the
that
region,
player
no?
for me to watch on Team Secret.
And they beat OG in London. So this is a team who have got the potential to take down major competition. And they are not bad. You know, there are some teams that are vulnerable. We talk about how Power maybe are a little bit vulnerable, a little bit inconsistent to losses from teams they're supposed to beat. I don't really put Team Secret in that category. They are quite reliable at showing up and just being too fast, being too mechanical. Oh, nearly already being too mechanical for teams. But
Team
that are beneath
Secret
them.
with an early
And it was
goal.
only taking them 14 seconds here to punch one past EXO. Sphinx trusting there to try and get a clear, but not able to get one as Secret get the opening goal.
Tough start for EXO. Team Secret happy with this one. Sphinx, that player widely talked about from the APAC region, young player from Malaysia, has the mechanics, but struggles to get the space at this pace of play at the international stage. Mata up, gets a bump on Kevin. Brad airborne. Now Lasco trying to push that ball up. Mata to the backboard, lets it bounce down to Brad, but Lasco hits it off the sidewall on low boost. Mata, give and go with KV1. KV1 up off the ceiling. Brad moves in, flip reset from Brad, chasing it down. Low boost tip over to the corner, but Team Secret are still on the attack.
And Lasco is ZPS, the North American player, moved to APAC. He's running with the IGN Lasco here. So if you are wondering what happened to ZPS, don't worry, that's him, as he makes his LAN debut at this level. this weekend at the Esports World Cup. Didn't get the read on that last play, though. Brad's all over them, looking for the double divers. It's wide, but it really is all Team Secret right now as a pause comes in. Referee looking to maybe level things out a little bit here. We'll have an update on what exactly is going on for you guys as soon as we hear one.
Maybe it was Brad's controller, because it looked like that double tap was a short thing.
Yeah, that's what I say every time. I just, have a brain malfunction every time I'm in the middle of a double tap, and I just run out of ideas for how to air roll correctly to get to the ball. I just say, oh no, my air roll button,
my Bluetooth
or, boost. Yeah, it's a shame we can't use that excuse anymore. I ran out of boost because your teammates can see your boost.
Yeah.
So, man, that was a bad day for me, and I'm sure 99% of the Rocket League community who have been using that excuse very well for years and years since release.
I mean, I might as well unbind my quick chat need boost, because that's all I used it for. I was on the replay. You needed boost, my bad.
Oh, needed boost. Were you one of those players as well? I'll admit this was me, where you would just make a total misplay, concede a goal, fail to get a goal, whatever it is, and then you just maybe have 30 or 40 boosts in the tank. You just don't use it.
Yes.
For the rest, in the next 5
I'm really
or so
called
seconds
out right now.
after
Yeah.
the goal goes in, you just don't use it.
Yeah, you just
say,
let your car flop around.
Need boost.
Guys, I was on empty.
Yeah, as long as you're not seen using boost after you've messed up, then it's more believable that you in fact didn't have boost. One in chat if that's you. I want to see a lot of ones.
I'd press 1 if I was in chat right now.
Yes, I'm pressing 1 as well. Because that was me, but no longer. The boost edition is very useful though to see exactly how much boost your teammates have.
I think it definitely reduces the amount of communication necessary for success.
Yeah.
And now we are waiting to see when Game 1 will begin. Thank you everybody at home for your patience as we work through this issue.
Whenever I hear that, I'm on the phone and delay, or sometimes even it's an automated voice thanking me for my patience. What if I'm just not actually patient and they're thanking me for my patience, but I'm not patient?
Yeah, I'm definitely
I'm sure
assuming.
a lot of people are saying right now. You just thank the viewers for their patience, but I'm sure there's a lot of impatient viewers who don't identify with that.
Yeah, they might be impatient, but they're being forced to be patient.
Is that a
they
thing?
have
Can
to
you
wait.
force patience?
I
don't think you can force patience.
Because right now I feel like we're forcing a lot of people to be patient.
Oh, it looks like Team Secret are quite happy with this situation.
Well, they did score about 14 seconds in as well.
They did. Yeah, I'm sure they're just making fun of Brad for missing the double tap. These guys are going to be looking to breeze through this and really establish some momentum.
So what's going on, though? Because it doesn't look like anyone's looking at any sort of gear.
It would be a rematch if they can get the expected win here against XO. That can happen in these group formats where you have one team going down from the upper bracket and one team moving on from lowers. You rematch if you've already played.
And I'm hoping for some juicy rematches, especially eyeing that Team BDS power. But Gen G, a similar type of situation as BDS, where they got beat pretty decently by Falcons, especially that game 1. So Gen G on the loss will have to be playing Team Secret coming up from that win. And Team Secret, they kept it pretty close against Gen G, so that is certainly a winnable match.
Yeah, it's interesting. They played them twice, actually. They've played them in London as well, I believe, and it was much the same result. So this Secret squad, they've been close, just not close enough whenever they've had the opportunity to play true contenders for the entire competitions. Yeah, 3-1 in the opening match in London. Team Secret taking the opening game there. In this weekend's matchup, they were able to take game 2. So it's more the tail end of the series, the business end of the series that Team Secret have struggled with. Game planning against these top tier teams with such experience playing in the major regions.
Oh, they are looking at someone over
Much
XO.
harder, but I'm sure they're not looking past XO here. This is the thing we've been talking about a lot of the weekend, is upsets. Chiefs upsetting against Gentlemates and nearly getting upset against SSG. You cannot look past the international competition right now at these events, especially not in best of 5s.
Well, I was going to ask you how much we know that the Limitless Power matchup, that would have been a big upset. How big of an upset would this be with XO over Team Secret?
That's a good question. I think it would be more of an upset because Team Secret, I think, are a bit more reliable at just beating the teams they're supposed to beat when compared to Power. Power have actually been quite reliable at getting those results, but Team Secret seem to be more of a consistent level for me. Power maybe peak higher but have lower troughs. They're less consistent. And when you're running against inconsistent teams, you do have more of a chance of an upset, I feel. And as well, Limitless, I personally rank just a little bit higher than EXO, especially after seeing them perform today. They were able to play much higher level than earlier in the year when we saw them in Copenhagen. I'm looking forward to seeing them again at the World Championship, see if they can make another large leap upwards in the standings. But this would be a massive upset. You know, EXO really have their work cut out for them here. This is a solid team. You know, they're not going to get wins against South American teams at international competitions easily these days. Sam has never been stronger with the likes of Furia, Complexity, Secret, Crew, all teams who I think are capable of taking wins at the international level. Stacked, just stacked region. When you're coming out into a LAN as a top 2 in your region, as stacked as Sam is, you really are top tier players.
And I mean, that's another conversation altogether, is just the regions in general. It really feels like we have hit a point in Rocket League esports history where we have truly more than just NA and EU who are
Tech Boss!
True competitors, but we've still yet to see one of those teams take it all.
Yeah, we've seen Furia 2 years ago at Gamers 8. That's the only non-North American European team who have taken large-scale LAN event in Rocket League. Falcons, of course, have 2 second-place finishes at Rocket League RLCS majors, so they're pretty close. But it would be the first large-scale international win for MENA if Falcons or Twisted Minds can take down this one. Sam, they've got their one with Furia. They'll be looking to get another one. I mean, those 2 teams are rated by everybody.
And do you think it would mean anything different if it was in a format that's only 3s?
I think so, especially this close to the World Championship. I think this is an event that everybody has to rate. You've always got the copium when you're looking at a crew battle event. If your favorite team loses, you can say, well, they would have won 3s. Look at the 3s games. I think they were, you know, doing pretty well there. But there's no such thing now. We're just 2 weeks out from RLCS World, so every team's showing up in good form. They're all practicing, well, except Chiefs who've played 1 scrim. They're looking brilliant anyway. Every team is looking to ramp up to Worlds, and this is perfect event for them to do it with. Now, guys, we'll get an update for you on the ETA of our return to the match very soon, but so you don't have to listen to us waffle for too long. Let's check in with CJ and see what he's getting up to.
Backstage, we're going to get exclusive access, Team Power in there. They're about to go on stage. They're doing their final prep work. We're going to jump in and just see what they're doing, what they're discussing. Come on. Oh, Jimmer, is it all right if the people sort of get a bit of an insight?
On the lesson that I'm running? Yeah, sure thing. You've come just in time to see our comprehensive plan on how we're going to win this series. You know what? What a good opportunity to go. Thieves, can I have you tracking in, mate? I need you to look up the front. Thieves, give him a tap, Zach. I'm sick of him. What are you doing? Get this out. You're going to be talking in a second. Sorry about this, team. We're still going through it. All right, we're just going to catch up. This is how it's going to go. How to win. Because obviously we're not very good at that. We're going to turn it around. I don't even think about the BDS series anymore. First things first, shoes optional. Sick and tired of us deciding whether it's shoes on or off. You should know first thing when you get out there, shoes off. I expect all shoes off. Be comfy. Next thing, don't miss. I've got brackets in there, Beard. That's not targeted at you, but I'm just going to use you as an example. Don't want you to miss anymore. The next one, I thought in that BDS series, Fees, mate, I need you to listen in. Handshakes. What's going on? Mixed firmness. Big T, show me a handshake. Nice and firm. Fees, did you watch that? Shake my hand. Telling you, Siege, telling you. And next thing's up, cool goals. Bea, tell me, what's an example of a cool goal we can score? Too late, I've got it right over here. I'm gonna have to do some really technical things. So here's a cool goal. Pretend this is an Octane. Air dribble. So Beard, next time you go up the wall, you got boost. I expect you to get up there, get up. You air roll left or right? You air roll right. You air roll right, you're coming through. Bang, straight in. Cool goal. Sounds straightforward? What do you reckon, Siege?
It's awesome. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to win.
Thanks. All right, done.
Can't really argue with anything other than I think that was a nomad.
They won, so I mean, the coaching has to be valid there. Just honestly verified coaching from Jim. Phenomenal stuff. Lots of advice for you guys at home. Just don't miss. It's especially good.
I would like to take this moment, though, to thank everybody at home for their patience.
For their patience. What about the impatient viewers? Are we thanking them as well?
And if you're impatient and you're being forced to have patience thrust upon you, thank you as well.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I mean, there's one of those.
Thanks for trying to have patience.
You know when something just goes wrong and it's completely outside your control.
As a caster, I'm very familiar with that feeling.
You just gotta roll with it. Just gotta see what happens. You kind of, your flight gets cancelled.
We were making such a good time.
Loses your luggage.
That's happened to me.
That's happened to me this event. In fact, you just gotta realize that you're in a funny story, ladies and gentlemen. As it's happening, it's not very fun, but it's a good story in the future. Next time everybody's talking about, can you believe that this situation happened? You've got a story that you can weigh in on. When somebody says, you won't believe this. There was a tech issue at an esports event I was watching. I had to wait 2 minutes for the game to start. You're going to be able to tell them about this tech issue and completely blow their tech pause out of the water. I mean, we are running this one up, so we've got an impressive story to tell in the future.
We might need to remind people where we're at in the game. Do you remember?
Manfield Night.
I wasn't really thinking the map-wise. I was more thinking results-wise. I think it was pretty early in the game.
No,
Team Secret up, and now we are getting back into the action. Team Secret has the lead in the game, and we are going to be getting this game back underway.
Okay, so 1-0 Team Secret, and
more time passed than I thought I remembered.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a nice position here for EXO. Not the best boost totals though. Kevin, the only player with boost there, but he does force quite early. No, is it early enough? Yes, it is. As Lasco, they're able to get back to, KV1 with a double tap. I mean, these are the plays, these accelerations that Team Secret are able to make in the ball. They're the plays that are going to be difficult for EXO to keep up with. I do think they're at a pace disadvantage, a mechanics disadvantage in this matchup.
Seeing how fast Team Secret can be. And we know how deadly they are in those 1v1 situations, especially KV1, who had some very impressive individual effort goals against Gen G. KV1 lobs it towards net. Kevin off to the side where Mata's waiting. Mata for the 50, perfectly to KV1. Somehow Sphinx got a piece of it. I thought that was in.
Yeah, great read by Sphinx. And now the doink onwards, but Brad's going to be there to knock the ball away from danger. Love the technique though there from Sphinx, just double jumping underneath the ball. None of this nonsense dodging when the doink is available. Brad, air dribble from the ground, intercepted early by Lasco. They're starting to play a little bit more aggressively.
I'm not gonna lie, that tech pause just like killed it for me, man.
If they're going to have a chance in this matchup, they cannot give Team Secret too many consecutive free touches. That's a great 50-50, huge chance denied by
I feel like this series should already be almost over. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's Sphinx not able to convert on that shot. We saw him have an opportunity as well against Falcons earlier, where there was only one goal scored in that entire series. Sphinx had another open opportunity that he couldn't put away. Sphinx will need to get dialed in, especially.
Oh
man, that was quite the musty. Especially when Sphinx is that player for EXO, where you are relying on for the offense.
Yeah, Sphinx, the young mechanical new player coming into APAC this season. Very exciting player, scored a bunch of goals that, you hide the nameplates and tell somebody Daniel scored it, it would get thousands of upvotes on Reddit. Yeah, he really has scored some clips that are Daniel, Zen, Yan, TRK worthy, just S-tier potential coming out of these other regions. It's a big chance now. The ball's going way too high across the box, so that was tough for Lasco. He couldn't keep it under control.
Yeah, it was the right idea, though. Trying to pinch the ball around the corner. Just needed to get that ball lower. Sent it too high. Teammate wasn't able to collect it. EXO keeping this within reach, though. Mata. That shot predicted nicely by Lasco. There's a demo. Space given to Kevin. Kevin, heavy first touch on low boost. And that slows down the counterattack opportunity.
Just 30 seconds to go. It looked like it might be Team Secret running away with it early on, but EXO have kept it close, and now they're pressing for a late equalizer. Lasco pre-jumps off the ceiling. Brad saw him coming, and now here comes the transition. Top bins.
Team Secret.
Wow.
Chat.
You see what
the
Brad
series
does?
should be
He gets
over.
that touch and then boost ahead.
There's gonna be a sweep
to threaten the bump. Makes it where Sphinx can't get to the ball, and you cannot shoot that ball better.
Yeah, absolute perfection. Coming out of Team Secret on the transition. And that was the right idea, though, again, by EXO. They lunged in. They've, realized this is the final 30 seconds of the game. We've got to go for something here. Oh, how about this from Kevin, though? Ceiling reset, intercepted. This might not be over, though. That bounce is great. ZPS into the middle.
Oh, where was the shot?
No follow-up there. Looks like the boost was just at an all-time 0 for EXO, so they could not get a follow-up. And it is going to be game 1 of Team Secret, but once more, respectable from the newer region teams. They're not getting the game wins, but these are games that have you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, multiple scoring chances there for EXO. We saw Sphinx. He had a scoreable shot opportunity, sailed it high. We saw the pinch pass wrap around from Lasco. That was a little bit too high of a pass, couldn't get collected. So we saw multiple chances there for EXO. Not managing to put one in, but they kept that close against Team Secret, who also had a couple chances go away. And now, I believe we take a look at the highlights. This was the first goal that seemed to break everything.
Oh no!
No, that was a
it's
big
broken.
chance.
Oh, there it is.
Fast center ball. We had a couple of very fast center balls from EXO that just barely could not get collected. That was a great bump by Brad, centering it off his own back wall there towards his teammate who slammed it top corner. But Team Secret definitely, they've got to lock in. I think if that first game's taught them anything, it's that EXO are not just here to play. They are looking for their first big international victory. And it doesn't seem that far away. At the start of this year, if you asked every Rocket League fan in the world, when will the current APAC and SSA talent get their first series win? They're probably going to tell you 2 years, 3 years, but I think it seems closer. I think everybody's estimation will have gone closer now. They were seeing the progress they made in just, well, less than half a year now.
They are making progress.
Ooh.
EXO just haven't seemed to have anything that's like remotely close to being
Pinched off the bar.
like
Kevin
super threatening for real.
keeping that one out.
Crossbar pinch saved by Kevin there. He needed to do that. Otherwise, it would have been an own goal. Perfect timing. Now Lasco looking to get things going the other way. Chasing Brad up into the ceiling. Brad's done well. He's got KV1 in the middle, but this is going to be an EXO
You know what I'm
Esports
saying?
ball. Sphinx with the big flick towards the top corner. Brad saves it, but not well. Kevin batters it
Like,
back
they look
forward,
like
but there's
shots
probably a
I'd be
better
putting
opening
on
there
a
for him to
net.
pick out.
And I
Couldn't
suck.
find it. Oh, well, it's a great pass by Sphinx. Team Secret scrambled well to react to it, but these are impressive plays coming out of EXO.
Sphinx trying to win that foot race to the ball, but Brad hit it off to the side. Pinch from Lasco goes towards net, and a response pinch from Mata. Now a blistering shot forces a double commit out of Team Secret. Ball out into the middle. Brad with a panic clear right to Sphinx. Sphinx trying to get back to the goal.
There he is.
Oh, there's a goal.
So. Sphinx seeing that.
So I guess you can't argue with the results, right, Smiles?
Oh, phenomenal recovery by Sphinx. Just rolled right through the ball. He had to get back to that one quickly. The defender was coming, but he slots it in. And EXO are really here to play, just like Limitless before them, trying to get the upset.
Mata. The block. Kevin, low boost, double commit. Lasco with a big play. Both teammates had committed with low boost. Kevin still low boost, will lob it upfield. Lasco's shot will be collected by KV1. KV1 tipping it around one. Now up the wall. Out of boost, has to bail out. Lasco to the side. Met by Brad. And Sphinx helps in with a clear, but KV1 looking for Mata. Mata gives up the ball. Brad with a win and a block. Big block from Brad.
Yeah, a bit careless there by Lasco, running straight into the block, and now a clear from Kevin. Goes the wrong way. It's gone in off the goalkeeper and the post. Brad credited with the finish. It was his shot on target.
And it was his block to keep that ball in the half as well.
Yeah, Brad's done a lot there. Really, though, Kevin just had to take his time. If he just waited for that ball to come to him, he could put it in the back corner. Instead, he's panicked just a little bit and centered it, and Brad was there on the far side to punish.
So the punish comes through from Brad, who did some unassisted work. Kevin with a tip. Mata meeting. And now Lasco can't get it by Brad. Brad, low boost. Just takes the 50 perfectly out to KV1.
Yep, Team Secret takes the lead, and they're going to end up taking game number 2.
Yeah, Team Secret double
Who's
up.
surprised?
Excellent control by Brad. No boost, but you wouldn't know it as he manipulates the 50-50 in his favor, in his team's favor, to center the ball with exact power and precision. EXO have looked like they've got enough firepower to create scoring chances and even to take them this game. They've got the evidence of that. But defensively, they have struggled at times. This is another great chance, though. Oh, what a save. The shot just not quite good enough. Mota with a double save, in fact, to keep EXO at bay. Can he get a triple? Doesn't have to. Brad's got his back.
Mota.
Chat, what kind of chip should I have for my snack?
Lost the ball. Kevin doesn't want to dive in. Kevin trying to be patient here. That pass.
I feel like spicy probably ain't the way since I just had
Kevin
spicy.
is not in position for it. And I can see Kevin
soup.
leaving the ball, hoping Lasco can come in. Now finds himself all alone, trying to defend. The double
Damn, almost touched that one in. I was thinking maybe Carolina barbecue.
Oh, well, both those shots from Secret should have been on target, but EXO have gotten away with it.
Or maybe
Now here
salt
comes
and vinegar,
Sphinx.
I don't know.
Stealing reset. Can he get the backboard? No, it's defended well by Team Secret, but once again, EXO look dangerous going forward.
EXO trailing by 1. Kevin to the side. KV1 half a tank. Gave up the ball. A hit straight to Mata. Off the ceiling. Mata goes for the block, but Sphinx hits it by him. Now Brad. Back to KV1. KV1 over 1. Flip reset. Delayed
Nice shot from KV1.
It's good. KV1 is cooking.
Poor defender didn't know what to do, bro.
KV1 saved his dodge to get past the first defender. Flip reset to get past the second. That's a difficult flip reset to hit as well, landing on the ball and side flipping to shoot.
Didn't know if they had to wait for the pass or.
EXO not able to chain their challenges together there in quick enough succession. KV1 with plenty of time to recover and outplay 2.
Oh, that's a dunk goal from Sphinx.
Where did that come from?
It seems like it came out of nowhere. Sphinx, little tip up.
Oh my
And I love
goodness.
that finesse. Sphinx knew
Nice touch.
exactly what he was doing. Saw the defense in an awkward spot, recognized that dunk opportunity, and pounced on it.
I mean, Sphinx is a player with unbelievable potential. He's 15 years old. He turned 15 in January this year. And he really does look like he could grow into the talisman of APAC in the future if he isn't already one of their best players, which he is. 42 seconds left. EXO looking to come back into this one. Sphinx has not slowed down for a split second in this game. He is just going full pace as often as he can, but Team Secret are slowing the game down well. It's been low 50s. It's been the slow plays that have caught EXO off guard at times.
Lasco, key moment here, how he'll play it. Oh, and there's the boost stolen from KV1. Low boost situation for everybody. You can see Kevin and Lasco running on fumes. Sphinx has the boost to do something. And it looks like he also grabbed that corner boost. It's going to be all on Sphinx, and he can't get there. Flip reset, touched to the ground by KV1. And Team Secret take another game win.
It's so intelligent by KV1 there, using the reset to guarantee the game win. This really forces the defender's hand. If you don't challenge, he's going to let the ball drop. If you do, he's got a flip to put it past you. It was Team Secret actually trailing in this game. Sphinx opened the score in that man in the middle. An unfortunate misplaced clear by Kevin led to the equalizer for Team Secret, but check out
on this
50-50
perfect
middle.
50.
I mean, that is so well played by Brad, manipulating the challenge to pass to his teammate, and KV1.
Shot of the game.
Yeah, put it a bit past him with this reset. Excellent placement again.
Hey, KV1, he never fails to impress. So clean, so good. Helped put Team Secret over the edge. I think Brad also very good that game. Having that unassisted goal, the extra effort.
Chan, I'm exhausted, man. I might miss these last 2 games.
Ultimately himself, that 50
after the series is done.
KV1 as well.
Just because like I really don't.
Brad and KV1 shining that game.
See them
though, also had some key moments.
being
for
anything
him.
more than the sweep.
Yeah, big time dunk. We didn't see a replay of it, but he brought it back within 1 with just a dunk on They go line solo play.
And we've got a long couple of days, the next couple of days.
And he really is a threat that Team Secret have to be careful about. And will EXO be able to bring him into the game more
I don't know,
often?
we'll
I think
see.
Blasco and Kevin have to just be trying to do that. Facilitate the young mechanical Sphinx and see if he can work his magic.
Flip reset double! And Blasco didn't get clean contact on the shot. And apparently, we will have
VAR.
another pause. That is tragic.
Want to see how VAR did that ball cross the line? Go to the video referee and take another look at it.
Oh
Can you
man,
imagine?
if he hits that ball cleanly, he might have had enough pace to score that.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It was a great first touch. Those reset doubles are really becoming automatic these days. Off the last timeout, the tech pause. Oh my, yeah, the water. We're gonna need some more water for Brad, please. He has just devoured
Stay
that
hydrated.
These balls not big enough for Brad, it would seem. But yeah, after the last long break, Team Secret didn't seem phased at all. They were pretty relaxed the entire time. You know, you're not going to phase these guys. They've been deep into tournaments before where there have been timeouts, pauses, long breaks. EXO are the team who really have to try and use this as a pseudo timeout. You know, figure out a winning strategy because they're the team who are losing. This, you know, technically should benefit them more, even though that's not what's happening here. We do have a tech issue, not a timeout. They can still use it as such.
Oh, certainly. There's nothing preventing them from strategizing. And it was a good start to the game there for EXO. We saw that flip reset double tap opportunity. Lasco came up just short. Was barely saved. But EXO, they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them.
I just saw Mota finishing his water bottle as well. Have we got a replacement there? Is that an empty bottle or has he already got even it looks like Coach Bruno. These guys are just dehydrated over in the Team Secret
Gregan
side
would
of the
be
stage.
proud. He would be proud at the state of hydration.
That looks pretty empty to me. I think we need some new water bottles in the Team Secret side of the stage, please. These guys are, I mean, it's sweaty out here. And the difference about sweating in Saudi Arabia versus sweating in other countries is it actually works for cooling your body down. That evaporates instantaneously in this dry desert-like heat. So, yeah, we're going through a lot of water out here, James.
Yeah, and you could see ZPS, or Lasco, formerly ZPS, sweating a little bit on the end there. Perhaps feeling the pressure.
My God,
yeah, Big Cringe should be sweating in his tournament games, don't you think?
Never. This is where you have a free pass. Sweat as hard as you can.
I also do sweat in every Rocket League game I play.
Even the customs.
Always full effort.
The private lobbies. But now the players have to get serious for EXO.
All right, well,
this is their tournament life.
Sure, my
if they
dish thing, I
lose
guess,
this
yeah.
next game, they're going to have to hand over that key to get crushed. We saw Jimma do a brilliant job crushing the last key. Team Secret looking to crush another.
Well, you mentioned there, Jimma. That was CJ bringing us that content last time around. You know, I enjoyed it so much personally. Let's check in again. Let's go see what CJ's up to. Or not. Let's just not see what CJ's up to.
I was getting ready to do my best CJ impression. Water?
I really
need some water.
Need some water. I'd love to check in with CJ. We can't do that right now.
Yeah,
I think he's probably just busy recording another banger of a content piece for us to take a look at. Have you been enjoying CJ in his new role here at Esports World Cup, just basically roaming around with the microphone, terrorizing every team he finds? Then be sure to let the Esports World Cup social media know. I think he's been doing a great job. I'm proud of him.
Oh, CJ's a natural. I was trying to read an article about CJ in his local newspaper. They were talking about how he was not only a rugby star.
He is, yeah.
But also a commentator traveling the world. Unfortunately, the article was paywalled.
Oh, come on now,
I know.
CJ. Can we get some access to that, please? Yeah, CJ, you know, very talented at almost everything he does. It's really annoying. He just good at every activity and sport that we try whenever we're at these LAN events.
The title of the article was Juggling Footy and Esports. How Johns has best of both worlds with Saints.
There you go. Yeah, he's quite quite modest about all that. He doesn't share too much, but we do need to get some access to that Urkel. If somebody could please let us know.
I'm sure CJ paid for it. He paid.
Surely not. Yeah,
We'll have to go ask him to read it.
I mean, if he got interviewed for it, surely they gave him access.
You gotta know.
They're not like, hey, can we interview you for this paper? Also, if you want to read it, you're gonna need to pay, buddy.
All right. Well, we can't rely on CJ for content anymore. We got to focus back in on this match. It is an elimination match. EXO Esports on the brink against Team Secret, who has been looking very good, especially KV1, who hit a flip reset goal in this past game to help Team Secret secure the win.
And unlike Limitless, EXO are not going to be at the RLCS World Championship, so this could be the last big tournament that they play, at least for the foreseeable future. So they really do want to throw everything at this. You know, I just want to see a highlight goal from Sphinx in particular. Can he give us maybe a ceiling pinch rebound, something to that effect?
I mean, or at least a flip reset.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd even take that.
Oh, hold on. Brad's getting tired. This could be huge for EXO. KV1's laughing at him. Internal turmoil in Team Secret.
He has the keyboard so far away. Is that the new meta? You know, I've seen the sideways keyboard, but that one...
He just doesn't want that in his,
we're still stuck in a
He's trying to get rid of it, get it out of his line of sight.
Ah, dog, this is fucking ridiculous.
Coach behind him there, Bruno, is a KBM player.
I was hoping we get back and we at least be back in the fucking game, man. What the fuck?
Still is very high rated in his own right. But we are close to game time.
And we only had about 18 or 20 seconds off the clock in the beginning of game 3.
Last time you underestimated that. Are you sure this time?
I am pretty sure.
You're pretty confident?
I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
I think it was 442.
Okay.
Is what we left off on.
All right, everybody remember that 442. We'll see how close James was.
If I'm wrong, I'm sure chat will put the correct time in.
I'm not seeing any screens in front of us that you know could lead James to cheat here, so I can validate that this is a guess. As Team Secret look to finish the job. They've so far just done enough. It's not been a blowout. It's not been a cruise to victory. They've really had to grind these wins out.
All right, here we go.
Wins 2-0, triple match points, and we're getting back into game. Oh, it's 4:34. You're 8 seconds off.
My bad. I could have sworn. But here we go. Getting back into the match. Elimination game here. EXO must win. KV1, this is dangerous for EXO, and it's a goal for KV1. Got some help, though, with the bump off the goal line.
Yeah, necessary bump there. KV1's shot was bouncing on target slowly. Kevin just didn't play the ball there. Got a little bit faked out as he came in for a high challenge. And Team Secret have another lead. It's KV1 who's all smiles as he keeps scoring every single game.
Sphinx, air dribble bump, but it's defended nicely. Didn't make contact. Lasco beat to the ball as well. Kevin and Sphinx both low on boost, streaking back. Under 150, sitting on the goal line for what seemed like an age. But Kevin got in the way with a nice 50 and keeps this lead to just 1 for Team Secret.
Well, that's a nice angle shot, but it is a routine save for Team Secret in defense. Oh, Mata up quickly, crossbar down to KV1. Not on target though. Lasco's got options here. Doinks it.
Damn.
To the side of the net. What a goal.
Nice touch from Lasco here.
The defender was awkward. KV1 didn't get that ball deep enough to the corner, and that is a difficult read for Brad to have to make. He's sitting in the middle of the
It's a really
goal.
good read.
And Brad's probably also thinking he could just run ahead and demo me here. So he's probably thinking I've got to prepare to get in and out of my own net to dodge that, make a save, and before you can actually react to what comes his way, it's actually just a shot, and it's in his goal.
You're right, because Lasco could have tried to catch that into a dribble.
It was already, I think it was already on, so there's so many options there to cover. Oh, the crossbar for Team Secret, the other end. They really are the masters of keeping the ball alive in the danger area. Motta's missed this overhead though, that's Sphinx. Oh, what a save by Motta. He can't get back for the double, but Lasco beats him to it. Initially a misplay from Motta, followed up by Heroics. No one is there to bail him out.
That was close call.
Wow. Well,
EXO
Esports at least have taken a lead.
Goal of the game.
3 minutes, see if they can keep it.
EXO
Dog, I am
Esports
fucking
have
bored.
a lead.
Sorry.
Will 2 goals be enough to get this win in game 3?
I'm impressed
I
by
feel like these games have been kind of whack today, man.
Transition play, their offense. Oh, the defense, though. Before I get
Yeah,
it,
see, they're just going to fucking tie it up that easy.
This is where the issue is. They're really struggling to keep the ball under control. That's not a good clear by Sphinx.
There was no pressure for Sphinx to give up that ball.
He's just giving it away there. And, you know, with Kevin, we saw Kevin do the same thing in the last game, just giving the ball away in defense. They're making panicky touches. And I think that's affectionately known by Yummy Cheeseman as an APAC clear, where you, instead of clearing the ball, you in fact center it for the opponents. It's still plaguing them to this day.
KV1 will leave this for Brad. Velasco cuts the play out. Kevin with a long lob. Velasco tip over and now boom downfield. Brad gets a bump on Sphinx. Sphinx still got a piece of it. And Kevin does get the corner, so EXO will have boost to defend. And they do hit it out to the corner. Sphinx with a hit up the wall. Mata, low boost. And now Brad trying to take space. Up against Sphinx.
Underneath?
Gets a 50. Kevin's backwards, but does enough. Sphinx looking for Kevin, and Kevin does hit it across field.
Yeah, that's much better from EXO, actually. Finding a pass out of defense. It's one of the options they've got to increase their conversion rate on actually clearing the ball. As now Team Secret looks set up a 2v1. KV1 running ahead of the ball. Kevin's actually redirected into his own crossbar in an attempt to save it. Slow play by Brad, low 50. An aspect of the game that Team Secret have really dominated in these past few games. When the game slows down, Team Secret look like they're still comfortable. And it's EXO who are starting to scramble. That's what it does.
And that was a scramble there, a fake leading to a shot. Really nice chance for Team Secret. EXO barely surviving. Kevin into the middle. Lasco leaves it for Sphinx. And there's a demo from behind. Brief numbers advantage here for Team Secret as they work off that demo. Brad, flip, reset, pass down.
Pass? Who's
Nobody wanted
there?
to bite.
That's a hard hit from Lasco.
Why was nobody there?
KV1 going to try and catch it. He does well. Look how efficiently they transition with defensive passing plays. Just a different level from Team Secret when compared to EXO. They've had low 50s in defense, passes, hard clears. Compare that to EXO's struggles to get rid of the ball, where they're not really able to get it past their first man. Kevin does so there though, but here comes the second. Mota sticks it back into the danger area. Sphinx going to try and get it clear. But once again, it doesn't really go over anyone. And that does give Team Secret the heads up on the very next play.
Lasco will lob it down slowly. Mata over one. Good 50 from Kevin. Brad leaves it. Lasco lobs it up above net. Team Secret on the defensive. Sphinx going for a 50 here and opts to go for a bump. Does land it on Mata, leaving Lasco some space. The 50 down. Kevin didn't want to dive in.
EXO Esports has some pressure here late.
Good last second pressure here from EXO. Shot opportunity for Lasco. He fakes it for Kevin, and Kevin will go for a corner pass. Ball still in place. Sphinx.
All right, overtime.
And we've got overtime.
See if Team Secret can take this. Or does EXO Esports have what it takes to force a game? Number 4.
First game of the series. Shot down as the cheat got started after the kickoff. That's a big interception. Coming out of Team Secret. EXO have got to be careful here. They don't want the ball to spill loose into the middle with another bad clear. And that's what's happened here. It's a heroic save to keep them in the game. But these soft clears are not giving them too many chances to keep control of the match.
Lasco cuts around Brad, but stopped by KV1. Sphinx looking up for Lasco. Lasco had to go all the way into enemy corner territory to get that boost. Ball bouncing. Mata goes for double, but didn't have boost to make it happen. Brad trying to catch and control. Pinch sends it out to the middle. Mata always got boost to do damage. But lost control of the ball. Won't make much happen.
Yeah, lots of boost now available for EXO for the first time in a while. And now miss comes in from Sphinx. He can't afford to be making those mistakes. Not in these crucial moments. But these are the moments that Team Secret have so
Mata with a
much
second
more
bump.
experience
Brad?
with than their young opponents from the APAC region.
It's like EXO Esports is fighting all of this just to get a game to extend to a game 4 where they're probably gonna fucking lose anyway.
Passing chance For EXO, they lose control of it though. You just look at the composure from Team Secret.
And that's
fighting
really,
each other on transition again.
And that has to be where the experience or lack of experience for EXO shows. Sphinx had all the time to work. Gave up the ball again. Now a long lob down. Lasco, pressure on him. Brad with the 50. Ball goes right to KV1. Mata with the 50. Shot opportunity potentially, but that's shut down. Sphinx lobs towards net. Mata dodges the bump attempt from Kevin.
Good job to put that off the backboard. Second touch, she gets to the corner.
That one under control, but that was a great chance. EXO starting to warm up into overtime here as we extend past 2 minutes. Their tournament life on the line, and they're playing like it. That's another long shot.
Is
it on target? It's off the ball.
Wow.
Great save by KV1.
Bruv.
It just isn't meant to be for EXO. Can they recover from that? Team Secret now on the counterattack.
Just in?
No. Sphinx, nice read. Hard hit up field. Mata back to the ball, catches it, tries to pop it over Lasco, but Lasco had read that nicely and clears it all the way down to Team Secret's half.
Oh, Sphinx has got a double here. Will there be a follow-up? It is coming through from Kevin, but Lasco doesn't want to commit too early here. Wants to give his teammates time to recover. Slows the game down well. 50s it back to Sphinx. Looking for the bump, but Brad dodges it and gets to clear.
Ball in the middle of the field, low boost. Lasco.
What read.
Massive boom downfield, buying more time for his teammates. And Brad loses the ball. See him awkward, leading to a chance now for EXO.
Oh, there's a miss. Brad with a huge save, but Sphinx is up uncontested here. Can he get the shot on? Yes, he can. It's off the post on the line and saved once again by Team Secret.
Brother, EXO keeps having chances.
Reset from Lasco. Brad
And they can't convert.
Sphinx,
Goal.
this is it. Oh, no, it's not.
Wow.
Mata hits it to the side, but the attack is still going.
They're all over them, but Sphinx misreads the corner bounce. Now Team Secret have a chance to stabilize. EXO running out of boost, but trying to keep the attack alive. Lasco rotated deep. He's found Sphinx to the sidewall. Sphinx with the big flick, top left. Brad again makes the last-ditch save.
And the demo came out as well. EXO have Team Secret reeling.
Oh,
and there's a double
surely.
This has to be it. There it is.
There it is.
EXO stave off elimination and get a Game 3 victory over Team Secret.
What pass by Kevin underneath two pre-jumping defenders. Bounces it into the middle. EXO Esports. Not going the easy way, but they've got a game.
Wow. And you know, they earned that, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
They earned that. How many chances did they have? That one ball that bounced off the post, goes across the goal line, gets pinched out. You're thinking, oh, is that how it's going to go for EXO? They're going to get that close chance and then give up the goal and get eliminated with another 0-3 APAC performance? No, that was not what was in the script.
Well, so we started off with Lasco, just completely outplaying Brad. The beautiful pop on target. Mata initially making a heroic save before getting beaten to the ball in the follow-up. But overtime win. Deep into overtime as well after a massive save. I mean, so many big-time saves coming out of Team Secret in this game. KV1 making a couple of them there. They're committing all over the place, but Sphinx
had to just tap that in. Yeah, you
I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have missed that in that kind of situation. Don't lie, I know a lot of you guys.
Yeah, I think it's
watching
gonna be
would
the
as
last
well,
series we watch,
you
man.
see what that means to Brad? They're like, oh, we have to play another game. We're gonna need to keep going, and this is not.
I just don't
your
have energy,
typical-
man. And these last couple of series are
Sam, for
like,
me,
we
Sam
know how
Sam
they're
is
gonna
a major
go.
region at this point. Like the level Sam is at right now is closer to EU and NA than it's ever been. Team Secret are a top 2 team in Sam. They're, you know, on the cusp of making top 8s internationally, and APAC's number 2 team are right there with them mechanically. It's mostly, you know, bad decision making that's costing them goals, bad clears, panicky touches in defense. They're not getting outpaced. They're not getting outplayed completely. They're not getting just completely blown off the pitch like the APAC teams have in the past.
And a big part of that, I think, is due to Lasco. Lasco had some very key defensive touches.
Ooh,
he had some big clears, and then also some goals as well. I think Lasco put his stamp on the series in that last game.
Really did, and They need everybody to show up here. They've just got to try and keep their composure. That's obviously one of the best moments of
I don't know, man. I keep saying like we've gone this far. Might as well do the rest, but
internationally against a team like Team Secret, but Team Secret opened the scoring in game 4, and it was off another failed clear. Lasco there got it away from Mota, but KV1 was the real threat, and once again we see them losing control in defense in these key moments.
And no one was back defending. Kevin recognized late, was on low boost, and Sphinx was a little too far out of position as well.
That's why, you know, those slow plays in defense are so helpful, giving your teammates time to get boosts and get back instead of rushing the clear, messing it up, and receiving a shot before anybody can recover.
Exo will have to fight from behind now. Brad saw nobody was there to pass to, hits it to open space. Lasco on fumes. Will win that 50 deep to the Team Secret corner. Big boom from Brad, straight off the ceiling. Mata, slow to the ball. KV1 fakes out Kevin and gets it by Lasco, but does get demoed by Lasco.
Oh, reset from Sphinx. He looks
it's
dangerous.
it's
Kevin
such a
up
slower
fast for this
brand.
one.
Do you know what I mean? Like compared to some of the games we saw
Red, but Lasco's there for the finish either way. No
earlier.
Team Secret to make any kind of play, but look at Kevin here. After the 50-50, gets another touch, nearly scores it. And Lasco pounced on the second ball.
Yeah, didn't need to hit it too hard when the opposing team has no boost. Yeah, that second effort, though, that second touch by Kevin, completely throwing off Team Secret. Now a good bounce back to Sphinx as well. Can Sphinx do something?
Oh, I mean, he looks confident, Sphinx, every time he gets up into the air. Doesn't look like it's going to be fun for Team Secret to play against. Lasco break a rotation there, didn't catch Mota by surprise. Sphinx out into the middle towards Lasco, well knocked on. Sphinx up immediately for this one. Booms a shot top shelf. Brad reacts well, but look how quickly Kevin's up for it. If you switch the nameplates, you think Team Secret are the blue side right now with the speed of these aerial attacks.
New life for EXO after that Game 3 win. KV1 leaves it off for Brad, but Brad loses possession. KV1 hitting it out to the side. Sphinx first to it.
Oh my goodness.
Nailed that off the ceiling. And it did catch the defense off for Team Secret, but they still get the clear.
But this is why the APAC community's been raving about Sphinx all year. When he gets into the flow state, he is such an exciting player to watch. Like I mentioned earlier this year, he's just 15 years old. In his debut season, debut year, playing as a pro, he has got so much potential. I mean, if he can just keep grinding, we are going to see some amazing things from him in his career. I can guarantee it.
Sphinx with a game win over Team Secret. Those game wins are rarity for the APAC region. And this is a big result so far for EXO. Team Secret looking to close out the series and crush EXO's key. But EXO making things difficult. They are not rolling over.
I mean, they've already collected the biggest game.
Hey, what a demo!
With the goal, but it's Lasco with the demo. They're up to
Kablamo!
This is unbelievable. We just might say they're getting the biggest game
Nice
win
job by
of
Lasco.
APAC's entire existence. What about the biggest series win of APAC's entire existence? That's what they're pushing for here. It's not just about the Esports World Cup. It's not just about staying alive in the tournament. It's their entire region and the history of Rocket League within that region.
Will EXO be able to hold on? Brad as well. That pass out into the middle from Brad was not what was called for Team Secret. You even saw it on the highlights, Brad, with a hand on the face.
Ooh, pass to KV1. Nice.
KV1. This was a dime right to him.
Oh my goodness, what a read by Brad. He puts it backwards. After the awkward corner bounce comes back towards him, that is unreal to pick out KV1 like that. KV1 didn't waste any time shooting at top bins. And I think I have to amend the previous statement. I think didn't Elevate beat Vitality last year? I think they got maybe one game.
Well, I know, I believe
this would be the biggest series win of APAC. I do want to say that for sure if they can get the win here.
I definitely know that Detonator took a game off phase back in the 21-22 season.
Oh, true, they did.
All right, Team Secret taking another goal here, gives themselves the lead.
Free goal for Team Secret.
Thank God.
No, moments ago, it seemed like EXO were starting to take control of the series, but where's the defense here? Just not enough time for the rotations to come back in, and now from 2-1 up, looking to reverse sweep,
to 3-2 down with a minute to get back into the game, or you're eliminated, key crushed, and just tears as you watch your hopes being taken away from you.
Oh.
Can EXO get something else to keep APAC dreaming?
They're in the pressure cooker now. Under a minute left to go. EXO trailing by 1. It was a heroic stand last game. But will that be their last stand? Sphinx. 50 out into the middle. Brad goes up high. Lasco up early and reads the hit perfectly. Numbers advantage here for EXO on the counterattack, but it's cleared right up the gut, and Brad gets a nice touch as well, making things tough for EXO.
Yes, so well played by Team Secret in a momentary 1v2. EXO starting to panic as the clock ticks down to 0. Will this be the end of their tournament? Despite such exciting games against Team Secret. Team Secret just proving to be too experienced down the stretch with less than 10 seconds to go.
Will Lasco turn for this? Kevin challenges from behind. Lasco up. And that's to open space.
All right,
and
chat.
that is this series. Team Secret close it out. A 3-1 victory over EXO.
Well, what
Thank God that's over. After all the technical difficulties.
A highly impressive.
Although EXO did look good.
In APAC. EXO really showed up today and played incredibly well. An exciting series, getting a game ahead in multiple games, but Team Secret just kept on going. And I think maybe EXO got a bit too excited at times in Game 4 here. Rushing clears, not really getting back quickly enough. But oh boy, their offense is looking good. When they can get the ball into attack, they look like they can score.
Yeah, and I think Sphinx had some good moments, but I think the one game win that they had, I think you have to give most of that credit to Lasco. I thought Lasco had such a good Game 3 with the doink goal, with the defensive plays. Lasco was all over him.
The bump in the last game to leave the net open for Sphinx. I mean, they really did all play so well. And, you know, to see the progress that this team's making, it's just wonderful to see as the key now does get handed over from EXO to Team Secret, who will be crushing it.
I don't know, chat. What do we think?
At least, Brad, with 2 hands.
Yeah.
You know? So, Team Secret, they looked a little shaky in Game 3, but they cleaned things up, Johnny. And now we'll look ahead to a rematch against Gen G for that qualification spot through lowers. And to talk about it, we're going to go back to the analysts.
Well, it was a good fight at the end by EXO, in all honesty. I like that, a little bit of gusto out of them, but it went the way we eventually thought. Wasn't as crushing as a defeat, though, as maybe most would have thought.
I mean, look, we were saying to start with, what are their mini checkpoints? Is it getting goals? Is it getting a game? They got goals, they got a game, and they got a brilliant game at that as well. It took them an overtime, but ultimately, Corelli, they earned it, and they've shown their mettle.
And they showed that, I mean, they could push Team Secret to the brink. I mean, they had tremendous pressure against them just a couple games ago, and I don't know, I feel like I had mentioned that Team Secret maybe looked up and down against Gen G yesterday, but for EXO Esports, this was a really good showing from them. They put on some good pressure against a high-paced South American team.
Let's think about this for a moment. Between the Chiefs, between EXO now, look at what we're getting from these other regions that weren't ever considered, you know, the main regions or the big regions.
Close is becoming a truly global esports chat.
Even just a few years ago, these teams would have been crushed. It would have just been devastating. Not anymore.
I mean, you don't even need to say a few years ago, last year.
Right, yeah,
Last year, an APAC team coming up against South America #2, it would not have been that close. Thoroughly impressed at EXO. Sphinx, we wanted a lot out of him. I think he delivered as well. Yeah, very impressed across the board with EXO, to be honest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But on the other side for Team Secret now, Corelli, I mean, them looking forward, looking good, but where do you put them kind of in the world of...
They look fine. They look fine.
Fair enough. Okay, that's it. That's all we need.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Let's move on to the Sony MVP player of the match. Of course, we're going to have to give this one to KV1. I mean, a monster for the squad, Corelli. He's always just a reliable player.
He looked great. throughout that series. I'm sorry. No, he looked good. And I pointed him out when they were walking in as well.
That's a 20
He
shots
was
for
the big
KV1.
driver, the engine of this team yesterday against Gen G. Today, again, putting up a lot of goals, putting up a lot of pressure. That's what you expect out of KV1. I still think you haven't really seen the three-headed Hydra from Team Secret yet. It's been a lot of KV1, and that's great for them. But as the competition gets better and better, they're going to need a full team effort.
Yeah, I think it definitely comes down to seeing not just the fact that he's obviously scoring a lot of incredible goals, but the fact he's also assisting his teammates very frequently. And I think he held his nerve, especially when they lost 4-minute overtime. Him, ultimately all of them, they didn't let it kind of shake them. They didn't let that define what the series was going to become. They didn't let it go to 5, which we saw obviously Chiefs do a little bit earlier when we saw their opponents get a little bit shaky. Instead, they stayed very, very firm against an EXO team that, as we've given them credit for, pushed them very far. And getting 20 shots in a 4-game series, 5 shots per game, is a stunning performance offensively.
And I'm just going to shout out some great passes coming out from Brad to KV1. As you see there, we get another key to crush. Let's go!
Another key crush.
Okay, that's not our chant.
Sorry.
We agreed on a chant. It was not that.
Yeah, sorry. We're trying to figure out a chant here for the
KV1 getting to set up the key here. Is he going to be able to crush it as well? I guess. It sounds like okay.
She's got the gloves.
Yeah. Gloves on.
I feel like she's about to do like the MJ lean.
Yeah.
That's it. Safety first.
There we go.
Flies out here.
Safety first.
All right, who gets to hit the button?
He's
KV1.
KV1. He's got to do it. The MVP.
Right. Give it the old key twist.
There we go.
Yeah, there we
Crush
go.
that key.
Come on, crush that
key. Crush that key.
Yeah, this portion needs to be a lot more.
All the way down.
Yeah.
This is a tough one. To the ground. It's like touching your toes.
Yeah.
I can't do that, actually.
I can't do
that. I'm too far away from the floor.
Pulverizer can't either.
I'm very inflexible.
Do we get another one? Can we go like to the other side, maybe? An extra?
Is it? Well, that would just straighten it out again.
No. I mean, you like turn it around, like kind of like you know.
I just meant like some cross in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there it is.
Maybe that's next
Pull it out. Shows your prize. You took them down. There's EXO gone, eliminated from the tournament. It was all due to this squad right here. This man, the MVP. As Team Secret is going to be flying on throughout this tournament.
Are those all actually gold, or just betting them for fun?
To get through, but today is nearing the end. 2 more matches. Let's get to a break and finish off the Rocket League for day 2.
Twisted Minds versus Nicosi Ballers next, champ. I would like to be cheering for Nicosi Ballers. I just don't see it, man. I really don't. Champ, what do we think? We sticking around for these last 2? I think we might as well. All right, I gotta go put these chips away. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep munching. All right. All right. Let's get these two more done, then we'll get the fuck up out of here, champ. We've made it this far.
Cup as our next team start rolling in, we have 2 keys crushed and plenty more to go. Of course, the Nicosia Ballers are now having to face off against another hometown team in Twisted Minds. I'm Leaf X, and joining me now to talk about this next matchup is James Bont and Jorby. How you guys doing on the day so far?
You know, I just got done casting the last 2 matches. You know, there was a few pauses in the last match. That didn't seem really to phase.
We got that CJ talk with Power that was great.
Yes. Also, I will say I do want to make a correction.
Okay.
I said that
CJ. Oh.
I said he plays rugby. It's Australian rules football.
How'd you get that one wrong?
Is Australian rules football just another way to say rugby?
No, it's actually very different.
It's very different.
It's very different. It looks similar.
It is a lot of fun to watch.
Yes.
I forgot it existed.
That's fair. I'll have to check that out. It sounds interesting.
It is really cool.
Anyways, looking at this matchup here, we have the Nicosi Ballers versus Twisted Minds. This is an interesting matchup here because Twisted Minds coming in as MENA number 2, obviously not as favorited by the fans as well, are still going to have a lot of people backing them because we're here in Riyadh. Nicosi Ballers, definitely probably the underdoggiest of underdogs here.
Yeah, they did not manage to score a single goal against Furia.
Yeah.
Furia is a very good team, as you know.
Furia scored a lot of goals against them. They scored so many that they tried to get 10 at the end of the game with a fake kickoff. I mean, that's just Furia things. But Twisted Minds yesterday against Vitality actually looked very good. And
I thought Twisted Minds looked solid yesterday in their series.
I mean, we saw Vitality against Furia today and how difficult
versus
Furia,
Vitality
had getting through the net. But I actually
mean, the last
really
two games,
like
despite the fact that they scored nothing in 3 of their games, 2 of those were 1-0 games.
Him, but SMW and Monsternet started figuring it out in the series. They were able to pressure Vitality, who look like one of the contenders to win it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, well, James, if that's a player that's going to help you out, Nuvo is going to be a player you want to bring that team to the next level.
Oh, certainly, and you know they have that ability. To me, I look at MENA very similar to South America, where it's Furia is by far and away the big dog of that region. They are that major winning team. They have that ability, and so for me, it's the same with Twisted Minds. The Team Falcons, they are that #1 team in the region. They can win a major. They've made it to a finals. Twisted Minds, they have the talent to make deep runs, like how Team Secret made a top 4 before. I think Twisted Minds has that level if they're playing at their peak.
I really do think so as well. I mean, all 3 of those players have showcased that talent.
Right.
And I think you do just go back to that Vitality match, and you see that potential there. And now here in the lower stage of this group, you're up against Nicosi Ballers, who, it's going to be a difficult match no matter who they play. And this is a great chance for Twisted Minds to really start working on their synergy, because that's the one thing that I was really critical of. I casted that game, and they just didn't have that kind of synergy.
Yeah.
Still getting used to working with Nowpost. This is the big chance on stage to get that synergy here.
Well, it's time for STC Play fan vote. Get those in on stcplay.gg. While you're doing that, we'll keep talking about this. I mean, I don't know if we still have it too. Look at the group graphic here just to take a look at what these 2 teams had to go through. But yeah, there we are. Just looking around, it wasn't easy. I mean, you got G2 and Team BDS, and this is why. This is the wrong one.
But I do want to say, if we do get the correct group bracket up, the interesting thing about this format is you will see rematches. You will see rematches no matter what.
Yep.
But I think the other thing that is kind of interesting is that we won't see a rematch in this qualifying match because Furia lost to Vitality. So, that's going to be fun. I think we expect to see Twisted Minds make it through here, so you can expect to see Twisted Minds Furia come.
That would be an insane match, because Twisted Minds, MENA Rocket League, right? They love playing fast. They love playing hard and aggressive. South America are the same exact way, like you were saying. There's so many parallels between both regions, so I'm looking forward to that. I mean, that's going to be insane.
I guess the big question here is, because we all have Twisted Minds likely winning this matchup.
Yes.
Okay. What's the percentage for the fan vote?
That's I was the one who said I estimate like a 6% troll factor. I feel like we've been at like 20%. So okay, maybe 14% troll.
You think they would get 0?
They got perfect.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to find out right now, James Bot, if they are actually trolling. Who's gonna win it?
I mean, I feel like it's weird that they have less chance than people are giving Gen G against Team Falcons earlier today. Like when we talk about the 2 local teams, right? Like the ones with home field advantage.
Taking on Twisted
They're surely getting like some,
from my perspective, at least losing 0-3 to Furia,
home
not
field
scoring a single goal. Who knows? Maybe this could be their moment
voting
for
as well, right?
Honestly, if they have anything up their sleeves, it's time to show it, because there's no other chance at the lower bracket. If you lose this one, you get your key crushed. Twisted Minds, however, they're looking really good against Vitality. Yes, they lost the game. They took 1 map, though. But at the same time, I was actually talking to Nuber earlier, and he was saying that I lost because I didn't have a good controller and mine was broken. So, I mean, they got him a new controller. Not sure if that's going to work out. But either way, it is time for another key to be crushed and another team to qualify to the next Next
My
stage,
controller was
bracket,
broken.
fastest,
Did your
take
dog eat your homework too, Big Dog?
An elimination match, Corelli. Twisted Minds, a fantastic game yesterday versus Fatality, but not enough due to a controller
Fatality.
Oh, it sounds like some cope. But listen, maybe there was something wrong. I don't know. That feels like cope. I'm sorry. I just, when that happens, whatever. But I think for Twisted Minds, they get obviously a much easier matchup here against Nkasi Ballers, and I think for them, you know, they're the hometown heroes. I like that. I think that it makes this tournament a lot more interesting as well, because we don't get that too often.
Yeah.
And the crowd's going to be behind them. And I think Twisted Minds are, you know, they have a roster that can make a deep run in this tournament. They've got to go through these preliminary stages, and a win here puts them up against Furia.
And the Nkosi Ballers, obviously, not the result they were hoping for yesterday versus Furia, down 0-3. Now they're up against another tough matchup in Twisted Minds. It's not every day that you have to go back-to-back against people who look like they have a shot at winning this one. Yesterday, Furia put up 9 on them. Today, we'll see if that offense that was able to box in Vitality from Twisted Minds puts up the same show here.
And that's a matchup that, you know,
here we go, game number 1. Let's get it.
Or was rough for Nkosi Ballers. I mean, this was, you know, being perfectly swept, shut out, obviously, throughout that series against Furia. And unfortunately, Twisted Minds are going to bring that same type of speed, pace rather, into this game. So if you're on the blue side here, you've got to match that pace, or at least figure out the pace as fast as you possibly can.
I think the Twisted Minds pace is going to be like the biggest problem for Nkosi. They just don't play that fast.
Just seeing if they can find enough boost. Right now, they're pretty strapped and trying to fight off an assault from up high, as that's a great save from Cam. Guns hoping he can get to this one. Elects to give a little room and try and stay on the back wall to give himself some space to try and make a play, as Twisted Minds kind of having their pick of how they want to go in the defense, as it will be air dribbled through and popped out to the corner.
And that's scary. If Twisted Minds are starting off with the air dribble handoff in midair, and they are in full control. I think just trying to show as much control on the ball individually as they can, as you see a lot of air dribbles coming out. Here's an opportunity for Cam and Nkosi Ballers to maybe set something up. Cam had to pick up boost, and he gets by 1. It's Twisted Minds trying to feel that pressure, and they're able to get a decent clear.
First chance at staying on offense. Guns misses the clear, though, and that will make Cam have to make a bit of an awkward save, and blind clear for Guns down the middle. Austin looking for an outbow, but no dice. All the way back to the Nkosi Ballers half. Nkosi Ballers just seeing, okay, we're under a little bit of pressure, but kind of the same problem as yesterday for Twisted Minds as well. It's a good offensive showing, but nobody's actually
nice
really
back and
pressing
forth
the
shot.
button. They haven't really put that extra physical pressure. Just a matter of how much heat do they really want to throw at him.
SFW wave dashing into the ceiling, then sliding towards the ball in a power slide there. Pretty impressive. It didn't amount to anything but a challenge after all.
And Twisted Minds score first chance. Surprise!
Motions. It's Twisted Minds on a challenge in front of the box, or right inside the box rather. That gets them there first, and with all that pressure, you would expect it to finally drop.
You'll take it however it comes, I suppose. And Twisted Minds certainly happy enough to find themselves with a fairly early lead. 3 minutes, however, a lot of time. And now if you're Nkosi Ballers, you have to kind of look at it and say, look, you had your chance on the attack, now we're going to go on it. We have to see somebody be willing to take that ball under their own control, force a 50. Cam trying to do just that. Of course, that Mina speed out of the middle, such a tough hurdle to get over. Cam with a little room, but not a lot of boost. Twisted Minds keeping up the press here at the midfield line. Guns now trying to do exactly what I want. I love to see it. What I like, but is it enough?
You know, Chiefs, for how many years when we casted Collegiate Rocket League, we said you know, when you're feeling a lot of pressure, the most important thing you can do is bring the ball down and force defenders to think. And you're seeing that from Nkosi Ballers. They're bringing the ball down. They're getting their flicks. They're trying to get past the first person. Here's a great pass over to Guns. Can he receive it? He can. And attacks the net. So great setup.
Wait, is Guns mouse and key?
Ballers, another shot comes through. Snoozy's denied. But some decent pressure as Twisted Minds looking to go back to work.
Great scoop from Alpo.
Nice
That's
shot.
SMW, and Mawson will come through, driving through the box. Will pound the rock home.
Yeah, tough break for Nkosi Ballers there. That one comes off the post. Decent shot from SMW, and the follow-ups there from Twisted Mind, of course. They're going to be the first ones on that ball inside the box. But for Nkosi Ballers, I mean, listen, there was opportunity there, and you mentioned it, Chiefs. Bringing that ball down, forcing Twisted Minds to slow the game down just for a second. That's going to be the boon to the offense for Nkosi Ballers.
You also wonder, does Twisted Minds start to adjust to the trap and dribble game? It is good. It will force the attack to actually come to you and not just, you know, keep batting away your clears as Mawson flip reset down into the box, denied by Cam. Guns just protecting the net, and I actually really like that. It forces the defender to go around him. He's not going to go out and take it away from you. He wants you to get it by him. Forces the shot wide without actually having to make the stop. Twisted Minds continuing the heat. Bouncer shot will slip by.
Yeah, tough.
Yeah, this is probably how most of this is going to go. Honestly, bro, please don't tell me Nkosi goes
with a quality
scoreless to this tournament.
Such a tough spot, and he was already flipping out. The last man couldn't make a play, and for Twisted Minds, I mean, strictly business right now. You can hear the crowd. They're behind him. 3-0.
Like, please don't tell me they're about to go scoreless in this tournament.
Strong start for sure for Twisted Minds. And Cam actually thought he might win that 50, but no dice. Now pull 1v1 and no shot for the defender. Could never get the feet set in the net.
Yeah, I'm curious what happened to Guns. I know he doesn't have a ton of boost here. He's sitting at 47, so he picked up a couple pads and wiped out in the back of the net. And that's a free goal.
I was thinking about going in and out. Saw Napo drop it all the way down and went, oh boy.
He went in and down.
Yeah, get back real quick. Napo really quick to delivery into the top right-hand corner. And Twisted Minds definitely going to walk away with a Game 1 win here. More a formality to run the timeout than anything else. But Nkosi Ballers, I mean, all things considered, yeah, it's a blowout. 4-0, not a lot of fun, as here's number 5 for Napo.
Oh boy.
To look out for. You know, there's clearly some space to be found if they can work their way through those challenges. You saw it, they said, hey, we're going to send a guy up off the sidewall, up out into the ceiling, out into the middle. We're going to try and make some stuff happen, and that's a good development.
And I mean, this is just a general point on Twisted Minds. I mentioned it earlier at the beginning of this game, but you have to match their pace, or you have to do something to slow them down. And I think Nkosi Ballers have tried that on both sides. They've tried to slow the game down, and they've tried to pick up their pace. Can they find their offense? Can they find their footing? This one comes clean off the back wall. And now, Twisted Minds, they are able to break out. And for Nkosi Ballers, just trying to get back into possession.
Thankfully, another shot just wide of the net. If you're Nkosi Ballers, just outright, let's clear out these last 10. Maybe stay on the attack if we can help it. They've got a good setup here in the midfield, maybe one for the road heading forward into Game 2. As unfortunately, it doesn't look like it will be the case unless Snoozy has something to say about it. Can't quite track it around the corner, so Game 1 in the books, and Twisted Minds, smooth sailing for them for sure. And a happy home team as they should be.
Let's go Twisted, Chance. You gotta love it. A little smirk on the players. And I mean, I said they come into this strictly business, and it has been all business for Twisted Minds. And I mean, expectations have been met in Game 1, right? We knew that Twisted Minds were going to be the faster team. We knew they were going to put on a bunch of offense. We knew they were going to show off the mechanics. It's funny that the first goal is just the challenge in the box there.
Just a straight 50.
But for Twisted Minds, good looks so far and expectations met.
But it did take, you know, to be fair, it was 2 minutes on the clock before that game really started to get out of control, right? I mean, the first goal goes in with 3 minutes on the clock. The next one goes in with 2 on the clock. So Twisted Minds kind of did have to bat their head against the wall a few times to break them down. And after that, you can't really fault Nkosi Ballers for trying to take a couple risks and say, look, if we want to try and equalize the game, you know, we're not playing to lose. We're playing to try and win the game. You got to take some risk at that point. You know, and Nkosi Ballers moving into game 2, it's like, all right, now we just stop the bleeding. It did take them a while. We start from an equal position. We don't have to take as much risk now. And where do you go from here? Always got to secure the corner boost. And I'm still wondering, Twisted Minds, yeah, they're getting by with some nice 50s and great car control, obviously. They do a nice job keeping control of the ball. But I still don't feel like we've seen the full breadth of the offense. I feel like there's more heat to bring, you know, with physicality if they really wanted to.
Yeah, you did not see a very physical game. I mean, you saw a few bumps pushing players off the ball, but definitely not a ton of demos. And I don't know if Twisted Minds necessarily needs to bring that out with the way they're playing. I think right now it's a lot of solo plays, and well, there you go. There's the physical play. The bumps open up the space, and Austin's there to put it home.
That will definitely do it here as Naupo just pulling out one defender and immediately straight into the net, making sure that there's a nice clear lane. And that's what's so dangerous about all these MENA teams. They will play so tight, they will jam a ton of people into the offensive third. They do not care about losing to 50. They trust themselves to make it back in time if they need to.
Well, and they don't care, and oftentimes they don't have to because they don't lose the 50. Their challenge game is so strong. A lot of MENA players have that. And for Twisted Minds, they know they can go into challenges very confident. Here comes SMW trying to find that back wall. Great defense.
What do we got to do to get the back or the next like
post, and he puts it off that post,
wave of talent SSA stepping up? Like Limitless has closed the gap.
Coming up big.
But Nkosi Ballers are supposed to be SSA's number 2, and
tough to keep up with that pace.
I don't know if they actually ended up that way in the rankings.
To break out for now.
And that's not a good touch from Naupo either. Maybe Nkosi Ballers able to sneak a few touches forward into the orange half. Now you got to prove that you can hold possession. Twisted Minds just gave you a donation here in the midfield and straight up off the ceiling and immediately back.
This is kind of like a ragtag put together squad.
They were looking for. Everyone misses. One more chance for Guns. It's going to be wide. Needs a little help. Can't find the double tap.
Or not ragtag. I mean, it's two parts of
the defense honest. And Nkosi Ballers, an okay first push over onto the orange side. Now you got to build off that.
I think that's the key. Stumpy said it in
9
the last
lives.
game too, is you've got to take the little wins from Nkosi Ballers. I think it's just trying to push downfield together with numbers up, and Mawson able to jump in front, and maybe they push too far.
How long has this been up, chat?
Twisted Minds looking to clamp down.
Ooh. Mawson just throwing the no challenge right in front of the net, see if they make a mistake. Just trying to adjust to the meet. Speed Guns and Cam, a miscommunication as Snoozy comes through to try and jam it. A risky approach for third man, but it does pay at least a little dividend as they get to potentially stay on the attack here if Cam can find a little help. Snoozy coming through, and now Nkosi Ballers starting to establish a bit of a foothold here in the midfield line. Excellent challenges indeed. Mawson will try and break the siege. Nice couple of 50s, but right back into the face of Twisted Minds. SMW to buy some time.
And this is exactly what Nkosi Ballers need to do. You throw Twisted Minds on the back foot a couple times, and you see what happens. They really break down. There wasn't a lot there. There was one man on the goal line, and unfortunately that ball kept trickling out to him. But you could see what happens to Twisted Minds when you kind of punch back a little bit. They're just so used to being on offense and in control that when it starts to fall apart, good things can happen for the opposition.
Nkosi Ballers got to be careful here on their own half. You have to make sure you're securing your own corner boost. They've lost the last 3 corner boosts in their own half. It's definitely going to limit their ability to go.
Must have changed when I went to Wikipedia, I bet.
Twisted Minds possession
or else, yes.
As that's a
damn.
Right through the smoke. No shot for the defense. 2-0 Twisted Minds.
And they're making Twisted Minds work for it. Naupo free air dribble here in the midfield. Snoozy's up, but he doesn't even have enough boost to get there. Guns was called upon, and you know, another big thing here for the defense of Nkosi Ballers is just when they're putting a hand up, they don't have enough boost, and the help isn't there in time. Twisted Minds know this, and they take advantage.
Oh, and a nice fake challenge from Guns.
I feel like our predictions have been pretty spot on, haven't they, chat? Other than the Gentlemates,
the dribble cleanly enough, straight into the teeth of the guy in the net.
Which, like, they're still gonna qualify. So, like, it doesn't
once
matter.
more onto the breach on the blue side. SMW looking for a little help. That one gets popped up. Guns nice and easy off the back wall, but again, not a lot of boost on that transition. Going to be very difficult to maintain possession. Snoozy doing his best to stay here. Cam will come up empty with 0, and again, you're seeing Nkosi Ballers try and force the issue with not a lot, but time is not on their side. There's not a whole lot of chances. You got about a minute, so you don't have to rush as much as they are, I don't think.
In the moments where they need it most, they come up dry with boost. Offensively,
I think I actually have a lot of the
opportunity here for Guns. At least he takes that challenge.
Game
but
scores.
Go again, actually, and he'll win it towards the corner. And
Pretty right as well on my pick'ems. I'll just double check that.
Their footing downfield, but haven't been able to put on a quality
And like,
shot
funny enough, I
like
had
Cam.
Chiefs Gentlemates
It's
going
that clear.
5.
Oh, hello.
And another one downfield for Nkosi Ballers, but still no shot coming out from it.
Very comfortable third man for Twisted Minds as well. They're well aware of the clock situation. 34 seconds on the clock. Hey, send somebody deep to the net. The only thing we have to do is not let them back into the game. We're confident in the midfield challenge. We don't need a lot of extra help at the middle. Twisted Minds doing a great job managing the situation here. They know they don't need more goals. They just need to keep this one locked down, get themselves in a winning position, and move forward into game 3.
And for Twisted Minds, as you said, they don't have to blow out Nkosi Ballers to establish the dominance. Nalpo might get one more for the road. And he will. He makes it look easy. And the mechanics for this one.
Fucking gross.
What a great first touch using the top front end of his car. And I mean, really, actually the finish as well.
Sometimes it's just not fair, A guy's that good.
Can you do that?
No, I wish I could. Let me tell you, I'd be a lot higher rank if I could.
I've seen Jorby do it.
Really? Color me impressed. But the end of game 2 finds its way as the ball finds the floor. Twisted Minds, not quite as easy as game 1 perhaps, and Nkosi Ballers definitely, like you said, found a few counter punches there, and maybe that's the right way to go about it here as you move on to the rest of the series. Do you just say, look, we're playing
One
KG
more
defense,
game.
Hands
One
up
more
in front of
game.
the face, try and keep them off you, but maybe you just say, hey, let's take a few risks, send the guy downfield. Let's blow up the guy in the midfield and say, hey, hold on 2v3 for a second while I go try and make something happen. Give us a little extra room. I don't know if it's worth trying to say, let's camp out in the net because it hasn't netted enough payback yet.
Right. And I think for Nkosi Ballers, again, you saw the offense come out. For a second there, they were playing up to the pace of Twisted Minds. I mean, this is the crux of, I think, the whole conversation for Nkosi Ballers is finding their pace against high-powered offenses like Twisted Minds. And you saw that when that challenge game sped up just a little bit, they were meeting Twisted Minds in the midfield, especially in the air. The boost management wasn't there, but they were in position, and that's what's important. And for Nkosi Ballers, a lot of learning going on here against Twisted Minds, and you can see that improvement game over game.
Yeah, it's a respectable series as all things considered, I think, for Nkosi Ballers. But as we all know, you don't come and be a professional player without that competitive fire.
Let's see, what do we have? What do we have?
Just go out with a whimper here. Of course, try and roll
Okay, so I gave power
how do you want to do it? Do you go try and
no
sock it right in the
games
mouth?
against
Do you
BDS,
keep it what you know best?
and then I gave BDS 2
And
games
honestly,
against
if you keep it
G2.
what
I
you
got
know
both those
best,
wrong.
That's fine, but you got to make sure you improve upon it. And it's all going to start with, look, we have to own the corner boosts. We cannot allow Twisted Minds to deny us. We are going to, at the very least, need those to keep that possession as we push past
All
the
of
midfield
Group
line.
B right, except for Gen G getting swept. I had that as a 3-1.
It reminds me of what Snowy was talking about in his interviews from Limitless, from SSA. The opportunity for these regions to play against the best. And Nkosi Ballers, I mean, I commend them for coming out here, going up against Furia. And for them, this series down 2-0 right now, having the opportunity to learn, as we said, game over game. This game could be different for Nkosi Ballers with the way it's been going.
Alpo continuing that masterful display of ball control. As a little fake, and there's that dangerous.
I had Furia beating Vitality 3-1. No, I didn't. I had Vitality beating Furia 3-2.
Maassen will drive it home.
I was actually pretty close on a lot of my
Smart.
series predictions too.
Snoozy's going for the in-and-out save with 0 boost and not enough, or certainly not there in time. And for Twisted Minds, right back to business, 1-0.
Been going full speed, about 10
I had all my
minutes,
1 seeds right.
And then bam.
No, I didn't.
The one fake challenge. It's a brutal.
I had
thing to
Gentlemates in
handle.
instead of Space Station.
Twisted Minds. Great display of how easy it can be to throw your opponent off the scent. Nasty ball off the middle. Snoozy able to keep it out to safety on a dribble. Working his way up the pitch onto the orange half, looking for some bumps on the goal line. Cam secures the midfield line, so when Nkosi Ballers a chance to stay on it, once it loaded.
Damn, there we go, Cam. My boy Killer Cam.
Getting a goal on the board here. Yeah, let him know. Let him know, boys. Y'all broke through. And what a touch from Cam, getting the second touch off the ground. And Kosi Baller is able to find the equalizer.
I like how they're joking around knowing that like it's a rarity they score.
A little bit of respect.
I love
you
it.
See Twisted Minds. He was willing to try and wait that out in the net. He's like, all right, show me what you got. And then you can kind of nod your head and say, all right, fair enough, good shot. And now you know Twisted Minds going forward. They're going to come hit you a little bit sooner now. So you got to be able to build on it. They did a great job to progress game to game. Who knows, and Kosi Ballers maybe find a win here if another good turn happens. That's a one missed touch, make it 2 now as Naupo is just fighting for possession in the corner. Bounce shot straight at Cam and a great save. Snoozy finds a demo on Naupo in the midfield, opening up some room for Guns. Winning, ooh, yes, he did win the midfield boost, so Twisted Mind's gonna be a little bit hampered here. Popped in front of the box and poked out to the midfield line. SMW trying to keep the attack rolling. How much is in the tank for Twisted Minds here?
And credit to Twisted Minds off that kickoff. Initially in Nkosi Ballers, you could see, felt like they had a lot of confidence. A little fire was lit under them.
SMW,
It's been all pressure. It's been all possession. They're winning every single challenge.
Here we go,
And
Guns, up in the
completely put
sky.
it out unless
Over
Guns
Mawson.
find the
Dunk
back
on his
door.
ass. No, he's
Well,
mad.
cleared away.
Naupo taking his time in the midfield, noticing Snoozy gave just a little bit of room. And he's earned his way back onto the Nkosi Ballers half as that one gets floated into the corner. Awkward to play here for Snoozy. 0 boost, tough to close the gap. Tries to force the issue. Now Mawson trying to take the space with a little stop and go. SMW drop over
Nice
the
shot.
head. 2-1 Twisted Minds.
Great setup from Twisted Minds here in Mawson, letting this one bounce, and that's what lets him get the angle to find SMW. That little stutter onto the ball, the challenge doesn't come through, and you leave him just that little gap to pick where he wants to go with it, and he finds the mid-air pass in the box.
Nice kickoff for Nkosi Ballers, but they missed the boost. That's going to make it real difficult as Snoozy will let Guns come through. And they just missed the 50. Yeah, it's got a blue trail, but deep back the other way. And it's going to force Snoozy to cut with 0 because they missed the midfield, or maybe it didn't spawn all the way past that midfield line. And once again, Nkosi Ballers just a step or 2 out of rhythm with how the game is playing. And it's making it so difficult to stay on the attack as Naupo is just carving up the defense. Not enough to break them down. But the game far from over. We're not even at a minute 30 yet. And Nkosi's still well within striking distance here.
Absolutely. I think it comes down to holding this possession the final third for Nkosi Ballers. And they're challenging. Cam's got an opportunity here off the ceiling. Unfortunately, no one was able to follow up. It was to space, and it wasn't threatening. But here's a pass out of Snoozy, and see if Nkosi Ballers can set something up.
A little too direct, the shot from well back on the pitch. As here's a double tap
Wow.
opportunity. SMW puts in a huge insurance goal with a minute 10.
And that possession given up by Nkosi Ballers, that's what lets Twisted Minds go instantly onto the counterattack. And for Twisted Minds, they're going to make you pay if you're going to give them the ball for free. That's what happens.
Understand, you feel a lot of heat playing MENA teams. You get that pass across the box, you think surely they're going to be right on me. You get on the sidewall, and the first thing you do is just rip it straight on target. Yeah, it feels good, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to get the job done versus these guys. And Nkosi Ballers, now they've got time against them. Elimination looming. All holds and bars are off. Time to press the go button. Throw caution to the winds. Throw everything you got in the kitchen sink. You may as well.
Sleep, huh? What the fuck is
And
in
they
this?
certainly did. 2 players up from Nkosi Ballers, and they might pay for it now. The last man, Snoozy, can't make the play, and Guns try to get out of the way and let Cam come in for the clear. Less than 30 seconds to go.
And once again, Twisted Minds showing
next Wednesday.
Wonderful management of the situation here. Just keeping Nkosi Ballers at arm's length. They're going to force them to win the challenges past the midfield line. Hey, we're not going to give you extra room. We're going to make you beat us, and that's exactly what Naupo does here in the corner.
All right.
Cam, I think, trying to do his best to hold possession there.
Well, at least they got the one
clear, but
goal.
Unfortunately, Naupo
Didn't
knew
get
exactly
shut
where
out
he
through
was
their
going with it, and that's a routine
trip
play
to Riyadh.
for Naupo. 4-1, Twisted Minds crushing here in Game 3.
And regrettably, the end of the road here for the Nkosi Ballers in the lower bracket here at the Esports World Cup. A valiant effort and some respectable showings for an expansion region in a major international event. but not enough to get the job done against the hometown heroes, Twisted Minds. What a show they put on, you know, yesterday. They said, hey, here's our statement game versus Vitality. Not enough to get the job done, but enough to say, hey, we're here to play. They may beat us, but we made it look good. And now they come out here and say, yeah, we're not worried about lower bracket. Like you said, they're all here for business. They went out and got the job done 3-0, nice and easy.
Twisted Minds, definitely a scary team. And at their best, they are one of the fastest teams here. They have the crowd behind them as well.
Surely,
they're on home soil.
surely Gentlemates comes out here and spanks that ass, right?
And that's why they're so exciting here in this tournament.
Against the Gladiators?
When you have a tournament like this, a lot of times you're talking about the top teams in Europe, the top teams in NA, maybe a top team from SAM, and oftentimes the top team in MENA, which isn't Twisted Minds. So for them to come out, get the crowd behind them, getting a good quality win under the belt here, and giving Vitality a run for their money, Twisted Minds, they're looking to make a run.
As they should. They've looked solid here in the first couple of rounds of the Esports World Cup. As there goes, Kosi Ballers handing over their key. Sportsman-like handshake. Well-deserved. Take another scalp, why not?
Yeah.
That's part of the fun part of this EWC is let's go ahead, throw it up to the studio.
These games suck!
Well, again, that's one of those handoffs of the keys that we knew would probably not end up in fist fights or anything like that. Because, again, I think for Nicosia Ballers, they're probably want to do some more damage, but happy they got a goal at least.
I mean, look, here's the reality is that Sub-Saharan Africa as a region has not had many chances to play internationally. And this is one of the only chances that a second team from the region has been able to go to an international land. So it is valuable experience for these players. And yes, they got a goal. And it sounds a little silly to celebrate that, but the reality is, like, those are the stepping stones. It takes a while to get there.
Sir.
There were good things to look at.
It was an improvement on the Furious series.
It could only get better from there.
Yeah, no, and you're right. What's huge about this is it gives those players true perspective of what those other teams are like. Sure, they could hear it from like Limitless and all that, right? Now you get to know that for sure, James.
Certainly, and I mean it was a pretty goal as well. It was a pretty goal as well from Nicosia, and now they've got this experience. And then also, you know, although their tournament is over, they had to hand over that key. They're still over here. They have access to the teams and the players to still continue to get that practice. So while their tournament is over, it's not the end of the story for Nicosia Ballers.
That's right. And for Twisted Minds and Jorby, just looking at them, how do you feel they place kind of in the perspective of everyone else now? I feel like there's still some things to work on.
I don't think you can really draw any conclusions after that match.
Right.
Just too outmatched.
They had a lot of free space, yeah.
Well, now I'm really confident about how they're going to do against Furia, and I'm not really willing to say that about a lot of teams against Furia already.
Right.
But one thing I did want to see is I wanted to see a little bit of synergy. I do think we started to see that near the end when Nkosi Ballers weren't just letting everything go into the net and they had to start actually using each other a little bit more. That's what I want to see. I loved SMW switching it up, slowing down the play, and like making a low 50 work, getting good passes out. Nopo doing a great job, even creating space for his teammates, not just scored all the double taps that we saw in the highlight reel.
And we did see that his teammates work with that space, putting in a decent amount of goals. But like you said, it's going to be tough to try to use that series as a gauge going into the next one. It's going to be a very tough matchup, but I think, you know, the team coming out of that lower win, you know, you have a little bit of momentum going into that qualification match.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's time for our Sony MVP player of the match. I mentioned it before, if you're going to put a player on your team to rise to new levels, Nubo's going to be Jorby, one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this guy's career is going to be one that we're all going to be watching. He is one of the most talented players in the scene right now, and he was kind of showing it to you in here. When he gets the space and the freedom to do what he wants with the ball, he's pretty dang good.
Has anybody figured out how we actually call him?
That's why going up against
I call
Furia,
I heard like the I think it was the Arabic guys earlier calling him Nupo.
So really test his skill and ability to adapt to a team like Furia, and that's what I'm excited to see.
James, he almost got onto our top place. He almost replaced one. I think it was almost a triple flip reset in him.
Even that shot, I mean, to pinch that ball off the ceiling and get back to a double tap. That's lovely. You can even see Nupo here with the key, putting it in to crush.
Crush it.
Yeah, so do you guys have a better chant than the other two had for this crushing?
The chant?
Yeah,
I mean, have to say, crush that key.
Well,
that's what we were saying before.
I'm not thinking about a chant in this moment. What I'm thinking about is, what if it were me and my key.
In the hydraulic press?
I don't know. No, well, if I was in the hydraulic press, I wouldn't belong to the world. But if I was the loser and I had to sit there and watch my key be crushed, I think I'd tilt off the face of the earth. But hey,
yeah,
that's part of the game, right?
We got here we go. Oh,
crush that key.
Go ballers. No. Your key may be crushed.
Oh, it's not your key, Jorby. It's okay. It's someone else's key.
I don't know. I think I got some secondhand crush there.
Yeah. Did you feel it in your heart a little bit?
Just a little bit.
It hurts, you know?
Yeah.
There's only one key that won't be crushed, though.
I can't wait to see who takes whose keys. That's the part I'm
That's the real big juicy.
What opponent's keys will you put in your trophy?
I'd almost be like more heartbroken if someone didn't pick my key. Right?
Right, like, oh, you don't think I'm good enough for that?
Yeah, that's real. But
hate me
again,
enough?
there's only 3 that end up getting.
How
picked,
fitting
right?
that the MVP got to
You're right. No, I don't think we calculated that. I think it was just good coincidences here. But we do have another one to get through before
One
day
more
2
game,
is done. So
and then
one
we're
more quick
done.
Break, and then
This
one more
gonna
key
sweep.
crush.
Bro, gentlemates don't come out here and sweep. I'm gonna be pissed. I ain't gonna lie. Mostly because I just feel like they need to. Chat, I know I've been low on energy lately, man. On the last like couple games, I apologize, bros. I anticipate this last game is going to be a sweep, though. Gentlemates versus Gladiators. All right, chat. I'm gonna go pee. Last break. Let's get it.
I'll ride that come home.
I love that. Oh, finally, any message of support or thanks for friends or family watching back home?
I just want to thank my mom, to be honest. My mom, my #1 supporter. Love her a lot. Love you, Mom.
There you go. Thank you very much to the Guns from the Coastie Ballers, and all the best with the rest of the weekend. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Woo, Guns! Oh, I see the end of that. That's right. Down, 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 down. Yup. 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 Yeah. 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 Match point tournament for $100 from Versus. That's wild.
More key that will also be ended today. You now have the Gentlemates rolling in. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, we do have James Bott and Jorby again for our last matchup here. Guys, it's been a long day, and the Gaming Gladiators get to end it off against a very tough opponent. Jorby, they probably did not want to be facing in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they got an angry Seiko to deal with. I mean, I'm pretty sure Gentlemates want to beat the allegations after they dropped to the Chiefs. But hey, if anything, they shouldn't feel too bad because Chiefs put up a great performance in their match today despite losing. So they have a chance to go back and get some revenge against them here in the lower stage of their group.
Oh yeah, it's a tough match. Imagine playing the a major winner this year in the lower.
I mean, nobody thought Gentlemates was dropping anything in the group, right?
That's tough.
Yeah.
To Chiefs of all people too, right? Like, it's just what a crazy drop down just in general. This is maybe an easy one, maybe a tough one. Should be easy, but let us know at the STC Play audience vote on stcplay.gg. You'd think it'd be easy. I think most people will still back these guys, but we saw Gentlemates fall down here in the first place. Two teams
we did, but you know
they are going to come out here and beat the ever-loving snot.
I mean, I guess talking about it, because you think you guys could pinpoint what went wrong
out of
for
Gladiators
this squad to be down in this point. I mean, like, what do the Gentlemates have to do so
like just beat the brakes off?
Or was it just on the other side, Chiefs being
well, Leaf, you're trying to create a narrative here, okay?
I ain't creating no narrative.
First of all, hang on, no, you're sounding like a Reddit comment, okay? Settle down. All right, Chiefs played really well. Why are you trying to take away from the Chiefs' victory? And I just got done telling you, Chiefs had a great 5-game series today that despite they didn't win it, Game 5 they didn't look great, but the first 4 games looked competitive as well. It was Chiefs playing really well against Gentlemates. Gentlemates just couldn't keep it up. It was a close series, not because Gentlemates played poorly.
No, the narrative I'm trying to create is you getting emotion on stage. That's exactly what I was going for. We got it. One more key crush is on the way. It's Gladiators versus Gentlemates.
Let's get it, chat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This is it, Fancy. The last shot at redemption for the Gentlemates Alpine going up against Gaming Gladiators. If they manage to successfully win this game, they'll be facing off against Chiefs once more. Can they rewrite history?
That's what they're trying to do, but at the same time, Chief are not that bad of a team. I mean, yes, coming into this tournament, we thought that they were the underdogs, but against Space Station Gaming today, they've been doing really, really well, and they almost took the game in a full reverse sweep. But either way, Gaming Gladiators are ready to face them once more, and let's see if they can have their key crushed or continue on the tournament. Either way, Cassis, take it away.
As they said on the desk, Corelli, Gentlemates Alpine here. Wee woo, fraud watch. Pay attention. Gaming Gladiators, hear me out. 8-pack team.
Okay.
But look who's on it. Tho, Virtuoso, Maxiu. I don't know about you, those are 3 European players. Now, I understand. Gentlemates, definitely a different tier of consistency and all of that. But just on the off chance, you're a little rattled by the Chiefs' L. The Gaming Gladiators is exactly the team that wants to come out here and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna beat them.
I think that if you're Gentlemates, you are coming into this series, as Jorby said, a little upset. At least I would. I mean, this is a team that were, I think, tournament favorites walking into this, or one of the tournament favorites, maybe not the tournament favorite. One of the tournament favorites, especially after their last performance at the last RLCS Major LAN. So for Gentlemates to be in the lower bracket, and as the Death said, to be knocked down by Chief Esports, which of course have been playing fantastic. Joyous has been great, and that team as a whole has been great.
That's good, chap.
For Gentlemates, though, that's not what you expect, but I guess
2 seconds,
when you
told
start
ya.
off with a kickoff goal, I'm just going to shut up.
Life is good to be a Gentlemates Alpine fan.
Look at Max, he's laughing.
Nice, easy kickoff goal, little giggle. But if you're Gaming Gladiators, I think the only proper response is, okay, handicap set.
Yeah.
And Virtuoso should go out there and try and just tilt somebody off the face of the earth with demos and see what Tho can cook up mechanically. I think that's what I would go for if I was the Gladiators here.
And typically when we've seen Gentlemates at LAN, they have been a team that have sprinted downhill. And what I mean by that is they just seem to get better, faster, stronger. They just seem to get that momentum, and they never stop. The snowball just gets bigger and bigger. We've seen that multiple LANs now. It's taken some exceptional performances to knock down Gentlemates, and sometimes it hasn't happened. They've just swept major LANs before. The shot comes out.
Nice shot from Maxiu, though.
Put it away. Gladiators get their response.
Let's just crisscross
it's
the pitch at times.
Maxiu.
Right, left, back into the left-hand side of the net. Seiko doing his best, but not enough. Gladiators find a fairly quick equalizer, and you got a game here.
Definitely got a game. Gentlemates letting that one come back through. And is that a return? Gladiators now getting their kickoff goal.
Did we just
no
become
Gentlemates.
You can't.
What up, Nick?
Fake
How you doing,
kickoff
buddy?
goes horribly wrong. Tho
Appreciate the follow, fam.
just went straight for it. Trying
How
to
you
square it up,
doing?
maybe stalemate it, maybe draw it back left. But if you don't hit it, it's just going to go right into the net. And an early lead now for Gladiators. Itachi with a little room to air dribble off the next kickoff. Finds Juicy in the middle, and it's just able to get poked out to the safety of the corner. A little help from Tho comes through and
Learning
finds
Unreal
a
Legend
little
stuff.
breathing room.
Nice.
As that's picked off by Maxiu over the middle of the box, and Juicy deep back. Finds Seiko waiting on the side. Well, he comes up huge with a massive whiff. Has to force the third man forward for Gentlemates. That's going to make it kind of difficult. That's a nice demo to at least keep Gladiators
Doing that
from
through
pushing forward with too
school
much
or
man
just like
advantage,
on
as
your
that
own
will
on the
just
side?
get popped off the bar. Virtuoso keeping the attack going, almost finds a block, and Tho needs to buy some time.
And you mentioned Virtuoso as someone that was needed to disrupt Gentlemates, right? With the demos, the physical play. He's been known for that for a while. But he's also not just on his team, but in his region, the #1 goal scorer.
He's good.
So you need him involved in the offense more than just chasing down players in blue. You've got to have him in shooting positions. You've got to have him set up. That's where the success is going to lie for Gladiators.
As Gentlemates
Just realized I have my mouse on the screen. My fault, chat.
How strong their foothold is here at the midfield line. Seiko gets a hand on it, but not enough of one. Though maybe overplays the hand a little bit, though, and presses too far. Runs out of boost, and Gladiators still push back onto their own half. Both players
nice.
Up off the back wall and out of the net. Should be a good chance here, as that's not quite enough. Itachi was hoping for the dunk. But Gentlemates doing a great job keeping Gladiators boxed into the blue half.
Are you helping Lotus with their
just yet, but all it takes is one bump, one
showcase this summer?
Gladiators feel like they might just collapse as finally they're empty, and Juicy will find an equalizer.
Well, you asked for it. I think Virtuoso got tied up with someone here, or he jumped. He didn't have boost. Someone swept across the side, and Virtuoso had to dodge him. I think either way, Max was the better one to make the play. Couldn't get back in time, and Gentlemates.
What does it mean to be fully ray traced?
Equalizer after chipping away at the
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm a dummy. What does that mean?
What can he do?
It sounds cool.
Unfortunately, just runs out.
I don't know what
boost,
that
has
actually
to kind of
means.
give it up. Tho will come through and support now. Here's Seiko. If I'm Seiko, I want to have the best game of the tournament after losing. I want to just pop off in this series, put up 8 goals over 4 games, maybe. But I am looking to have a good day because I am not happy about yesterday, and a chance for Juicy deflected out by Virtuoso.
Okay.
Nice way to get through 1, maybe 2, as that's a huge block. Again, Seiko gets the ball just taken out of his hands. Max Yu should fake.
Like when the trophy comes up and stuff you're talking about.
To Gentlemates right in front of his net.
Yeah, a little panic coming out from
Or
Gladiators.
like the motion
and now that one
graphics.
almost dunked through by Itachi. Gentlemates, they're finding their form offensively. Maybe a little slow to wake up, but they're locking in their opposition. Itachi going to take this one away. He needs help.
More the background.
Game of Gladiators looking to break out. This is your man you want. Virtuoso was trying to find the back wall. He does, but no follow-up.
Smacked away. Max Yu, that's a great idea. Trying to find a little pass with a lean back touch out into the middle. Couldn't quite get as far under it as they would have liked. As Itachi continuing the
But like,
press
how
for
is Gentlemates struggling with
Seiko
gaming
now
Gladiators?
wins
Real
the
talk.
50 in front. Here comes Juicy with a head of steam, and that will just get popped out to the side. Itachi rips one towards the wall. That's
Imagine it comes down to
Taking
Chiefs
a
and Gaming
beautiful
Gladiators
trap
for the
and a
second spot
nice
in
stutter
Group
step
D.
on the wall to
Fucking
keep
lol.
possession. Now he's onto the backboard, and again, Gladiators doing an excellent job finding some tough 50s in their own half to keep the ball out of frame and away from a follow-up touch. Yes, Gentlemates staying on the attack, but it's tough for them to really get one on target.
And that one rings off the backboard again. Gentlemates, you talked about it, trying to get him on target, but they are putting on so much pressure. Gaming Gladiators starting to show cracks in that defense. 10 seconds left. They've got to get to the kickoff. With the way Gentlemates have been locking them down, Virtuoso with no boost. Here comes Itachi, calls off the team, will put it home. And Gentlemates up by 1 with 5 seconds left.
The collapse at just the wrong time. Seiko with a real tester shot. It's not anything special, but it's just designed to freeze a defense on the goal line. A bullet off the sidewall.
Oh, that's
have to make
lit.
some type of touch, because you're not going to sit there and just lose the game. And it just ricochets right back into the box for Itachi. Great finish, and Gentlemates will close out game 1. They'll take the win, but I'm sure they're not happy with having to get it done.
And then you can
with
put like
seconds on the
graphics
clock
in the
to spare.
TVs and stuff.
You can see, though, that the control of the
Promos.
game really fell into their hands, especially the back half of game 1. Felt like Gentlemates were starting to find their form, as I said, find their pace. I still don't think they're up anywhere close to their normal pace. I think they're kind of just living off the scraps that Gaming Gladiators are kind of coughing up out of their box. We mentioned it a couple times, they just gave away possession too easily. But for Gentlemates, that back
Nice
half
attach,
of game
gotcha.
1 is a little bit more akin to what we expect from Gentlemates.
Yeah, a lot of great pressure out of the midfield, and honestly, I think if you're Gentlemates, you don't have to change too much, but I do think you want to tweak a little bit. I want to put more heat on them consistently. I don't want to have them sitting here thinking, yeah, we're keeping them at arm's length, they're not putting much on target. I want to go have somebody run rampant through that Gladiators box, blow somebody up, because they're already boost starving them, and I just want to crush them right now if I'm Gentlemates. I don't even want to give them a chance. Yeah, you got within, sniffing distance in game 1. I don't want to even have that be an option if I'm Gentlemates going into game 2.
Well, the good news is with all the sweeps we've had today,
I mean, listen, this
I'm
was
going to
not
have
a
some
bad
time
game
once
from
we get
them.
done.
Rough start on the kickoff goal. They did get one back, so it was
To get a
all
few
even
things
in
done
the
before I
end,
gotta
but
go pick up
for
little
Game
man from school.
Gladiators, this wasn't a horrible game. I do think, on the flip side of my point on the back half of game 1 for Gentlemates, Gladiators certainly let Gentlemates take control of that midfield. Gladiators didn't have a lot of boost to work with breaking out, and that's why you saw them give up the ball so much. So for Gladiators,
Someone in
it is
chat called
controlling
Gentlemates the
pace of play
Gen
as
G
they
of
move into
fucking
transition
Europe. I love it.
downfield.
Which is like hilarious because they are very inconsistent like Gen G sometimes, but also like they are land champs.
They don't have to win it, but I do want that first man challenging for Gladiators to just touch it. Just find any type of 50 on it, because the last thing I want is to let Alpine through cleanly on a 50 and have a man advantage by default.
Did you get to watch any of the EDG game this morning?
Max U, he's probably going to have a heck of a time out of that midfield.
Taking down Leviathan?
Fall on his shoulders here. So he will rotate back. Now, how do you hold possession? Just get a hand on it. Can't quite do it. And now he's just going to be stuck out in front with nothing to do for a few seconds.
And you're right, because I think in the attacks that are kind of organically grown from Gentlemates, meaning that they get possession and then use each other downfield, or maybe a solo play from Juicy as he is attacking the net. But in those types of attacks from Gentlemates, those are the ones, especially for Gladiators, they have to put a hand up and break it up sooner rather than later.
It's only for a couple of seconds. Buy the classic bundle, you nerd.
Good. Now Virtuoso starting to do what he is known for, turns one to smoke. Maxu pressing in the corner, letting Tho come through, and now trying to disrupt the net. Seiko early pressure, and that's a deep transition. Itachi's over his head. Can he find it on target? Doesn't hit it up hard enough. And that will allow Gladiators to make the stop and keep the score tied at 0.
Yeah, no flip reset off the ball is a shame for Itachi there. Could have gotten a little bit more power, would have beat that defender to their post. But Gentlemates looking to press, and they've looked
Buy the
to press
G2
hard,
bundle,
even sending
lol.
2 in some cases. And you can see 2 players parked inside of the net for Game Gladiators just to make sure that Gentlemates can't break through.
Max, you just kind of hiding there as well. I didn't even notice he was there for a second. But finally a chance for Gladiators to get set up out of the midfield line. Itachi just looking for a little help. That's a clean whiff from Juicy as Seiko, totally uncontested, actually gets an opportunity to keep the attack alive for Alpine. Those Gladiators.
You're not a fan, eh?
You really got to make sure you don't
Couple
get
of
your
them are
boost stolen
decent.
here as we're bouncing back and forth.
But I don't
Ball
think
into
they're
the
meant to be
middle,
like super
deflected
flashy, to be
off
fair.
the wall. Max you doing some overtime work on defense as his teammates try and collect something, but still not a lot of boost in the tank on the defensive side of Gladiators, and they're actually pushing forward. Now they all rotate back. Now they get boost, and the only thing you can do is hope for a good 50. It's going to get real dicey real quick. Tho makes a quality touch. Virtuoso gets his boost stolen. The pressure is building, and here's where
you only buy the super flashy. Sorry.
You've taken everything from them.
Sorry, those
And now
skins
you
aren't
gotta let
cool
them out of
enough for
cage
you,
here by
Nick.
Nobody really hampering that net.
With 2 minutes left, still scoreless. I mean, despite all of
No,
this,
I just
Chiefs
imagine
are
they
sitting
probably didn't want
knotted
anything like deterring away
with
from
nobody
the
really
like
having a real
the
advantage.
esports
I mean,
logos,
we
if I had to
spent
guess.
more time on the orange side, and maybe you can give some
I
credit.
mean, even
to
like in Rocket League,
Gentlemates
most
there,
of the
but I think
esports
for the
skins
most
aren't
part,
like super design
Gladiators
design
have done well
heavy,
to stay
right?
above water, although this is quite scary. Seiko, he's got a flip reset, and I think Gentlemates kind of taking turns on who's going to attack the back wall or who's going to attack the net. Itachi, it's his turn. Back wall he chooses, looking for follow-up, and no one bit from his team.
And Max Yu with the 0 boost takes his only chance. A decent clear out to the midfield line that they know is headed back their way. That one comes up empty, but it makes the defenders believe them. They've at least earned enough respect on defense to buy themselves a little bit of room, as that's a great bit of patience from Max Yu on the goal line. Trusted that that wasn't going to end up near post. Let him hit it off the wall. Found a nice poke out past the midfield line, but once again, unable to maintain possession through it and get an attack started.
You gonna be watching
Gladiators
the
on back
LCS
foot.
playoffs
It's been
tonight,
4 minutes
Nick?
of defense, really. Yeah, you've got a few chances to come up for air.
Llama and I
boy,
might be watching
we'd like
together.
to just swim instead of having to doggy paddle.
Yeah, how long can you doggy paddle is the question. for Gaming Gladiators. That's an awkward pinch for everybody, Juicy included, but he has a flip reset into the ceiling, shot on target. What a
nice
pinch off the
save.
post from though another shot comes through. Gentlemates firing, trying to break through another one.
The
Juicy
defense from
denied.
Gaming Gladiators is really
Gentlemates
turning up, bro.
Can't break through a flurry on the attack, and Gladiators stand tall.
Bend but don't break. Seiko now going to try and do his worst. 70 boost out of the midfield line. Flip reset through one. Looking to ground pinch through two. Can't get back to it. Knows it. Elects to leave and
Yeah, I told him I might join late.
Juicy
So I got to do a few things before I go pick up Little Man, and then, like, depending on what the weather's like, I might sit out in the sun for a bit.
Giving a little bit of room just so we can make sure he can reach that pass. Maxiu lets it go, and they will steal the corner boost. Gladiators pushing with limited time. They may get the last chance. Flip reset, not quite. It will pop high, and everyone's forward for Gladiators. Yeah, knock it down. Let's play an OT.
Talk about getting sucked into your own offense. That was, everyone was gravitating towards that play. Gladiators
I would really like to get better with at least being able to watch League and at least enjoy it.
Gentlemates,
Oh,
an opportunity. This one comes across the box. Seiko's there. He puts it
Well,
home.
that was
And
anticlimactic.
after all that achieves 11 seconds into overtime, and Gentlemates take game 2.
Yeah, I think Tho expecting that 50 to play out differently. I think he thought his teammate was going to get a hand on it and have that.
You
ball
bought
go
the
forward,
e-girl
not
bundle.
straight across.
Everyone
So
laugh
as soon as
at
it
this
pinched
man.
out directly to his right, just couldn't react in time. And unfortunately for the Gladiators, somebody from Alpine lurking over there on the far side of the pitch. Easy walk-in goal. But man, tough break. Another one-goal game. Tough stuff for the Gladiators, but boy, that was a tough game.
What a save, though, from Maxu. And I mean, this was just a flurry of attacks coming out from Gentlemates. Zero boost for Virtuoso there. And then this is such a shame because Gladiators, despite, yes, playing defense for the whole game, did a great job of staying above water. And that's credit to them. This is one of the best offenses, you know, in the world. Or at least they have been. I don't know if they've really been showing that here, but they have been one of the best offenses, at least in the last RLCS majors. And for Gladiators to at least stand up to that, it means something.
Yeah, looked good on the defensive side, but defense only takes you so far. The next step is being able to stay on it. And you do have to give credit, you know, even if Gentlemates aren't blowing this team out of the water, it is a whole other ball game when you've got them boxed in, not even getting 5 minutes straight. You know, it took the last 10, 15 seconds for Gladiators to even think about it, and you saw the desperation immediately. That attack just kind of fell in on itself because they were so
I'll
ready
be
to go
honest,
try and
I
get
have
something
been
started at the end of regulation
rather
and just steal a
unimpressed
game and
with
even
quite
up
a bit of the
series.
production
And so here in game
between
3,
this and Apex.
you really wonder if Gladiators can adjust a little bit, find some extra boost to work with, as that one gets pinched off the floor, actually down into the corner. And Gladiators trying to do exactly what they were open for, start on the attack, see how long they can stay there.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And right now they're not doing that. Demos come out. They've got to push back on Gentlemates. They can't rely on the counterattack. They haven't been
Like,
able
it feels
to make
like
that
they
work.
want to
There
make
hasn't
this
been
like
too many
Esports World
opportunities
Cup,
because
but then
they
they like
use
fail
so
to
much
execute
boost
on all the other,
defensively
like a lot of the
to
other
stay
things,
alive
marketing,
and to keep Gentlemates at
promotion,
bay.
to like
That when
truly
they
hype it
finally
up and
do
build
get
it
that
up as
possession or
such.
That opportunity when they blast it down,
Production.
there's no one to follow up.
Max, you got to take a good
I would even
50. That's
argue
a
the
beautiful
content's
trap.
been like half-assly done.
Bobbing, weaving, sidestepping the defenders as much as possible. Tho takes a 50. Can't find a win.
Look
Seiko
out.
slips through one, double tap, and into the top of the net, 1-0.
Clean, clean, clean from Seiko. Polished that one up nicely.
What a
solid contact on the touch of the back wall. When it's wide open like that, it's
That was
routine
clean.
for Seiko. 1-0, Gentlemates.
Yeah, just slipped by. If he doesn't air roll left there, he gets turned to dust, or at the very least pumped way off the ball. So important to not get hit when you're taking those touches aimed at the wall. Seiko, a beautiful display there to start off strong here in game 3 and look to close out just like in Twisted Minds fashion. All business here. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done, and that's what matters to him.
Certainly hasn't been pretty, and you know, as much as maybe there's been some negative light shown on Gentlemates in this tournament, I feel like you have to.
Did you
give some
see that
credit over to
VCT
Gladiators.
is
They
like
have done a
going
great
to the more of
job
like the full
at
year
learning,
schedule?
keeping these
Nick?
games close, and as
The
I say
recent,
that too,
as
go
far
in.
as for like
Itachi
with
will drop
challengers
it
and where
down,
everything else
maybe
falls.
things the wheels starting to fall off.
Oh, what a trap again. Seiko in the midfield, just catching that clear effortlessly, immediately turning
Like
it
now
back
the
into
season
the
for
middle
next
and
year is
forcing
starting
Gladiators
like
to halt all that momentum
in
that they think they're
January,
gonna
I
be able
think,
to
for
build up
kickoff.
over to that left side. Just dropped one right on Itachi's nose.
Instead of having such like a
Nice,
condensed
easy
down
put in for goal number 2. Here's
season.
Potentially number 3. This help comes through on the back line. Virtuoso on transition. He's going to need some help of his own.
I think it's smart. I think what they're trying to do is kind of get to like how CS is like always got something going on.
Number 3.
Yeah, and this might get a little ugly for Gladiators if they can't stop the bleeding again.
Because like after Champs is done, there's going to be
for a team that's been playing so
Ascension,
much defense, I guess I
you
can't
know,
blame
for all the
them. They're
regions,
trying
which
to
is like a
push,
month
they're trying
long,
to
then
put
Game
the attack
Changers,
on to Gentlemates, but
plus some of the
Gentlemates just
off-season
break it
tournaments
out,
and
break it out
stuff, and then
so
all of a sudden it's
easily.
January
And
and
that line
it's
pushed too far up means Gentlemates,
you leave a lot open over the
preseason
top.
stuff going on.
they're able to take advantage, and for Gladiators, like you
Kickoff
said,
event.
just leave too much to be desired. Gentlemates right now actually feeling some of the pressure, and this is good looks from Gladiators, but how long can they keep it?
Hopefully at least one more touch. Virtuoso actually ends up going a little bit back towards their own half, as that's a beauty of a double tap. We're not going for net, we're going across the box. And Gentlemates finally saying, yeah, now you know you have to make something happen. Now the aggression gets turned up. 3 goals with about 3 minutes. And now Gentlemates always has that valuable threat of you must defend the net, and that's probably going to run to this being a runaway game for sure.
Sitting at 4-0 with over half the game left to confirm that. Seiko looking for another, and he almost got it. I don't think the defense would have been ready for that touch towards the net. And now an opportunity if Gladiators can just pick this one up and keep possession. But look at this touch to Juicy to the back wall. Lovely from Gentlemates. And Juicy, go on. All the way, big fella. It's Maxu makes the save. And Gentlemates, they are now showing those fangs in the offense. They were subdued maybe early on, despite the 2 games they got earlier. This is more true to form from Gentlemates.
The SSG space or the SSG Chiefs game was literally the only good one we had.
Out here. Job's not done. 2 minutes
The rest
is
of
a
them
long
have been
time, but
buns.
4 goals is quite the mountain to climb over. As Maxu just trying to find a demo on Seiko to give this team a chance of breaking out and starting the attack. Though pops one forward. Gladiators trying to get to some of these touches, and they just know, unfortunately, at the pace the game has developed into, it's making it very difficult for Gladiators to keep anything tight, and they will
There's
not be
another
able
one
to
for
do so here.
Itachi.
Puts in number 5.
And so much control going over to Gentlemates. You can see the challenge game certainly paying off as well. Positioned perfectly to pick up the challenge, or the scraps of it at least. Gentlemates putting up 5 and maybe showing their offense a little bit more, and
skill issue,
showing that those games earlier on could have been much, much uglier.
Nice job from Gentlemates to close things out. You know, 90 seconds is a while, but at this point, the game should, in theory, play itself. Assuming no, disastrous ideas.
Imagine
like
5 goals in a minute from Gaming Gladiators, and we go to overtime. I'd hate my life.
Round to face Chiefs Esports again and find a chance at vengeance, but for now, Gladiators going to try and make it look respectable on the attack. Virtuoso will give a little bit of ground. Take it all the way back to the corner. Try and retool with the 100 boost. Is it enough? Not quite. Itachi will get blocked out by Max Youth, though. Trying his best to get all the way around and squeeze one into the net. At least Gladiators have a chance to flex the muscles a little bit. Gentlemates definitely taking their foot off the gas now that they know for certain victory is at hand, and they'll just sit here, stack the net, and say, beat us if you can, and move on.
This one off the back wall, and maybe the highlight reel. Tried to get over it, he couldn't. Flip reset was acquired, but with 15 seconds left, I mean, that one, that's the one you make sure you edit out the scoreboard if you were to score it. With 5 seconds left, maybe Juicy can do the same. But for Gentlemates, there's one final key to crush, and it will be Gentlemates.
No goal at the end. All right, chat.
Gladiators in this last game.
Fucking over it. Why is this getting shown? Since when is this up? All right, chat. I'm gonna get up on out of here, man. Nick, I'll let you know if we end up watching League. something tells me that we'll probably at least watch a little bit. I just don't know if I'm gonna be there at the start. Press F. That didn't work. Chat, tomorrow games start at 7. 7 in the morning. We got BDS versus Power. As long as I'm able to wake up and do my normal gym time. Watching the PAX. Is there an Apex tournament tonight? What Apex tournaments tonight? Oh no, we're gonna be watching some League potentially, and that's gonna be like offline. I don't think there's any more Apex this week, is there? I think people are like traveling to Germany and shit, no? Hey, appreciate you, Nick. Chat, I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. We start with BDS Power, and then we'll have the first 4 games of playoffs. Playoffs! Tomorrow as well. So it's going to be another long day like today. Maybe getting done just a little bit sooner. I don't know, though, because playoffs are best of 7. But, yeah, we're here tomorrow at 7. If y'all can't make it tomorrow, because I know Saturdays are kind of a crazy day for some people, we'll be here for Championship Sunday. Championship Sunday, make sure y'all are up, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, 6:30 in the morning for our first of our 2 semifinals. All right? So we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love harder. Love you guys. Make sure y'all are over on the YouTube if you're not already doing so. Gonna try and keep content pumping over there. Love y'all. Peace.